Chapter 274. Quite a number of people frowned. The breathing of the white blade guards and the palace guards gradually grew heavier, and they even clenched their fists. In response, the warriors of Black Sand region pressed down on their weapons, and their gazes were cold as a warning. The two groups of people were ready to fight again. Their nerves were taut, and the atmosphere in the hall became very oppressive. As the people involved, Lampard and the other archdukes remained calm, as though they did not see this frightening scene. Only people like Nicholas and Tolja kept warning their subordinates with their gazes. It's really full of Northland characteristics. In the corridor outside the hall, there are not enough nobles to attend the ceremony, and no foreign guests are invited. There are only two groups of soldiers who can't wait to kill each other, and schemers with ulterior motives. In a remote corner, Putray sighed and whispered into Thales's ear, "This is probably the most I've seen in my life. The simplest, most time-saving, and most soul-stirring coronation ceremony." Thales's eyebrows twitched. "You can't say that. There are 6 archdukes present, and us, the foreign guests. As for the simplest, most time-saving, and most thrilling?" The prince repeated the vice diplomat's words. Recalling everything that happened today, he could not help but shake his head. "All right, I suspect that no one will be able to break this record in the future." Fortunately, the conflict that many people were worried about did not happen. Lampard stood in front of High Priestess Holm and nodded slightly at the priestess. The priestess' emotionless voice rang in everyone's ears again. "I, Jewel Holm of Bright Moon Temple, am here to inquire on behalf of the gods, on behalf of the Dragon Queen, and on behalf of all previous kings." Everyone immediately became serious. Thales was no exception. Due to the several strange encounters with the representatives of the gods, he was even more anxious than the others. As the suzerain of Black Sand region, one of the 10 glorious and majestic extant archdukes, and the candidate of the King Selection Congress, Chapman Solenholm Lampard, the high priestess' voice was indistinct but clear. Her voice was solemn, and her gaze was solemn. Lampard stared at her eyes through the veil solemnly. High Priestess Holm said calmly, "Are you willing to swear on your honor and life?" All the Northlanders pressed their palms against their hearts in unison. Their expressions were respectful and solemn. Just when Thales looked around, wondering whether he should imitate them, Putray shook his head and dismissed the idea. The priest's words were solemn and steady, but they seemed to be filled with an indescribable power that struck everyone's heart. As a Northlander, bear this heavy responsibility. As the king of the entire territory, rely on your wisdom and breadth of mind to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. I swear to defend Extet and Northland with my life. The glorious and noble spirit of defending the kingdom will not be buried. To ensure that the legitimate and natural rights of the vassals are not violated. To protect the lives and property of the Northlanders from being harmed. From now until the end of your life. The officiator's voice fell. All the Northlanders held their breaths and turned their gazes towards the Archduke, who was dressed in military attire and who did not smile. Lampard took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. At that moment, as he listened to the oath, Thales suddenly remembered the Archduke of Black Sand region's ideals and wishes. He hasn't given up, Thales told himself with certainty as he looked at the Archduke's expression. No matter how many restrictions there are, how great the obstacles are, how difficult the road ahead is, he will stick to it and never regret it. For his Extet. In the next second, Lampard suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like steel. The Archduke's palm, which was pressed against his heart, suddenly clenched and pressed his fist against it. "I, Chapman Solenholt Lampard of the Lampard family." The Archduke of Black Sand region's voice was majestic and his expression was firm. "I swear on my honor and life." He spoke resolutely, enunciating each word. It was shocking. "As a Northlander, I will bear this heavy responsibility. As the king of the entire territory, rely on my wisdom and breadth of mind to stand at the forefront of the kingdom." Thales listened to his oath quietly and frowned slightly. Saroma watched Lampard nervously and did not move. "I swear to defend Extet and Northland with my life." Archduke Ulcius subconsciously clenched his fists. "I will uphold the glorious and noble spirit of defending the kingdom will not be buried." Archduke Rockney gritted his teeth. "I will ensure that the legitimate and natural rights of the vassals will not be violated." Archduke Letko sighed. "I will protect the safety of the Northlanders' lives and property, and will not be harmed." Archduke Trentida rolled his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. From this moment until the end of my life. After Lampard said the last word, he raised his head resolutely and looked around. He was like the leader of a pride of lions. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone averted their gazes to avoid eye contact. When his gaze swept past Thales, the prince did not know if it was an illusion, but he only saw the Archduke's eyes widen slightly. High Priestess Holm nodded slightly. She turned around again and faced the Archdukes. As one of the 10 glorious and majestic extant Archdukes, the co-candidate of the King's Selection Congress, the priestess read out each person's name in alphabetical order, causing all the Archdukes to become serious. Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius, Archduke of Defense City, Rogers Letko, Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, Kulgan Rockney, Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porpheus Trentida. Under everyone's gaze, High Priestess Holm turned to the last person. The bespectacled little girl wanted to pout, but in the end, she clenched her fists, puffed out her small chest, and withstood everyone's gazes stiffly but resolutely. Lampard looked at the girl from afar and could not help but narrow his eyes. In the next second, the priestess softly uttered a title that had never appeared in the past 600 years. Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. Saroma Walton. There was still a small commotion in the crowd. But the Star Killer and the Fire Knight walked into the crowd together and suppressed their objections with murderous gazes. Are you willing to swear on your honor and life? As a Northlander, accept this oath. As the king's vassals, offer your treasured swords and shields, and stand by the king's side. Swear to defend Ekstedt and Northland to the death. Uphold the glorious and noble spirit of the kingdom, and not be buried. Ensure that the legitimate and natural rights of the vassals are not violated. Protect the safety of the Northlanders' lives and property, and not be harmed. From this moment onwards, until the end of your lives? Thales mulled over the Archduke's oaths in his heart. He suddenly realized that other than the first sentence, it was almost the same as the king's oath. This made him suddenly realize that the joint ruling pledge, at least, the people who made it valued it since the beginning, was not a contract between the king and his vassals. Instead, it was a sacred contract between the rulers and this land. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Alcius paused for a moment and furrowed his brows tightly before he said, I am willing to swear on my honor and life. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Archduke Letko's expression was calm, as if this was just a small wave in the long river of his life. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Archduke Rockney gritted his words. His expression was unhappy, but he still finished speaking while suppressing his anger. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Trentida appeared much more relaxed. He swept his gaze over his colleagues before he said in a composed manner, I am willing to swear on my honor and life. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Mimicking him, Saroma stuttered in the beginning. Thales could not help but worry for her. But the girl still finished the oath fluently. Recalling the words and the promise he made with the girl, Thales sighed silently in his heart. As a Northlander, I will accept this oath. As the king's vassal, I will offer my sword and shield, and stand by the king's side. The 4 archdukes and an archduchess pressed their right hands on their chests. Although their expressions were different, they still repeated the oath just now respectfully. Everyone waited for the priestess' reaction anxiously and expectantly. A few seconds later, the high priestess nodded slightly. She turned around and stood beside Lampard, facing the crowd. Tolja's tall figure moved past the crowd and arrived beside the priestess. He was extremely respectful, holding something with both hands at his chest. Everyone's gazes were focused on that item. Their gazes froze. Thales stared fixedly at Tolja's hands. He recognized it. It was a hollow iron crown with a dark golden luster. It looked inconspicuous and even plain and shabby. There was only a dark red gem embedded in the forehead. That was the crown King Nuvan wore before he died. Wait a minute. Thales was slightly startled. His gaze focused on the dark red gem. He felt that it was unusually familiar. In the crowd, Nicholas snorted softly. Under Viscount Kentvita's threatening gaze, he slowly walked forward, removed the severing soul's blade from his back, and stood side by side with the Fire Knight. 2 of the 5 war generals turned their heads and looked at each other at the same time. It was as if lightning flashed in the air. High Priestess Holm nodded slightly. She reached out to take the crown from Tolja's hands and turned to look at Lampard. The other archdukes also looked at him with different expressions. Lampard took a deep breath and knelt on one knee while facing the outside of Heroic Spirit Palace. His gaze was firm. Thales took a deep breath. He could not help but notice that there was an irregular black mark on one side of the crown in the priestess' hands. Thales' heart sank. It was the blood splattered on King Nuvan when he was assassinated. After a few hours, it had already dried and could not be wiped off. Under everyone's breathless gazes, the high priestess raised the crown high. In accordance with this, in the name of the bright moon, I bear the light of the holy sun, Errol, and in accordance with Rikaru's joint ruling pledge. High Priestess Holm moved gently towards Lampard and held out the blood-stained crown. I crown you, the Archduke of Black Sand Region, the descendant of the rebellion king, Quiso Lampard, Chapman Lampard. For the first Chapman in the genealogy of the common elected kings. For the heir of the king of Dragon Knights and the hero Rikaru. For the common ruler of the Northlanders in the Western Peninsula. For the sentinel of the glacier defense line. For the defenders of the humans in the north. With each title that was mentioned, the Northlanders' expressions became a little more solemn. For the kingdom of Extet and Queeker Glacier. Finally, the high priestess finished saying the 4 customary titles and gently placed the crown on Lampard's head. She then said the last title, which was also the most important one. The 36th common elected king. Everyone's eyes were glued to this scene. The man under the crown slowly raised his head. High Priestess Holm took the severing soul's blade from Nicholas' hand and handed it to him. As the symbol of the king's authority and status, may the dragon scale crown remind you of your identity, and the severing soul's blade remind you of your duty. The bright moon bears witness here. May the light of Errol bless Extet forever. High Priestess Holm performed the bright moon goddess salute and retreated gently. Your Majesty Chapman. Hence, in the most oppressive and solemn atmosphere, Extet's new king, Chapman I, slowly stood up with the blood-stained crown on his head and the severing soul's blade in his hand. His gaze, which was as sharp as a blade, swept across the entire hall again. It was even more imposing under the crown. He was like a great dragon who had slowly awakened from a long slumber in a cave and opened his eyes. This thought flashed in Thales' mind, and he gave himself a shock. King Chapman turned around and looked at the 4 archdukes and 1 archduchess. With different expressions on their faces, starting from Archduke Letko, the archdukes bowed their bodies one after another and bowed their heads in greeting. At the same time, Viscount Kent Vida looked around and spoke in a timely manner. The old king has passed away. He slowly bent his body and knelt on one knee. Solemnly and loudly he said, "Long live the king! Long live King Chapman!" His voice echoed in the palace. In the next second, with Tolja as the leader, the Black Sand Region warriors in the corridor knelt on one knee in unison. They pressed their right hands against their chests and lowered their heads deeply. Heroic Spirit Palace instantly erupted with the ferocious and orderly roars of countless warriors. Long live the king! Long live King Chapman! Amid the repeated shouts, even those who were willing or unwilling, such as Nicholas, Justin, Merk, the White Blade Guards, and the Archduchess Guards, had no choice but to kneel on one knee and salute the new king. King Chapman only stood coldly in the middle of the crowd. His expression did not change as he listened to their shouts. Long live the king! Long live King Chapman! Among the people who saluted the king, the 4 archdukes stood out the most. They only pressed their hands against their chests and bowed slightly. No, my lady. Count Leesband stopped Archduchess Walton, who was about to kneel subconsciously. His expression was solemn and his tone was fierce. Remember, you are not us. You only need to bow. As an archduke who also rules Northland, you will never have to kneel to the king. Saroma stared at him in a daze and nodded. Then, she imitated the archdukes and bowed to King Chapman. They were not the only ones who were special. In the corner of the corridor, the people of Constellation stood on the spot with their backs against the wall. They watched the Northlanders who knelt on one knee around them with complicated emotions. They watched this special coronation ceremony with great sorrow. Tell me, my prince. Putray stared at the overbearing King Chapman and sighed softly. When you first saw him, did you imagine this scene? No, the prince answered without hesitation. But when I was captured by him for the second time, Thales' gaze stopped on King Chapman amid the shouts that filled his eardrums, and he frowned slightly. I suddenly thought, perhaps this man. Thales remembered the scene when King Chapman, who was still an archduke, stood outside the carriage and spoke to Stake of Shadow Shield with anger and dignity. This man's face was as calm as water, but his eyes burned with raging flames. The prince said absent-mindedly, "He is the most suitable king of Extet." Putray narrowed his eyes. "What a pity," the vice diplomat said faintly. "Yes." Thales nodded with complicated emotions. "I'm starting to regret it a little." At this moment, while the people saluted and shouted, King Chapman's gaze suddenly swept towards him. It startled Thales. King Chapman slowly raised his left hand. Some people noticed the new king's gesture. They gradually stopped shouting and saluting, and stood up one after another. More than 10 seconds later, the corridor became quiet again. Chapman I looked around and said coldly, "As your new king, I hereby issue my first order." Thales was shocked. It can't be. What does he want to do the first second he becomes king? But the other archdukes' gazes were very calm and their expressions were indifferent, as though they had expected it. Only Saroma looked at Thales worriedly. This made the prince feel uneasy. Everyone was solemn as they waited for the king's words. Extet's new common-elected king, Chapman I, slowly turned to the corner of the constellations and said coldly, "In the name of Extet's common-elected king, I hereby invite the Honorable Second Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, as a witness to the friendship and relationship between the two kingdoms, to live permanently in Dragon Cloud City." At that moment, Thales felt as though he was struck by lightning. The constellations looked at King Chapman in shock, then at the prince. Live permanently. Dragon Cloud City? Just as Thales was about to speak subconsciously, King Chapman said in an unquestionable tone, "And he will accept this kind offer. He will live together with the people of Extet in Northland and bathe in the snow and ice." Until this honorable prince. At that second, Chapman Lampard stared at Thales with a cold gaze. To be crowned king. Thales stared blankly at the aloof King Chapman. His emotions were in turmoil. A few seconds later, the prince lowered his head subconsciously and sighed softly. Chapter 275. King Chapman and his subordinates regrouped under the surprised gazes of the others. The king came before the prime minister. The former prime minister. Count Liespan stood up from beside the archduchess and met the new king's gaze without showing any signs of weakness. Saroma looked at the two nervously. "Now my people and I will leave Heroic Spirit Palace, the First Gatehouse, and even Dragon Cloud City." King Chapman's expression was cold. His left hand casually pressed against the saber at his waist, and his right hand tossed the severing soul's blade to Lord Tolja. "Count Liespan, the patrols under your command in the city won't stop us, will they?" Count Liespan flashed a cold smile. His gaze swept past the soldiers of Black Sand region, whose hostility did not diminish. "How would we dare to obstruct His Majesty's journey?" the old count said flatly. "As long as the people of Black Sand region can withdraw from Dragon Cloud City in a friendly manner." Liespan narrowed his eyes. "Except for the most unreasonable lunatics, no one in this country dares to disrespect the king." Chapman I nodded slightly without any expression on his face, as if he did not understand the hidden meaning in the count's words. "Then, I hope that you can provide supplies and a place for my people to stay so that they can face the coming day before the bitter cold winter," the king probed, seemingly unbothered. "There should be no problem." This time, the count refused very straightforwardly. "Forgive me, but I cannot comply." King Chapman exhaled through his nose. His eyes were filled with coldness. Due to certain reasons, Dragon Cloud City still has a lot of messes to clean up. Count Liespan, who was used to seeing storms, did not change his expression. He said nonchalantly, "I apologize for Dragon Cloud City's poor hospitality, but I must first serve my master before I can spare the energy to share the burden of the Northlanders' common lord. You know, I am no longer the kingdom's prime minister who serves the entire territory." Chapman frowned in a barely noticeable manner. He looked at the bespectacled little girl beside Liespan, and at her platinum hair, which was covered in stains. Saroma crossed her arms anxiously. King Chapman nodded slowly. "In the end, even a king has to rely on himself, right?" Chapman said flatly, "We will find our own campsite." Count Liespan moved lightly and stood in front of the Archduchess with an unapproachable expression on his face. Only then did the king retract his gaze. "I wish you a smooth reign, girl," King Chapman said meaningfully. "After all, we are now bound together. I'll keep an eye on you, and I'll keep an eye on the boy." The king said faintly, "Please remember, He is our bargaining chip against Constellation. And remember your vow to defend Extet and Northland to the death. Saroma's face instantly turned pale. Without waiting for their response, King Chapman, who was wearing the blood-red crown, turned around and walked out of the palace while surrounded by his soldiers. The White Blade Guards and the palace guards watched them leave coldly, but their fingers never left their blades. In the crowd, the Fire Knight Tolja held the Severing Soul's blade and walked past the former commander of the White Blade Guards. His gaze was subtle. "Take good care of it." Nicholas bandaged the wound on his arm and said without raising his head, "One slash to death. This is a great weapon that saved the Western Peninsula." The Fire Knight furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He stopped and scrutinized the Severing Soul's blade in his hand. "I'll send someone to deliver the Legend of the White Blade Guards to Black Sand region. Of course, you'll have to pay for the creation of the White Blades." There was no emotion in Nicholas' words, as though he was doing the most boring and rigid job. "From now on, the spirit of the White Blade Guards will be passed on by all of you. Don't bring shame to its name." How *King ironic. The Star Killer thought coldly in his heart. Tolja stroked the strange arc on the Severing Soul's blade. "White Blade Guards." He raised his head. The Fire Knight's words were rather aggressive and provocative. "Without this blade, what else can you do?" "Star Killer." Nicholas stopped what he was doing. His expression changed as well. "Let me think." Nicholas clenched his fists tightly and his gaze was cold. For example, suddenly appearing from some unknown dark corner and beheading a King Slayer? Tolja stared at him quietly. "You know, among those in supreme class, the most effective identity is not that of a warrior," Nicholas said softly. "It's that of an assassin." Tolja stared at him silently and allowed his subordinates to leave in droves behind him. His expression was as cold as ice. Nicholas did not seem to notice it. He continued to stare at his enemy without showing any signs of weakness. A few seconds later, the Fire Knight laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha ha." Tolja hung the sheathless Severing Soul's blade on his waist and sized up the pale Star Killer with great interest. Nicholas stared at him coldly. But what happened next was beyond the Star Killer's expectations. Without hesitation, Tolja grabbed the other weapon on his waist, pulled it out along with its sheath, and threw it forcefully. Nicholas was shocked and instinctively stretched out his hand. He caught the weapon thrown by the other party from afar. A second later, he saw the weapon in his hand clearly, and his mouth fell open in surprise. He turned around and stared at the calm Fire Knight. "What is the meaning of this?" Nicholas gritted his teeth and stared at the rising sun saber in his hand. His expression was indignant. Tolja stared at his old weapon. There was attachment and nostalgia in his eyes. "Take good care of it," the Fire Knight said softly. He seemed to be filled with endless emotions. Compared to saving the Western Peninsula, this is a great weapon that saved the world. Nicholas held the golden saber in his hand in a daze. He was momentarily at a loss for words. "Remember, Star Killer." Tolja turned around and tapped the Severing Soul's blade on his waist. His voice was firm, and his gaze was subtle. "The victor between us has not been decided yet." Dressed in his damaged armor, the Fire Knight strode away with steel-like steps without any reluctance to leave. Nicholas stared at his retreating figure. He furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth even tighter. "Damn it. This guy. A good man." Merc came to his side with a walking stick. He stared at Tolja's figure and shook his head with a sigh. "It's a pity that he's standing in the wrong place." Nicholas closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. The Star Killer turned to his old friend. "I'm here to say goodbye." Merc patted Nicholas' shoulder. His expression was bitter. "We'll meet again, my friend." He glanced at Archduchess Walton, who was surrounded by a crowd in the distance. His expression was hesitant. "You know you can stay," Nicholas said in a low voice. "No. My story in the Legend of the White Blade Guards." "In the end," Merc sighed. He looked into the distance, turned around, and left with his walking stick. "It truly ends here." Nicholas stared at his back as he left, stumbling. He did not say a word. He just put his hand into his pocket and grasped an ordinary stone. Kent Vida followed beside King Chapman among the crowd leaving Black Sand region. The Viscount watched the Fire Knight catch up to him from behind. His gaze swept past the lone Severing Soul's blade at the latter's waist, and his expression was one of displeasure. That's the rising sun saber we're talking about. Rumor has it that it's the first legendary anti-mystic equipment that changed the world, Kent Vida said in dissatisfaction, but the latter ignored him. Hence, the Viscount could only turn to the king. You're just going to let him casually give away the sharpest weapon in the world as if it's a piece of trash, Archdukes, Your Majesty? Tolja snorted softly. King Chapman did not even turn his head around. He just shifted his gaze slightly. The sharpest? The new common-elected king muttered with his head lowered. But Chapman I only paused for a second before he raised his head again and regained his indifference and calmness. My sharpest blade. The king strode over the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace in an imposing manner. He stepped over the simple and crude decorations and said slowly, My sharpest blade. Aren't you standing behind me? Kent Vida's expression froze for a moment before he furrowed his brows. Behind the king, the tall and strong Lord Tolja lifted the corners of his mouth almost imperceptibly. The Viscount slowed down his footsteps and allowed the others to overtake him. When Tolja passed by him, he nodded slightly at him. What a wastrel! Viscount Kent Vida stared at the king and the lord's backs. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. But it's precisely because of this that I'm willing to follow him and serve him as my king. Until the end of my life. He crossed his arms. His expression was indifferent, but his gaze was sharp. The corners of his mouth curled up into an amused arc. You deliberately posed for me when I came, then threw out such a cool sentence. Croche happened to be carried past Kent Vida on the stretcher. The female warrior snorted coldly in disdain. Isn't this too old-fashioned? Kent Vida furrowed his brows. At least cooperate with me a little and say something along the lines of, that's the reason we fight. The Viscount strode forward again and followed Croche's stretcher in dissatisfaction. Stop it. Croche interrupted him coldly. Because of that boy, the joint ruling pledge became even more stable. In the end, we're still back where we started. Nothing has changed. Toiling without gaining anything. Viscount Kent Vida raised his eyebrows and put on an amused expression. Toiling without gaining anything? Returning to where we started? Nothing has changed? The Viscount looked as if he had heard something funny. He turned around and stared at the archdukes who were discussing something in low voices in the distance. Only those who live in the past and are unwilling to wake up would think that way. Croche stared at him, puzzled. Kent Vida turned his head again and chuckled softly. In fact, everyone, including King Chapman, the archdukes, and that prince, they have changed everything. The female warrior stared at Kent Vida's profound expression and suddenly felt that this man had become a little scary. Believe me, from today onwards, the harsh cold will arrive. Kent Vida sneered. His gaze swept past the countless decorations and furnishings in the palace that had a long history. He gently stepped on the floor tiles under his feet, which were unknown how many years old. Extet. We can no longer return to where we started. Archduke Lekko stood in front of the Prince of Constellation and stared at the listless boy. He sighed and said, Rejoice, Prince Thales. If it wasn't for that young lady's insistence, you would have been staying in Black Sand City for a long time. Always being by the king's side. What a wonderful experience. Thales' expression changed slightly. He turned around and stared at Saroma, who was talking to Lisban in the distance. The prince took a deep breath and turned around again. King Chapman raised this order during the King Selection Congress as one of his conditions? Oh no. Archduke Lekko shook his head. His murky eyes shone with interest. It wasn't him who raised the condition. It was all of us who thought that this would be safer. Your Honorable Highness. Thales, who was preoccupied, was instantly rendered speechless. A second later, the prince lowered his head as if he had deflated. All of you. Is that so? He closed his eyes. His mood was gloomy. Yes. After I did that. Regardless of the consequences. Archduke Lekko stared at him quietly. You know, Prince Thales. After today, aside from the threat of Constellation that Chapman mentioned, there will also be many people who will be wary of you, just like how they are wary of the Jade Star family, which has produced many talented people over the years and has never declined. Of course, it's not just talented people who have produced many talented people. Archduke Lekko added silently in his heart. And lunatics. The old Archduke's eyes brightened. His expression became lively. But I am also looking forward to you. Thales opened his eyes. Looking forward to me? Archduke Xueqi nodded quietly. I don't know how Chapman became like this. The old Archduke watched the king's back slowly being drowned by the soldiers. He said solemnly, but we can all feel that he is becoming more and more dangerous. The day before the bitter cold winter is coming, he sighed. Thales pondered over this sentence. Perhaps one day, we will need to borrow your strength to fight against him. Archduke Xueqi stared at Thales sternly. Just like today. Thales, whose emotions were in turmoil, did not know how to respond. Is it over? Archduke Alcius walked forward coldly and glanced at Thales. I've had enough. I don't want to stay in this damned place for even a moment longer and put my life in someone else's hands. In the distance, Archduke Xueqi and Trentida watched them quietly. One was silent, and the other was grinning mischievously. Xueqi looked at the gradually departing Black Sand region army and exhaled. We shall meet again. Take care of yourself, Prince Thales. The old Archduke said flatly, be careful of the king, and be careful of the Archdukes. He winked meaningfully. And the Archduchess. Thales was immediately speechless. Put-Ray watched the Archdukes and their personal guards leave. Frowning, he came to Thales' side. Your Highness, about your future. The vice diplomat wanted to say something, but stopped. I know, Thales answered calmly. I am a bargaining chip, and a threat. Put-Ray put on an inquiring look. Amidst conflicts and compromises, the Archdukes also have to hold on to their bargaining chips to contain threats. Thales thought through the cause and effect, then shook his head absent-mindedly. Restrain Constellation, and restrain Chapman. And restrain Dragon Cloud City. Raphael came forward. In terms of effect, you made the 10 Archdukes wary of each other. This is very close to the Secret Intelligence Department's desired goal, and even more so. Perhaps you are more suitable to work in the Secret Intelligence Department. The cadre of the Secret Intelligence Department smiled mysteriously. We shall meet again. Thales rolled his eyes. Put-Ray did not know what to say. He could only pat the prince's shoulder. I will report to the kingdom as soon as possible and come up with a countermeasure. He turned to the weak Raphael. You know what to do, right? The cadre of the Secret Intelligence Department nodded lightly. His Majesty and Lord Hanson will know everything that happened here in the shortest time possible. Thales watched them distribute the work. He thought of what would happen to him in the next few years and felt depressed. There's one more thing. Put-Ray came before Cohen and Miranda with a stern expression. Both of you, even though your injuries are not light, you must immediately hide your identities and leave Ekstedt before the enemy intercepts you. Cohen opened his mouth, while Miranda was deep in thought. As noble dependents of two great families, especially Lady Arund, who holds the right to inherit the Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, your value to Lampard, to King Chapman is immeasurable. This is Dragon Cloud City, and he has just been crowned, so he cannot act out directly. But once you leave Dragon Cloud City, he will definitely not let you go. The deputy concluded with a few sentences. Raphael's expression darkened as well. I will take them away immediately, while Nicholas' people are still friendly to us. Raphael coughed and said, I know a secret passage from the pine forest back to the kingdom. We can hide it from Black Sand region's eyes and ears. Put-Ray nodded at him. Go. Hence, under Cohen's resentful sighs and Miranda's troubled expression, they left with Raphael. When they passed by Thales, Miranda glanced at him. Take care, Your Highness. The swordswoman's expression was a little conflicted. She frowned slightly. Don't give up. She endured the pain and said meaningfully, You are a good prince unlike the others. Put-Ray turned his head and pretended not to hear her. Thales scratched his head. He was so embarrassed that he could only respond with a smile. The others? Cohen, whose face was bruised, moved closer to Thales. Your Highness. The police officer's robe was burned to the shoulder, and there was a terrible burn mark on his neck. Although he had used the power of eradication to treat it, it still looked very hideous. He seemed to be a little hesitant at first. I just want to say. Cohen's mouth opened and closed many times. After a few seconds, he pursed his lips and nodded heavily. Thank you. Thales, who was feeling complicated, forced a smile. I should be the one thanking you, Cohen Caribbean. Thank you for fighting endlessly. The police officer blinked. No, Your Highness, we only fought a few times with our lives on the line. Cohen curled up the corners of his mouth and scratched his head. He seemed a little embarrassed. But you... He seemed to be unable to find the right words for a moment. After a while, Cohen, who was scratching his ears and cheeks, put on a straight face and said sincerely, "You saved the world." "You're exaggerating." Thales burst out laughing. He was a little embarrassed. "I only tried my best to mediate a conflict. It's not my turn to save the world." Cohen paused for a moment. His gaze flickered slightly. He lowered his head. Cohen's face darkened. "Believe me, Your Highness." The police officer seemed to have thought of something. He said with some emotion, "For those who will be affected by the war." Thales cast a questioning look at him. The police officer took a deep breath and revealed a row of shiny teeth and a bright smile again. He bowed slightly at Thales. "You have indeed saved the world. It was my honor to fight alongside you." Thales looked at him strangely. He nodded subconsciously and watched him leave. Raphael nodded at him gently. "Well done, Your Highness." After sending off batch after batch of people, coupled with the fact that he was going to be placed under house arrest in Dragon Cloud City, Thales suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. Forget it. He comforted himself. At least the outcome isn't too bad. At least they're still alive. Hey, did I forget someone? In a certain corner of Dragon Cloud City, a short and small figure burped and sneezed loudly. At this moment, "I'm sorry, I dragged you into this." The girl's voice came from behind him. They insisted on keeping you here." Thales turned around and looked at Saroma, who had an apologetic look on her face. "No, this is their benefit and scheme. It has nothing to do with you." The prince let go of the gloom in his heart and shook his head in relief. "And, the people who were dragged into this, the people who should apologize," Thales shrugged dejectedly. "For King Chapman, the fact that I am under house arrest here and the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City has a close relationship with an enemy kingdom's prince will weaken your prestige and reputation. To the Archdukes, they would rather have me stay in the weakened Dragon Cloud City than let Black Sand region control this bargaining chip. And to all of them, a prince who grew up in an enemy kingdom and has been held hostage all year round will be far away from the power and influence of Constellation." The prince shook his head. "If I return to the country one day to be crowned, I will definitely be a new king with unstable rule. This is in everyone's interest. So, I'm probably destined to be unlucky." He raised his head in resignation, concluded his fate, and sighed dejectedly. "Besides, Lampard hates me to the core. He definitely won't want to see me go back alive." The muscles on Thales' arms tensed. The prince stared at Saroma, who grabbed him, in surprise. "No, I told them that you must stay in Dragon Cloud City." The little girl pouted and shook her head vigorously. "You're my friend, you won't be unlucky, you'll be fine." Saroma pursed her lips, as if she was about to cry. Guilt and worry appeared in her green eyes. Thales was speechless. Saroma blinked her sparkling eyes and said in a trembling voice, "You'll live a good life here, you'll be fine. Lisban is a good person, he won't make things difficult for you. Dragon Cloud City will protect you." "We." As if to prove something, Saroma's eyes were filled with panic and she said anxiously, "We can." Behind her glasses, her eyes suddenly brightened. "By the way, there are many books in Raikuru's library that I haven't read yet." Saroma's breathing quickened, as if she was afraid that Thales would be unhappy. "I remember that you're very interested in the Battle of Eradication." As he stared at the anxious little girl, Thales' gloomy mood seemed to slowly improve. "Yes." The prince scratched his head and chuckled involuntarily. "I'm very interested. Like magic. Like dragons." "So." Saroma seemed to heave a sigh of relief. She asked carefully, "You'll be fine, stay in Dragon Cloud City and follow me?" Thales exhaled. "Ah yes." With a smile, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "My lady." Only then did Saroma slowly curl up the corners of her lips. As Lisban urged her to hurry, she turned around and left, occasionally looking back. The phantom wind follower came before Thales. "How do you feel?" Thales flashed a smile at the dispirited Ralph. "For the past month or so. Compared to your career as a gangster?" The eyes on the half of the phantom wind follower's silver mask moved slightly. He gestured laboriously with his right hand, which was in the splint. Very bad. Thales raised his eyebrows. Ralph shrugged and gestured again. But, it's also very good. Thales chuckled softly. The prince raised his head and looked at the sky of Dragoncloud City outside the window with complicated emotions. There was a sense of relaxation in his heart that he had not felt for a long time. Did you see that? He parted his lips slightly and said faintly in the air in a low voice that no one could hear. This is my answer. This time, there was no sound in his ears. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the snowstorm outside the window suddenly intensified. The cold wind howled, mixed with ice crystals, and blew against his face. In his field of vision, Dragoncloud City seemed to have darkened in an instant, becoming gray and hazy. The day before the bitter cold that enveloped the entire Northland had officially arrived. The next chapter was the end of the book. It could be considered an Easter egg chapter. Chapter 276. Dragoncloud City, Spear District. Old Brook extinguished the everlasting lamp he had lit to attract customers. He lamented about another bad day without any business. Spear District was an interesting place. It was not as poor and backward as Shield District and Hammer District, nor was it as honorable as Axe District and Arrow District. In fact, it was not as lively as Bow District, Sword District, and Armor District. However, the slope of Dragoncloud City was relatively high. Most of the people who lived here were the family members of the king's loyal servants who held official positions but could not get their titles, or the commoner merchants who were rich but could not live in the nobles' district. Hence, Spear District became an awkward place. But Old Brook, who was the owner of the inn, was one of the few who made use of this awkward situation to make a living. He saw a business opportunity hidden in it. Old Brook's inn was clean and tidy. The decorations were not too bad. Although it was not as expensive, it always attracted customers who were neither high nor low in status. For example, wealthy merchants or craftsmen, or declining nobles who did not want to lose their dignity despite not being rich, or tourists who came from afar and did not understand the local market. These people were usually people who came from other places and were waiting to meet the important people. They did not have the right to stay in Axe District and Arrow District for too long, and they did not want to lower their status in the messy Sword District and Bow District either. Of course, the lowly Shield District and Hammer District were out of the question. Hence, they usually chose to stay in Spear District, which was Old Brook's inn, which was orderly and not shabby. After countless hardships, Old Brook and his family settled down in Spear District. Unfortunately, ever since Prince Moriah was assassinated, the relationship between the two kingdoms in the Western Peninsula suddenly became tense. Rumors of conscription, tax increase, war, and a shortage of goods spread. The tense atmosphere in the city caused Old Brook's business to plummet for the past month or so. Recently, he only had one guest staying in the inn. He could only sigh at his bad luck. Then, as usual, he cut costs from the purchase of alcohol and the wages of the odd-job workers to maintain the inn's survival. When news of the Prince of Constellation's arrival arrived, he thought that the crisis was over. Then last night, Old Brook woke up from his sleep with a start. The moon had pity on him. Why were there countless patrols hurrying through the streets at night? What were those terrifying loud noises last night? What were those thunderous booms in the latter half of the night? Although Old Brook was a Camion, he was different from the merchants in Dragonwing Square who only cared about profit and left after making a quick profit. It had been 20 years since Old Brook was young Brook, since he saw the Northland girl who helped transport goods in Valuban, and fell for her wholeheartedly. Then, he recklessly eloped to Dragoncloud City with his future wife. It had been so long since his neighbors, who had powerful backers, got used to his presence, and even the harshest and most xenophobic disciplinary officer would not bother him. It had been so long since the young people thought he was just a Northlander with a rather unique appearance. It had been so long since he spoke with a thick Northland accent, which he would have mocked as vulgar when he was young. Even after his beloved Northland wife passed away, Old Brook had no intention of returning home or moving to another place. But Old Brook could swear by either the Bright Moon Goddess or the Harvest Lady that in all the years he lived in Dragoncloud City, he had never seen or heard what he saw after he opened the window last night. Calamity? That giant octopus that bared its fangs in the direction of Shield District? Dragon? That winged lizard that landed and roared in flames? The neighbors whispered in fear or awe. Old Brooke, who did not know much about Northland legends and stories, was terrified. Am I back to the age of mythology? Forget it, the important people will take care of it. Old Brooke yawned due to his lack of sleep. He shook his head and flipped open the accounts. Just as he was about to calculate the bribe for the disciplinary officer and the patrol team, a black-haired girl about 15 or 16 years old pushed open the door and walked in calmly. The gloominess on Old Brooke's face disappeared in an instant, as if he was about to welcome his princess. "Lucy," the innkeeper said happily. "My dear daughter." But when he saw the girl's clothes, Old Brooke immediately frowned. The girl's head was covered in ice and snow, and a piece of black cloth was tightly wrapped around her nose and mouth, revealing only a pair of clever eyes. She wore a simple but thick cotton-padded coat, and her gloves were covered in snow. Her trousers were tightly strapped and tucked into her boots. "I wonder where she's been," Old Brooke thought unhappily. "You ran out of the city again? You didn't even wear a hat in such a heavy snowstorm." The innkeeper forced himself to keep a straight face and raised a finger. "Didn't I tell you? You saw it yesterday. It's a mess outside now. There aren't even a few customers in the past 10 days. The patrol team even passed by this morning. There are rumors everywhere, saying that the districts below have been destroyed. Those country bumpkins from the poor districts." Old Brooke looked at his daughter worriedly. "You are a girl, Lucy. You have to be more careful of your own safety." The girl with her face covered stomped on the ground to rub off the snow on her feet. Then, she patted her ice crystal-encrusted gloves and pulled her fair hands out. Only then did she pull down the black cloth covering her face, revealing a cheeks that were rosy in the cold, playful and adorable. The girl turned to the innkeeper and flashed a bright smile. That stopped Old Brooke's heart-wrenching lecture. "Yes, yes, yes, my dear father." The girl giggled and waved her hand, holding onto the handle of the wooden ladder. "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go upstairs." The girl tilted her head and made a funny face. Then she skipped away from Old Brooke's sight. All that was left was the sound of her footsteps going up the stairs. Old Brooke was immediately exasperated. "You Lucy!" The innkeeper leaned half of his body out, suppressed his voice, and said to the stairs in exasperation, "Don't disturb the customers." He emphasized on silence. What responded to him was his daughter's drawn-out voice. "I know la." There were also a few mutterings from above. Most of them seemed to be long-winded old man. Old Brooke retracted his head from the bottom of the stairs and heaved a long sigh. The people of the Empire, calamities, dragons, curfew, and a daughter who is as troublesome as her mother. The innkeeper walked back to his seat in resignation. He took a sip of his late wife's favorite ale and shook his head. "God knows what's waiting for me. But," Old Brooke rolled his eyes and curled up the corners of his mouth, "as long as Lucy is fine, as long as Lucy is happy, life isn't too bad." Old Brooke's originally gloomy mood instantly brightened. But what he did not know was that the moment his daughter disappeared from his sight, the girl's youthful and playful expression suddenly turned cold. It was as if frost had suddenly descended. A faint chill emanated from the bottom of her body. Her light and happy footsteps immediately became silent, like a black cat walking on tiptoes. The girl pushed open the wooden door of a room and coldly walked into the narrow, dark room that smelled of medicine. On the wooden bed in the room, a man sitting against the wall slowly opened his deep eyes. His expression was gloomy. He was wrapped in a close-fitting and tight gray robe, which did not make him feel cold in the cold weather. His sleeves were pulled up to his upper arms, and his left arm and right shoulder were wrapped in thick bandages. The girl closed the door and slowly curled up the corners of her mouth, revealing a cold smile that was completely different from the playful one just now. She spoke softly to the man and respectfully and patiently called out a strange form of address. "Father." The man in gray did not respond. He only looked out the window, which was slightly ajar. "The city has begun to lift the martial law." The young girl seemed to be used to the other's silence. She sat down on a stool at the side, grabbed a short knife on the table, and said to herself, "It's probably because the important people in the palace have reached an agreement. When are we leaving?" The man in gray still did not respond. But in the next second, he suddenly raised his head. The emptiness in his eyes turned into wariness. The man in gray raised his hand gently. A short knife jumped up from the table 2 meters away in a strange manner and flew into his hand. He said calmly, "We have a guest." The girl's pupils moved. She stood up and instinctively moved. She stretched out her fair and slender fingers, which were rarely seen among Northlanders, and pulled out the black cloth tied around her neck from her collar. She pulled it all the way to her nose and covered half of her face like before. It was like a professional mask. Not only did it cover her face, but it also covered her breathing. She had just pulled up the mask and held the dagger in her arms when a shrill voice came from outside the door. "Long time no see, old friend." A middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in. His smooth face was full of smiles. This guest wore a thick coat commonly seen among Northlanders. He wore a thick fur hat that covered his ears, but he had a flat face rarely seen in the Western Peninsula. His lips were thin, and his skin was yellowish. At first glance, he would leave a good impression on anyone. He blew into his hand and ignored the girl beside him. He squinted and adjusted his eyes to the light in the room. The girl frowned, but the man on the bed made a gesture that made her suppress her desire to attack. The guest's smile did not diminish. He looked straight at the man on the bed and walked forward. At this moment, the man in gray suddenly raised his deep eyes. His gaze was cold. "There are 3 traps in front of you." The guest's smile froze on his face, just like the right foot he had just lifted. The man in gray's words were direct and emotionless. 2 of them are fatal. The guest with the flat face took a deep breath, blinked, and shrugged. He seemed to have no choice but to put his raised right foot back on the spot. The girl beside him curled up the corner of her mouth and sneered in her heart. But the guest's smile seemed to be plastered on his face. It glowed again amidst the awkwardness. "Now, you are truly a regicide family." The guest smiled obsequiously and rubbed his hands together. His accent in the lingua franca was strangely accented. He did not sound like an extension or constellatiate, nor did he sound like a Camian or Southwesterner. "Just thinking about it makes me feel." The guest suddenly paused. His gaze shifted to the bandages on the man's shoulders. "Oh!" His voice sank. He seemed to be a little surprised, but also a little enlightened. "You're injured." "Accident?" The girl beside him snorted coldly. But the man in gray on the bed only looked at the guest coldly. "White Blade guards 16 people," the man said softly. A look of interest appeared on the guest's face. 3 cuts, each deeper than the last. The man in gray flexed his bandaged left arm and continued to say nonchalantly, "It's good enough that you came back." The flat-faced guest stopped smiling. He lowered his head and looked at the man quietly with the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was peeping behind the door. "Where's your brother?" The guest grinned and asked softly, "He let you do it alone for such a difficult task?" "He has his own place to go," the man said quietly. The silence lasted for a few seconds. The guest stared at the ground under his feet. He stretched his hands out from behind his back and silently rubbed them in front of him. "How's your injury?" The girl, who felt that something was wrong, frowned. The man in gray's gaze was still calm. He stared at the guest from afar. The man slowly curled up the corners of his mouth and flexed his shoulders. "If you want to kill me, now is a good time. While I can't wield my saber with either of my arms." The guest raised his eyebrows slightly. He leaned his head forward and did not move. He stared straight at the man in front of him. His gaze was gentle and strange. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The man responded quietly, calm and composed. Finally, just as the girl was about to lose her patience, the guest suddenly grinned. "Ha ha ha." The guest narrowed his eyes and tilted his head back. He was overjoyed, as if he had encountered something very funny. He raised his finger to eye level and pointed at the man. He had a playful expression on his face that said, "I've caught you, haven't I? You're getting more and more humorous, Bennett." He laughed, his index finger shaking in the air faster and faster. His tone was exaggerated. "I like this about you." The man in gray called Bennett just looked at him coldly and did not say a word for a long time. But the guest did not feel left out at all. He put away his smile and finger and turned to the girl with interest. "Oh girl, you must be the talented Lucy." The guest bowed politely and continued to smile strangely. He said in his strange accent, "My subordinates are indebted to you for your help, as expected of your fathers." But he was obviously not welcome. "Stay away from me," the masked girl said with disgust. "Eccentric Far Easterner." "Oh, that's really cold," the guest from the Far East replied patiently, not at all offended. You break my heart. The grey-robed Bennett snorted coldly and interrupted the guest. You never put yourself in danger, he said coldly. But you're still here. Hearing this, the guest from the Far East closed his mouth awkwardly and sighed in a seemingly helpless manner. The client this time was not easy to deal with. If I didn't come, the young ones would have screwed up. He shrugged. And the guest from the Far East sighed softly. More importantly, the boy who represents Renaissance Palace. But the man was not moved at all. Why did you come to me? The guest exhaled and chuckled. My friend got some news about Constellation. The guest blinked as if he was about to take out a big treasure. You know, it's not easy for us to get news about that place now. The voice of the man in grey turned cold. Get to the point. You might be interested. The guest from the Far East quickly changed the topic, making what should have been a very stiff turn very smooth. A few population gathering points at the border encountered invaders. Bennett snorted loudly again. Get to the point. Without any hesitation, the Far Easterner said his next sentence. It's very similar to the Charlton family style, whether it's the style of the blade or the figure. At that moment, the girl beside him held her breath. It was as if she remembered something. The guest from the Far East raised his eyebrows and observed Bennett's expression. The man in grey still did not react. He only suddenly glanced outside the window. The Far Easterner was a little puzzled. But a few seconds later, he also froze slightly and looked outside the window. The Far Easterner's expression became solemn and serious. Do you want me to take care of it for you? The man in grey said flatly. The guest from the Far East sighed softly, but immediately put on a cheerful smile again. I wouldn't dare. He bowed slightly. This is my personal matter. Very well then. The man in grey nodded slightly. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the man named Bennett flipped off the bed. The moment his feet landed on the ground, the 5 short knives on the table jumped up as if they were alive and flew towards Bennett at the same time. Then, they obediently inserted themselves into different scabbards all over his body. Seeing this unbelievable scene, the Far Easterner could not help but frown slightly. The trap is removed. The man in grey put on a loose robe and covered the bandages on his body. As he walked past the Far Easterner, he said softly, You can come in without worry. The guest from the Far East bowed politely. The girl snorted softly and glanced at the Far Easterner with a sly smile. Then, she followed her father out of the room. The moment the two of them left behind him, the guest from the Far East raised his head. His gaze became extremely cold. He gently closed the door, looked outside the window and sighed. It's been 15 years, the guest said in a different language that was different from the common language of the Western Peninsula. It was made up of monosyllabic sounds. You still found me. At the window, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the windowsill. A second Far Easterner nimbly flipped over and entered the room. It's been a long time. The butcher shop owner who had just flipped over and entered the room, Gu, the man whom Thales had met once before. He stood by the window and patted the snowflakes off his hands. Using the same language, he said flatly, Senior Brother Teng. Chief Teng. On the stairs outside the room, the man in grey and the masked girl quietly went downstairs. He is. The girl turned her head and glanced at the room just now. She could not help but ask. It's him? The man did not answer. He only nodded. The girl's eyes narrowed. Father, the intruder he mentioned just now, the girl asked tentatively, could be mother or my sister. How many? The expressionless man asked abruptly. The girl was slightly startled. Huh. That fellow, the man in grey said coldly. How many lies did he tell in total? Lies. The girl was a little puzzled. 11. From the time he stepped into the room to the time we walked out of the room, he told a total of 11 lies, the man concluded softly. His gaze was solemn as he continued. 9 of them were fatal. If I did not recognize any of them and reacted accordingly to his probing, the man suppressed the trembling of his palm. He waved his left hand and caught a drop of blood that had seeped out of the bandage, preventing it from dripping onto the ground. Then the scene would have been very ugly. The girl was shocked and blinked. But he did not say much in total. Lies do not need words to weave, the man in grey interrupted the girl coldly. These words came from the mouth of a terrifying lady. Remember them well. The veiled girl froze. The man did not even look at the girl beside him. His face was expressionless and his tone was cold. And remember, your mother and sister are both dead. Do not mention them again. Upon hearing that, the girl's shoulders trembled slightly and she clenched her fists lightly. The man in gray might have noticed the girl's unusual behavior, but he did not react. Next time, don't let anyone follow you and come looking for you. The girl lowered her head deeply. No one could see her eyes clearly. They walked down the stairs. Lucy, why did you come down with the guest? Old Brooke raised his head from his chair and looked at the girl with the black cloth covering her face. He looked surprised. And you're wearing a scarf again. Are you going out? But the girl ignored him. She only looked at the man in gray. Dear guest. Old Brooke snapped out of his daze and looked at the man attentively. Are you going to pay the bill? The man in gray nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Be clean. Puzzled, Old Brooke watched the interaction between his daughter and the guest, not understanding what was going on. The veiled girl nodded. Under Old Brooke's questioning gaze, she walked up to him, opened her arms and hugged him. Like a daughter hugging her father. What are you doing, Lucy? Old Brooke did not know whether to laugh or cry as he watched his daughter's actions. He hugged her back helplessly, and at the same time, gave the cold guest an apologetic look. I still have to entertain. But he did not manage to finish his sentence. Xueqi. Old Brooke's expression changed. Hugging his daughter, he shuddered violently. Old Brooke's teeth began to chatter. His face contorted. With great difficulty and shock. He lowered his head and looked at his daughter in his arms. Lucy, you. Old Brooke's trembling grew stronger, as though he was enduring great pain. But nothing could compare to the disbelief, pain, and despair in his eyes. Puff. 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 Old Brooke shuddered 3 more times, each time more terrifying than the last. His eyebrows were twisted into a bunch, but he could only find coldness and indifference in his daughter's eyes. The girl loosened her arms and gently pushed Old Brooke away. Thud. Old Brooke fell limply to the ground, his face filled with despair. With trembling lips, he looked at the bloody dagger in the girl's right hand. Dampness and warmth spread from the owner's aching back, soaking his robe and the ground. No, Lucy. No. Old Brooke, who was lying in a pool of blood, pursed his lips and stared at the dagger in the girl's hand. Amidst the intense pain that almost blurred his senses, he extended his powerless right hand to his beloved daughter. In a daze, he said in a sobbing tone, Lucy. No. Why? But the girl only looked down at him coldly. Her eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. Listen up, my dear father. My name is not Lucy. That's just my working name. The veiled girl squatted down gently and moved closer to Old Brooke's ear. My real name is... Using a voice that only the two of them could hear, she said, Jessica Charlton. Old Brooke's gaze froze. But he could no longer say anything. The man in gray stood quietly behind them, not saying a word. Jessica stood up quietly, glanced at her dagger, and gently shook off the blood on it. On the dagger, 2 words appeared on the blood-soaked blade. YC? Sorry, the next chapter is the last chapter of the book. P.S. In fact, this chapter is a foreshadowing. Chapter 277. 3 days later, at the southeastern border of Black Sand region, Cohen Caribbean supported himself with his load-bearer saber and half knelt on the ground in pain. He glanced at the 2 people in the distance. They were Raphael, whose status was unknown, and Miranda, who was severely injured and unconscious. Damn it. Cohen felt waves of pain in his ribs. His opponent's sword was merciless. Putray was right. It was extremely dangerous for them to stay in Northland. But he missed out on one thing. Black Sand region isn't the only enemy. There's also the day before the bitter cold blizzard. And... Cohen raised his head with difficulty and looked at the enemy in front of him. He saw the sneer on his opponent's lips. And him. That young man. The man who belonged to the Disaster Swords, who was defeated by Cohen in the narrow alley, and then saved by Raphael. How shameful, Cohen said weakly. Compared to your teacher, you're scum. You're not qualified to be a swordsman at all. Even as a disaster sword, you're still too weak. They were on their way back to Constellation. Their journey had been smooth until they were ambushed for no reason. Cohen looked at the smug young man, then at the unconscious Raphael and Miranda. He clenched his fists tightly. In the distance, a horse that had lost its footing was whining in the snow.
"Ah, who asked me to run into you? And you're both heavily injured."
The young Northlander narrowed his eyes.
"Just like in the alley." He waved the weapon in his hand.
"Just admit that you're unlucky. As for my teacher, he won't know about this." Cohen stood up with difficulty, but the injury on his hand in Heroic Spirit Palace was far from healed. He could barely hold his sword steadily.
"No, Raphael's condition is far more serious than I expected. Miranda's injury is not to be underestimated either." The police officer clenched his teeth.
"I'm the only one left now." "Oh." The young man from the Disaster Swords laughed and glanced at Miranda. "That girl looks pretty good." "Damn it!" Cohen punched the snow so hard that he almost crushed his teeth. "Ah!" In the next second, the police officer roared furiously and activated the remaining glory of the stars, once again launching a series of continuous attacks. In the snow, the young man's and the police officer's shadows separated as soon as they met. Clang!
Cohen spat out another mouthful of blood and slumped to the ground.
His sword slipped out of his hand. He had reached his limit. This was especially true for his back. Whether it was Caslin's ruthless attack or Tolja's heavy throw, the damage done to him was far more terrifying than expected. He was powerless to retaliate. "No. Where is your prestige in Dragon Cloud City, big guy? Where's the sudden stab that you're so proud of? I forgot to thank you."
The young man glanced at the torn sleeve on his hand and laughed out loud.
"As a reward for giving me so many gifts in the city." The police officer felt the pierced arm and the unbridled pain from the rampaging power of eradication in his muscles.
He could only feel anger rising in his heart.
"And this barren bone man?"
The young man glanced at Raphael in disgust. Relying on his northern background in the Secret Intelligence Department, the young man spat and immediately shifted his attention to Miranda with interest.
"Hey! Stay away from them."
Cohen mustered all his remaining strength and punched the snow. He roared, "Come at me! You F***King F***King*** Shoal." From Walla Land to Western Desert, and then to Northland, Cohen angrily stuffed all the dirty words he had learned into this one sentence. He only hoped that he could anger his opponent and make him. "Don't be hasty.
Take a guess." The young man's gaze was cold, but he stretched his neck and licked his lips.
He did not seem to be angered at all.
"How will I deal with this beautiful girl? It will definitely leave a deep impression on you. This is to let you remember." The young man walked to Miranda's side and put on an expression that was both angry and amused. "When you provoke the wrong person." Unable to move, Cohen watched with remorse as the young man walked towards Miranda in a show of force. He only felt despair.
"I can't do anything. Nothing."
Cohen lay on the snow in pain. He had never hated his own incompetence so much.
"No. No."
At this moment, whoosh, there was a rapid sound of something cutting through the air. The young man's expression changed. He suddenly turned around and a sword light exploded in front of him.
Ding!
His hand and half-sword struck a weapon in the air, making a sharp sound of metal colliding.
The flying weapon was easily deflected by the young man and fell weakly to the ground.
It was a dagger with a strange curve.
Cohen, who was lying on the ground, stared at the dagger in a daze.
For a moment, he forgot to react. That dagger. A clumsy sneak attack. Is it your helper?
The young man curled the corner of his mouth and looked around, searching for the sneak attacker.
What the hell? This level of sneak attack is too simple. But in the next second, the young man's expression changed. From the blade he used to deflect the dagger, a strange tremor suddenly came. The tremor penetrated deep into his body, causing half of his body to instantly go numb. The young man wanted to raise his right arm, but found that his right hand could no longer move. He panicked.
"No, this tremor. What is it?" He had no chance to regret.
Whoosh! The wind whistled. A graceful figure moved at an astonishing pace, broke through the wind and snow, and instantly appeared in front of him. In the vast expanse of white snow, the sword light suddenly appeared. In the strange numbness, the young man mustered all his strength to shift the blade of his sword to the position where the enemy was coming from. But it was useless. The nimble enemy only tilted his body slightly in the air and dodged the sword. Then he slashed with the dagger. Chi! The defenseless young man opened his eyes wide in disbelief as he watched the enemy's dagger slash into his neck. "Although we are both holding swords, but in comparison," the enemy said in a pleasant voice, pushed his body and pulled out the blade. "You are really tasteless. You can't even compare to Qing pie. Scum." Warm arterial blood gushed out from the young man's neck. In endless fear, the young man's eyes focused. At that moment, the panic-stricken him saw the dagger in his opponent's hand again. It was a dagger from the tip to the hilt. The angle was crooked, like a dog's leg. That kind of dagger. If I can react, if I can display my strength. But there are no ifs. He fell limply, and his lifeless eyes met Cohen's shocked expression. The police officer stared blankly as the graceful figure squatted down in the snow and inserted the two daggers into her boots. Then, step by step, she walked towards him. Puff! A pair of thick snow boots appeared in front of him. Looking up, he saw a pair of long legs that were also wrapped in thick clothing. Cohen raised his head in a daze. The other party slowly squatted down. She took off her thick fur hat, revealing a head of neat brown hair. Cohen could not say anything. He only blinked, as if he could not believe what he saw. Ha! The other party fanned herself with a fur hat in her hand and exhaled a breath of hot air. The girl in front of him pushed her goggles up to her forehead, leaving red marks around her eyes from the weight of the glasses. A few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, making her look a little mischievous. Her nose and face were dotted with tiny beads of sweat. Her face was ruddy, and she looked rather healthy. Cohen did not know why this thought popped up in his head. The old man is completely wrong. It's not that cold in the north. I'm already sweating after running a few rounds. While she complained to someone in a bad mood, she curiously stared at the dying Cohen with her big bright eyes, as if she was sizing up a puppy by the roadside. "Yo, lost boy!" The female bartender of the underground street, who was dressed thickly but did not lose her elegance, pretended to learn from the police station's rules, and jokingly saluted the police officer with a very non-standard salute. "We meet again." Jayla Charlton, who was crouching in front of him, curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. Silence. Cohen continued to stare at her blankly, not saying a word. It was as if he was born with this appearance. Jayla scratched her head in exasperation and blinked when she saw his expression. Has he become stupid from the beating? The next moment, the police officer stared blankly at his two companions in the distance. Fortunately, he exhaled as if he had been relieved. It was as if all his shackles had been released in an instant. Cohen shut his bloodshot eyes tightly, his face contorted, and he buried his face into the snow. To be precise, he buried his face into Jayla's boots. His shoulders twitched, and he let out a sob. Jayla was shocked. Hey, don't cry." The female bartender, whose head was as big as a bucket, recalled the time she took care of injured puppies by the roadside. She pressed down on Cohen's shoulders in a flurry and imitated him by stroking his back. She spoke incoherently. "Sigh, all right, I know, I helped you get rid of the bad guy at the last moment, and I even saved your friends. You're very touched now, and you want to buy me drinks for the rest of your life to show your gratitude, but in this situation..." When Cohen heard that, he remembered the desperate situation just now, and he felt even more bitter in his heart. Ah! Not only did he not restrain himself, he even bawled loudly. Hence, Jayla's exasperated roar exploded in the air. "Ah! Don't use my clothes to wipe your tears, you damned greenhorn." After a while, Jayla, who had calmed down, sighed softly as she looked at Cohen, who was covered in wounds and in a daze. She looked at the snowy slope in front of her, and hesitation appeared in her eyes. However, Jayla looked at the man and woman with Cohen, and she could not help but scratch her hair. In the end, she shook her head. Jayla's face darkened. "Forget it. I've already searched many slopes. It seems that this information is also mostly fake. I'll probably end up empty-handed. Besides, if this greenhorn is here, it should be much easier to find people, right? Forget it if you can still walk, come with me." Thinking of this, Jayla patted Cohen's back in a carefree manner. "I know, there's a hunter's hut shared by Constellatiates and Northlanders nearby. There are some supplies there, and you can rest for a while." Cohen forced himself to stay awake, and looked at the strange girl in a daze. "What? Hey, let me make this clear first." The female bartender lowered her head and met the police officer's gaze. "I have to charge you.
What Cohen and Jayla did not know was that on the other side of the snowy slope, in the pine forest a few hundred meters away, a group of people wrapped in thick clothes were quietly waiting. One of the 13 generals of Blackstreet Brotherhood, Thunder Axe Oskow, looked at the sky and frowned slightly.
"It's already half an hour past the scheduled time," Oskow said in dissatisfaction. "They haven't appeared, whether it's that old ghost or that arrogant brat." A few of the Brotherhood members who were traveling with him also voiced their impatience and agreed with his words. "Humph, maybe they're used to working with Blood Bottle Gang." One of them shook his head in disdain. "They probably look down on lowly people like us." At the front of the group, a middle-aged man with a face full of scars turned around. His gaze was sharp and frightening. As he turned around, everyone quietened down. "Wait a little longer. This is one of the secret passages that Prince Horus purposely opened in the pine forest to launch a sneak attack on Extet." Ironheart Shandaroda, the Brotherhood's leader in arms smuggling, said coldly. "Now, it's the day before the bitter cold in Northland. Visibility is not good. They might not be able to find this passage. It's all thanks to the tense relationship between Constellation and Extet. Otherwise, it would not be easy to find such an opportunity." Oskow sighed and looked behind him. There were a dozen or so children tied up with thick ropes. They were curled up in a corner, shivering. Oskow frowned. He saw that one of the cowering children had a broken hand, and a more delicate and pretty young girl even had a scar on her face. "These people." Oskow walked to Rhoda's side and glanced at the others, telling them to stay away. Thunder Axe turned around and looked at his boss in dissatisfaction. "Do you really think they're interested in these crippled and leftover child beggars? Why don't we just let that fatty Morris?" Rhoda's lips curled up slightly, making the scar on his face look even more hideous. "This is just the first negotiation. These goods are our sincerity in working together. They don't lack weapons or channels. What they lack is manpower," Rhoda said flatly. "Besides, Morris won't agree to it." Oskow put on a puzzled expression. He looked at the group of children. He found the slightly older boy to be an eyesore. His gaze was rather disrespectful. "Do we have to hide this from the others in the Brotherhood and work together with them?" As a rising star that Rhoda thought highly of, Oskow had a lot of right to speak. The young man asked tentatively, "Including him?" Rhoda glanced at him with a meaningful look. "Don't misunderstand. I still admire Black Sword. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today," the infamous arms boss slowly said, "but their way of thinking is too old-fashioned. Whether it's Lance or Morris, they still treat the Brotherhood, which is getting bigger and has already infiltrated the corners of the city, as a mercenary group." "That's not all," Rhoda said quietly. "They're still living in the past. They're trying to summon the soul of the bloody sword. But we can't live in the past. We have to look further. We have to deal with the storm that will come sooner or later." "But times are changing," Rhoda said slowly. "When the nobles who rely on their manors to make a living have no choice but to come to the city to make a living, and when the wealthy merchants can also become the nobles of the kingdom, it's time for the Brotherhood to change. We can't just stop at being hooligans, and we can't become the servants of nobles like the Blood Bottle Gang." Oskow's expression froze for a second. "But," he said rather unconfidently, "we're just—" Rhoda suddenly looked up. His gaze was terrifying. It made Oskow pause for a moment. "We're countless broken-down merchants, countless desperate craftsmen, countless landless farmers, countless fugitives forced by life, countless lowly people in the city. We're the opposite of the respectable people, who were born noble. We're a dark undercurrent made up of countless powerless and powerless people." Rhoda put on a frightening smile. "But since the respectable commoner merchants and the vulgar country nobles can form groups and occupy a seat in the national conference, we can use the king's might to fight against the great nobles. Then why do we have to hide in the gutter and fight for the leftovers left behind by the great people? We have to look further. So, we have to prepare beforehand, even if we have to hide it from others. Only then can we seize the opportunity to change our fate." "The opportunity to change our fate?" Oskow lowered his head and suppressed the puzzlement in his heart. "But why them? That group of traitors who were swept away? And they're still unclear about our enemy?" Rhoda's gaze froze. "It's not as simple as they're unclear," Rhoda said faintly. 100 years ago, if there were no disaster swords, there would be no Blood Bottle Gang. Our old enemy. It's not as simple as a gang." He slowly raised his right hand and rubbed the iron glove on it. Oscow looked puzzled. Before the bloody year, I was Prince Horus's messenger. I understood a lot of things that made people uneasy. Rhoda's expression was solemn. Why do you think the disaster swords are called this, as a group of traitors? Oscow was slightly stunned. Named after the calamities who once destroyed the world? I've seen Dark Knight Temples plays before. Perhaps this sounds scarier? Rhoda laughed coldly. If. Rhoda exhaled softly and looked at his student with a profound gaze. If this name is not just meant to scare people, what if it has a deeper meaning? Oscow was instantly stunned. After a few more minutes, there was still no one on the snowy slope opposite them. The snowstorm grew stronger. Rhoda's expression became more unpleasant. Let's go. In the end, the boss of the firearms company exhaled a breath filled with anger. It seems that they won't come. Oscow looked unhappy. What about our cooperation? Rhoda sneered. It's fine. After all, they're not the only ones. They hold the key to overturn the world. He turned around and walked into the dense coniferous forest. Oscow snorted softly and asked his brothers to drag the group of frozen children back to the warehouse. Next volume, The Betrayers? Opening words. The excuses and reasons of traitors are innumerable, but the most absurd and sorrowful of them all is betrayal for loyalty. P.S. These 2 chapters should have been placed in the Dragon Blood scroll, but because I'm lousy, I put them in the wrong place. Please change them tomorrow. Chapter 278. The sun shone brightly. A group of knights arrived at their destination at the South City Gate of Dragon Cloud City. When the thin man stepped into this famous Northland city again and looked at the bustling crowd at the city gate, his heart was filled with endless emotions. Even after going through that disaster, Dragon Cloud City still appeared dignified, grand, boorish, and shocking. Even the quarrels of the passers-by had a sonorous tone to them. Those days. But he still forcibly suppressed the surging thoughts in his heart and retracted his gaze from the towering statue of Raikaru. He still had things to do. The thin man lowered his head and pulled the reins to urge his horse forward. The thin man calmly said to the dozen knights behind him, "Get ready, we have a long slope to climb." The knights seemed to be used to his indifferent tone. They did not say a word and just followed quietly. This was a low-key group. There were no flags, decorations, or emblems to show their identity. There were only luggage and miscellaneous items on the horses, as well as the hurried expressions on everyone's faces. It was obviously the first time a few of them came to Dragon Cloud City. They looked around in surprise. "This is Dragon Cloud City?" a young attendant asked, puzzled. "Didn't they say that it was almost destroyed by the calamity? Why is it so complete?" "What destroyed Dragon Cloud City was a rumor, not a calamity," the thin man replied in a relaxed manner. "Wash your brain, Mark." A few minutes later, a Northland noble with a military aura came up to welcome them with a few cavaliers. After a brief meeting, he led them away from the queue to enter the city. They walked past the empty space in front of the city gate and began to ascend the slope. "I'm flattered that the chief garrison officer personally came to welcome us," the thin man greeted them faintly. "Viscount Lysden. Unfortunately, the Archduchess is in the Hall of Heroes. Today is the day of her council hearing. Regent Leespan is also inside." The Northland noble named Lysden appeared to be very capable and courageous. With a few gestures from him, the patrol team began to operate in an orderly manner. He nodded slightly at the thin man on his horse. Lord Putre Nemain, who came all the way from Constellation Kingdom. Constellation's Lord Putre nodded in response. Viscount Lysden, Count Lisbon's trusted old subordinate, who remained as Dragon Cloud City's garrison officer after the Archduchess succeeded to the throne, looked at the group of travel-worn Constellations and nodded slightly. "But I believe that all of you must want to meet the prince first." Constellation's attendants looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. That prince. The legendary second prince. Exactly. On the bustling Northland Street, Putre's thin face revealed a smile. "Please bring us directly to the Blood Court." Lysden raised an eyebrow. Blood Courtyard. Of course. The Blood Court, the most remote and dilapidated corner of heroic Spirit Palace, houses a special guest. Lysden sighed softly. "Please follow me." The Viscount frowned and waved his hand. A messenger immediately understood and set off. 10 seconds later, a patrol team in front of them immediately changed direction and headed in the direction of Heroic Spirit Palace. You are a sensible man, I admire you, unlike your former receptionist. Put-Ray nodded approvingly and took out his pipe. Viscount Lysden snorted and rode beside Put-Ray. Former receptionist? Lysden's lips curled up. I heard about him secretly obstructing the diplomat group from contacting the prince. After that, he was found to be in close contact with a count from Black Sand region. That's why I took up the post myself this year. Lysden coughed with an unpleasant expression. After he was hanged, a hem replaced. Put-Ray took a puff of his cigarette and watched the smoke ring change on his horse. He said with a sigh, "Thank you for understanding our anxiety." "It's my pleasure." Lysden nodded slightly as if he was deep in thought. This is Dragon Cloud City, after all, not Black Sand City. Put-Ray narrowed his eyes and said, "King Chapman still sends a special envoy to offer his condolences?" Speaking of the common elected king, disgust and disdain appeared on Viscount Lysden's face. 3 times a year, and never late. If it's possible, he probably even wants to bribe the messenger crows flying above Dragon Cloud City to monitor our every move. Lysden glanced at Heroic Spirit Palace, which was located at the side of the mountains. Especially the whereabouts of those two. Put-Ray exhaled a smoke ring. "But I heard that your king has been in big trouble recently? Isn't that so?" Lysden snorted softly, as if he was very happy. Chapman Lampard's troubles have never stopped since he was crowned. Hearing that name, the faces of the Constellatiate attendants tensed up. They immediately pricked up their ears and paid attention to the new king who had not ruled for long in Extet. Half a month ago, led by the 4 archdukes in the north and west, they launched a boycott against the king's persecution of the nobles in the region. In the name of the joint ruling pledge, they called for tax resistance in solidarity with the old nobles of Black Sand region who were stripped of their titles. They also called for others to join them and oppose the king's atrocities. Viscount Lysden's lips curled up. Of course. He could boldly and confidently save a sum of money, and he could also see the king in a terrible predicament. Why not? I suspect that Dragon Cloud City will soon receive an invitation to sign their joint condemnation letter. Lysden exhaled softly. You know, the reputation of the Kinslayer is already bad enough. Chapman the Kinslayer. Put-Ray whistled. It's really harsh to call your own king that. I heard that it was Rockney the Long Hair, from the City of Faraway Prayers who first called him that. The garrison officer laughed happily. It's the worst nickname for a king in Extet's history. You know, even Jacob I, who married his own aunt and became his queen, was only called the Degenerate. Put-Ray chuckled and did not comment. Bad reputation. But it doesn't mean that his methods are bad. I heard that Constellation isn't stable either. I heard that the plague in the southwest, which was finally quelled, is showing signs of relapse. Viscount Lysden naturally changed the topic. And King Kessel has already sent 3 waves of regular soldiers to Blade Edge Hill? Put-Ray narrowed his eyes slightly. The old wounds are too deep. It won't be easy to heal them. Just like you. Lysden and Put-Ray looked at each other. The Dragon and Constellation duo nodded with their own thoughts in mind. The group of people walked past the lively Dragon Wing Square, the messy Bow District, Axe District and Spear District where the upper-class people stayed, all the way to the upper part of Dragon Cloud City. Finally, the first gatehouse, which separated Axe District and Heroic Spirit Palace, appeared before the group of people. Put-Ray looked at the towering gatehouse and sighed again. Viscount Lysden negotiated with the patrols guarding the gatehouse for a few minutes with a serious expression on his face before the Constellatiates were allowed to enter the gatehouse. Immediately, many patrolling soldiers walked forward with hostile expressions and searched them from their bodies to their luggage. This made many Constellatiates feel indignant. Calm down. This is a necessary procedure. Oh, the gift for the Archduchess is in that box. Please put it carefully. Put-Ray habitually raised his hands and waited for the body search. He comforted the unhappy Constellatiates and asked them to endure the Northlanders' murderous aura and brutality. Then he said to Lysden, who was waiting by the side, "Looks like your security measures have been improved a lot." Lysden's expression tensed. "We added 3 more passwords, and built many more sentry posts in front. Even if it's an emergency warrant issued by the Archduchess herself, there are corresponding safety measures. We even tried to recruit psionics, which are rarely seen in the Northlander army. It was said that it was the prince's suggestion. Lysden's tone became very stiff, as if he was suppressing something. The gatehouse is always a strong wall that separates danger. The story of being tricked into opening the gatehouse by a reputable high-ranking officer and a traitor among the soldiers will not repeat itself. Put-Ray sighed in response. Finally, after a complicated search, the group of Constellatiates passed through the gatehouse and arrived at the empty space in front of Heroic Spirit Palace. Put-Ray looked at the 8 big furnaces that were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time in front of the palace gate with complicated emotions. He remembered the scene of that small figure walking through the palace gate alone and could not help but let out a long sigh. Groups of palace guards on patrol looked at them in an unfriendly manner. They got off their horses and allowed the guards to lead their mounts away. The blood court is this way. Please follow me. Viscount Lysden led them away from the grand palace gate of Heroic Spirit Palace and into a remote winding corridor. The road under their feet became narrower and even overgrown with weeds. However, the number of guards on the road gradually increased. How is he doing? Put-Ray looked at the guards coming and going. His emotions were complicated. The Constellatiate's attention was attracted by this question. Lysden furrowed his brows. How is he doing? This question. Everyone has a different evaluation of him. The garrison officer chose his words carefully. But if you ask me, that prince is very quiet. The Constellatiates nodded at each other. This was in line with their judgment of the prince's youth and maturity. Only Put-Ray was shocked. What do you mean? That guy. Put-Ray recalled the image of that young adult who spoke with fervor and assurance and made people speechless from time to time. Quiet. He found it unbelievable. Most of the time, he sits quietly and reads by himself. Sometimes, he talks to himself or even recites in a low voice. It can be said that he forgets to eat and sleep. And every time, his position is different, from the corner of the courtyard to the cliff of the sky, worrying his guards. Every month, he goes out of the palace to Spear District to play chess. He likes to stay in his private room and play chess with himself. He sits there for a few hours until his attendants remind him that the Archduke's personal guards need to eat. He does not care much about the disputes in Dragoncloud City. Whether it is palace banquets or hunts, he declines all of them, even if the nobles' eyes are on him. Instead, he is very familiar with the servants in the palace. I heard that he likes to smile, and even greets messenger crows when he sees them. There are many teachers who have taught him and the Archduchess. Half of them did not last for 2 months, saying that they could not agree with the prince's style. Count Liespan is very troubled. Ah. Put-Ray shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I am here to solve this problem. Viscount Lysden's expression was strange. But his relationship with the Archduchess is very good. The two of them often stay in the library from morning to afternoon. This has made him many enemies among the nobles in Dragoncloud City. When he said this, Lysden lowered his voice and said, Count Liespan is very dissatisfied with him because of this. That's not all. It has also attracted a lot of dissatisfaction and protests from the Archduchess. Lysden said quietly. Put-Ray knew what was going on and nodded slightly. After passing through countless porches and layers of guards, they finally arrived in front of a dilapidated and old 3-story building that almost didn't have a hall. There were still many palace guards standing there, scanning them with vigilant and fierce gazes. It's like being in a prison. You know, there are prison guards everywhere. A Constellatiate attendant whispered to his companion. A man who was obviously the leader of the palace guards walked out. He was tall and had a sharp gaze. At his waist was a long sword. Viscount Lysden greeted the captain of the guards. Lord Justin. The Viscount nodded politely. He extended his hand to the Constellatiates behind him and introduced, This is the former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lord Justin, who once defended the palace under Black Sand Region's attack, nodded with a calm expression. His gaze circled the guest. Put-Ray Nemain. I recognize him. Put-Ray smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, Lord Justin obviously did not like to talk too much. He remained expressionless and cut straight to the point. I know why you're here. He is in the backyard. Follow me. Put-Ray smiled slightly, thanking him for his understanding. I will wait for you here. Lysden put his hands behind his back and stood on the spot. He pursed his lips and nodded. The Archduchess' hearing will take a while. With anticipation, the Constellatiate attendants looked at each other and followed Put-Ray through the first floor of the building to the backyard. Even under the sun, the backyard, which was shrouded by a canopy of trees, still looked gloomy and dilapidated, as if no one had lived there for a long time. The tiles were uneven, and the ground was covered in broken tree roots. The pale tree trunks and the cracked walls of the courtyard were almost one. The walls were desolate, and shadows were everywhere. There was an ominous atmosphere in the air, making people feel gloomy at first sight. More than 10 Constellatiate soldiers stood in the dilapidated courtyard, guarding the entrance and exit. A young Constellatiate man in his 20s saw them from afar. His eyes immediately brightened and he hurried over to welcome them. Oh, what a surprise! The young man was tall and straight. His face was ordinary, but he had a pair of sharp eyes. His Highness said, I thought you would only arrive a week later. The young man came before Put-Ray. The Constellatiate attendants could not help but notice that there was a long sword without a sheath at his waist. It was single-edged. It's a pleasure to meet you. Put-Ray exhaled a smoke ring without hesitation and raised his eyebrows. Attendant Waya Casso. Hearing this surname, the guests from Constellation cast a strange look at Waya. So that's the cunning foxes. But the prince's attendant did not seem to like this kind of gaze. He turned to the side and revealed the scene behind him. The guests were immediately attracted by the strange man leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He had light, short hair and a silver mask that covered the area from his throat to his nose. Only the upper half of his tattooed face was exposed. He sized up the guests with a cold and vigilant gaze, as if they were intruders. It made them feel uncomfortable. He's probably not very friendly, many people thought. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a muffled sound was heard. The guests from Constellation immediately shifted their gazes to the source of the sound, the two people who were practicing swordsmanship in the field. The one who caught their attention was the 7 or 8-year-old boy. He held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. He was drenched in sweat, but his expression was firm as he gritted his teeth. He withstood the guards' attacks again and again. Raise your arms. Pay attention to the rise and fall of my shoulders. Predict the next attack and defend in time. The guard who was training with him was not tall to begin with. He deliberately lowered his posture to take care of the boy's movements and height. The wooden sword knocked on the boy's joints from time to time, forcing the boy to retreat. Asterisk bang. Asterisk another muffled sound was heard. The boy fell to the ground in a sorry state. He bit his lower lip, wiped the sweat off his forehead, rubbed his aching knees, and looked at the guard in dissatisfaction. Do you have to do this? Stand up. The guard shook his head. His tone was stern and uncompromising. Raise your sword. Waya frowned and looked at the 7 or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to be reluctant, but in the end, he did not say anything. Beside him, Put-Ray narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at the training in the field. The people of Constellation craned their necks and looked at the little boy on the ground who was gritting his teeth and enduring the pain with a tough expression. That was Constellation's only prince? The one who was a hostage in the enemy country and used his life to maintain the peace between the two countries. But the guests looked at the boy who was struck down by a sword, and their hearts dimmed. The little prince looked at his hands and legs and sighed heavily. He got up listlessly. But this is too much. If you still want to inherit your father's position and take over his heavy responsibilities, isn't this necessary? The guard's stern words came from behind the helmet. It was frightening to hear. The people around them shook their heads. A sharp blade may be able to tear flesh, but if it's held in a pair of unstable hands, you won't even be able to cut through the most fragile reed. The prince, who was still a weak boy, could only take a deep breath and hold back his emotions. He focused his attention again and raised his sword and shield. Many of the onlookers could not bear to watch. Many of them cast a strange glance at the newcomer, Put-Ray. The sparring began again. You know the main points of this sword style. Although the guard who looked like an instructor was strict, he still dutifully taught the boy and guided his movements. Your footsteps must be steady, but not too tight. Control your center of gravity. This is especially important when you switch between offense and defense. However, asterisk bang. Asterisk the third time, The strong but weak boy fell to the ground violently. The wooden sword fell to the ground. He could not fight back at all. Behind Put-Ray, the attendants of Constellation looked at each other in disappointment and retracted their gazes from the boy. Obviously, the prince was not talented in martial arts, to the point that he did not know anything about it. It made their feelings of anticipation a little complicated. If this is Constellation's future, enough! Waya, who was watching from the side, could not stand it anymore. The prince's attendant crossed his arms and said to the boy's instructor in dissatisfaction, "He's only 8 years old." Ralph, who was leaning against the wall, whistled softly and made a gesture that no one else could understand. The little prince on the ground took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and punched the ground fiercely. However, he still looked at his instructor, unwilling to admit defeat. 8 years old. The guard snorted coldly. He lowered his head and looked at the boy. When I was his age, the enemies I faced were far less merciful. They even gave you a second, no, a 12th chance to stand up. The little prince's face turned pale as he stood up. You do not need me to tell you how special your identity is. The guard's words were merciless, and it made the boy with the special identity feel a little embarrassed and ashamed. But the boy still refused to admit defeat. But I am smarter than all of them. This is not a matter of whether you are smart or not. The guard's voice became sterner. Every single one of your opponents is much older than you, much stronger, and much more experienced. Without a strong will and a strong body, how are you going to climb to the highest position in the future? How are you going to control the entire, at this moment, Your Highness? An extremely loud shout rang through the entire area, even attracting the attention of the palace guards in the distance. The entire area fell silent. Put-Ray took a step forward and patted Waya's shoulder, gesturing for him to step back. The visitors from Constellation looked at the leader of their trip, hoping that he could bring some changes to the seemingly weak prince. After all, he is the future of Constellation. It was only then that the 7 or 8-year-old boy noticed Put-Ray's arrival. He scratched his head in embarrassment. When the onlookers saw this, they all had strange expressions on their faces. The thin lord stared at the scene with a sharp gaze. A second later, he sighed softly. Your Highness, stop fooling around. Put-Ray put away his stern expression. With a profound gaze, he said helplessly, Be more mature. You should grow up. The boy blinked and looked around anxiously, as if he was a little afraid. A few seconds later, the guard in front of the prince moved slightly and threw down the wooden sword in his hand. He stood up straight and turned his head. The guard pulled his shoulders, and as his joints cracked, he took off the protective gear and gloves on his arms. Ah, you are still the same. Your sense of humor is lacking. A muffled voice came from behind the helmet. It was as unpleasant as a drake's voice. The people around them, whether it was Ralph or Waya, all looked at the guard in resignation. Put-Ray rubbed his forehead. He felt as if his head was about to explode. The new attendants from Constellation looked at each other in surprise. For a moment, they could not react. The stern guard took off his helmet, revealing a delicate and pretty face of 13 or 14 years old. The teenager shook his sweaty face under the helmet. He walked forward and tossed the helmet to Ralph beside him. He smiled heartily at Put-Ray, who was half a head taller than him. Under everyone's gazes, the real second prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, who looked like a teenager, punched Put-Ray's shoulder in a straightforward manner, just like a normal Northland man. It's been a while, Put-Ray. Put-Ray, who was knocked back a step, shook his head in resignation. To think that they said you were very quiet. He really is a quiet prince. Thales laughed heartily and patted Put-Ray's shoulder. He flashed a refreshing and relaxed smile at the people behind him, making them feel that he was very close to them. My friends from my hometown, welcome to Northland. The prince happily thumped his chest and said loudly with a muffled sound in his chest, Welcome to Northland. Under the stupefied gazes of the attendants, Put-Ray gritted his teeth as if he had a headache. He gestured with his lips. What's up with that boy? Thales then patted his head and turned around. Joseph, I met an old friend. The prince changed from his stern demeanor just now. He squatted down and said gently to the boy, Let's call it a day. You can go back now. Your father is probably anxious from waiting. Don't be nervous. My teacher told me that to learn this sword style, you must first learn how to take a beating.
The boy exhaled as if he had been pardoned. He rolled his eyes and took off his protective gear.
I thought it was over for today.
Thales laughed heartily. The teenage prince turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Put-Ray, whose face was almost as black as charcoal.
This is Joseph, the head chef's son.
His dream is to take over his father's position, become the head chef of Heroic Spirit Palace, and be in charge of the entire scullery. His identity allowed him to participate in the chef's apprenticeship at the age of 8. But you know, the competition in Heroic Spirit Palace's scullery is fierce, and he's the worst at cutting meat, so he needs special training when it comes to using a knife.
All right. Put-Ray sighed helplessly and flicked away the remaining smoke from his pipe. I'm glad to see that you have become more cheerful in the past 6 years.
Your Highness. He was no longer the damned child with a stern face in the past.
Thales' expression froze for a second. He stood up and stopped smiling.
As the prince's expression changed, the atmosphere among the guards and attendants also turned cold.
No, he said faintly. It's not 6 years.
Put-Ray responded with a puzzled look.
I remember it very clearly.
The prince raised his head and said with a slightly sentimental tone, Today is the 14th of June, year 679. Thales looked at the sun in the sky and sighed with a complicated gaze.
It's 6 years and 167 days. I'm already almost 14 years old.
Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
Thales. Boo-hoo. You've finally grown up.
I thought. Boo-hoo.
Hurry up, everyone. Those who tipped, those who voted, those who left messages, Swordless, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Otherwise, what if he woke up in the next chapter and realized that he was still 7 years old?
Chapter 279.
Don't worry. The Archduchess hearing will last until sunset. You can still make it if you go in the afternoon. I'll send someone to inform Viscount Lysden. In the bedroom on the second floor, Thales glanced at the noon sun. He picked up a wet towel from the basin and wiped his face while he spoke to Put-Ray, who was sitting behind him. Put-Ray watched the second prince's back, which was much wider and taller than 6 years ago. He touched the wrinkles on his face in silence and watched the flame in his pipe slowly extinguish. It's hard to imagine that this is the thin and weak boy who could not even ride a horse 6 years ago. The boy who gritted his teeth and barged into Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales pressed the towel on his face and exhaled deeply. Trust me, she is never in a good mood after every hearing. It's the same for Regent Leespan. If I were you, I wouldn't go looking for trouble so early. Put-Ray refilled his pipe and snorted softly. I'm guessing that Archduchess Walton is still not on the list of Northlanders' recognition, right?
Thales raised his eyebrows.
Recognition. He recalled what he had seen and heard in the past 6 years and could not help but shrug. Just persuading the direct vassals of Dragoncloud City to salute the new Archduchess at King Nuven's funeral almost exhausted all of Lisbon's prestige as the Prime Minister of more than 20 years. And this was with 5 archdukes, including the king, endorsing her. Thales recalled the extremely strange funeral. King Nuven, whose eyelids were covered with gold coins, lay quietly in the middle of the Hall of Heroes with his sword in his arms. The stitches on his neck were completely covered by his collar. The vassals slowly walked forward with shock and depression. They looked at the new young suzerain in disbelief, then looked at the livid Leespan in anger and puzzlement, as if the latter had betrayed them. The prince snorted softly and threw the towel into the wash basin. He walked into a single cubicle and unbuttoned his inner shirt while he sighed. As the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, you can imagine what kind of situation she has been in for the past 6 years. Outside the cubicle, Put-Ray stood up and nodded thoughtfully. The former vice diplomat of Constellation walked to the window and glanced at the guards who could be seen everywhere in the backyard. In comparison, as a hostage prince in the enemy's heartland, at least they value you. If you are referring to the densely packed palace guards and the Archduchess guards from the corridor to the top of the hall, and from the balcony to the courtyard. Thales took off his inner shirt, and his fingers inadvertently touched the round burn scar on his chest. He could not help but recall a past memory. He sighed as he picked up a new undershirt and put it on. Let me put it this way. After Nuven was assassinated 6 years ago, that dead-faced Nicholas became more and more neurotic. He wanted nothing more than to turn Heroic Spirit Palace into a prison where no one can enter or a military camp where they patrol day and night. Thales put on his clothes and said helplessly, "No matter where I go, They will probably turn that place upside down 3 days in advance. Putray glanced at the guards on duty in the corridor and nodded slightly. I'm glad to hear that the Star Killer is so responsible. When you see his face, you won't think so. The people before you have suffered a lot from him. In the cubicle, Thales put on his smock and grabbed the complicated leather belt hanging on the wall. The dagger on the belt made him frown slightly again. It was Viscount Kenny's diplomat group. That time, Nicholas almost cut the horse into pieces and sewed it up before returning it to me. Thales skillfully wrapped the belt around his waist and fastened the 4 buttons. Then, he sat down and put on his boots. Putray turned around from the window and puffed out a smoke ring without any scruples. The prince's desk was piled full of books. Some of them were half opened, some had bookmarks in them, and there were also quite a number of notes. 3 sheathed swords were neatly placed on the sword rack by the side. 2 shields were stacked next to the sword rack. Putray curled up the corners of his mouth. His gaze shifted to Thales' bed. The bedding and pillows on it were as clean as new. Probably because he changed them often. Putray thought. But his gaze shifted to the corner of the wall not far from the bed. A normal person might not have noticed it, but the sharp Putray noticed that this corner of the wall was brighter than the wall beside it. It was just enough for a person to lie in the corner. Putray narrowed his eyes. A few seconds later he sighed quietly. Your Highness. For some reason, Putray calmed down. His tone was serious. How have you been over the past few years? The voice in the cubicle paused for a fraction of a second. It was as if the person in the cubicle was thinking about the answer. Ha! The prince's exhalation was heard. He sounded indifferent. A regular work and rest schedule, the magnificent scenery of Northland, a personal bodyguard, no need to worry about life-threatening dangers, no need to face old and cunning enemies. The only things I need to worry about are a little girl and her female officials, plus a dead face and an old regent. In the cubicle, Thales fastened his boots. His breathing slowed down, and his expression was still. Why not? Why not? Putray did not speak. But, a few seconds later, the fully dressed Thales pushed open the cubicle door and walked into the bedroom. He raised his head and looked at Putray in front of the desk. He said sincerely, I'm still very happy to see you, Putray. You don't see old friends every day in Dragon Cloud City. Especially those who have gone through hardships together. Thales added in his heart. He picked up a half-sword from the sword rack, tested its weight, and put it into his belt. I want to say the same to you, Your Highness. Putray flashed a smile. But you know, I'm not used to sentimental conversations. Thales snorted when he heard this. So where have you been for the past 6 years? The young prince stood in front of the dressing mirror and casually tugged at his collar. At that time, I thought you would stay in Dragon Cloud City with me as Gilbert's designated instructor. Putray bit his pipe and snorted softly with a crooked mouth. Speaking of instructors, I heard that you brought a lot of trouble to the instructors in Dragon Cloud City, he said faintly, as if he did not hear Thales' question. Thales blinked and did not continue to ask about his whereabouts for the past 6 years. First of all, I'm not very used to the way many people teach me, and I'm a straightforward person. He shook his hair and felt that it was about time. Secondly, I don't think that's the kind of education an archduke should have. Thales' voice subconsciously became softer. Putray spat out his pipe. What? The young prince shook his head and cleared his mind of the past few lectures. Nothing. Just take it that I don't like the look of them. Putray looked at him and chuckled. Regarding your education, the country is also very troubled, the thin lord said faintly. So, I specially invited a teacher for you this time. You invited a teacher? Thales furrowed his brows slightly. I thought you wanted to teach me personally? I will only teach you to be a gloomy prince full of schemes. Putray laughed. At most, I will teach you to sing a few colorful bardic poems. Gilbert will probably kill me. Thales followed him and laughed dryly. Then his face darkened. You should know that King Chapman does not allow constellations to come and teach me. Thales sighed slightly. He refuses to let any constellation interfere with the Prince of Constellation's education. The prince remembered the scene where he received the education of Northland nobles with that girl. The Extensions taught him the common language with a Northland accent and even the language of orcs. They also taught him the history and traditions of Northland, the importance of the 38th Sentry Ground and the dangers of Broken Dragon Fortress. But they did not teach him the language of the ancient empire, the history of the empire, the past of constellation, or even the language of elves and the rhetoric of the nobles. Gilbert taught him everything in Mindy's hall. Thales shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, it was quite convenient to practice the Northland military sword style with the swift and fierce Northland warriors. Please do not worry. That scholar comes from Enlenzo Dukedom's Dragon Kiss Academy. He is highly respected and has a reputation far and wide. Put-Ray seemed to have predicted what he was going to say. He blew out another smoke ring nonchalantly. He will arrive a few days later and will teach you and the Archduchess at the same time. Regent Leespan will only be pleasantly surprised by his arrival. Thales paused for a moment. There was puzzlement in his eyes. Dragon Kiss Academy? Highly respected? Put-Ray extended his pipe and nonchalantly smashed it on the windowsill under the prince's furrowed brows, which could kill a mosquito. When he was young, he was once my tutor and Gilbert's tutor, Put-Ray said sentimentally. Gilbert and I spent a lot of effort to convince him. Put-Ray and Gilbert's tutor? Thales remembered the former foreign affairs minister whom he had not seen for many years. His curiosity grew. Who is he? You will know, Put-Ray said calmly. Before that, please forgive me for keeping some surprises for you. Surprises? Thales raised his eyebrows in a direction he could not see. So, Put-Ray. The second prince narrowed his eyes. You came here this time to solve the problem of my education? Put-Ray snorted softly with a playful expression. He changed the topic slightly. Yes. Otherwise, in 6 years, the heir to Constellation will almost become a Northlander. Thales rolled his eyes in resignation. But in the next moment, a strange light suddenly shone in Put-Ray's eyes. Prince Thales. Put-Ray tapped his pipe with a profound expression. Have you been homesick for the past 6 years? Thales was stunned. Home. Abandoned house. Sunset pub. Jayla. When he thought of home, these were the first words that popped into his mind. Perhaps. There's also Gilbert, Gines, and Yodel? Thales crossed his arms and sighed. I don't know. He forced a smile. I haven't been in Constellation for a long time. My impression of it is very shallow. Put-Ray stared at him quietly. He did not say a word. Thales, who was originally a little sad, became a little puzzled by Put-Ray's stare. Very good. Put-Ray's gaze was profound as he stared into Thales' eyes. Then it's time to strengthen it. Thales was stunned. A few seconds later, the prince, who understood something, sighed. The Secret Intelligence Department? Thales lowered his head and asked softly. Put-Ray whistled softly. What else could it be? The prince's expression froze. After a while, Thales snorted with the ghost of a smile. His face was downcast. I really don't know if I should be happy or sad. Thales took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. He grabbed a book on the desk. Let's go. Put-Ray was shocked. Huh. Where are we going? Ah, didn't I tell you? The prince turned his head and revealed his white teeth. I'm used to going out of the palace to play chess once a month. Chapter 280. In Heroic Spirit Palace, after parting ways with Put-Ray, who had a strange expression on his face, Thales walked out of the narrow and desolate blood court with a book under his arm, following his habit of the past 3 years. Accompanied by his entourage, he walked straight to the stable. Wyatt followed behind him with a helpless expression. Ralph seemed to be used to this scene. He just quietly followed the prince's footsteps. Behind them were a small number of Constellation soldiers. Most of them were recruited from Broken Dragon Fortress in the past, and they had gone through many difficulties together with the prince. This included the veteran Genid and the new recruit Willow, who was no longer a recruit. Further away, the personal guards of the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City and the palace guards passed messages back and forth as if they were facing a great enemy. From time to time, groups of soldiers would set off to clear the way. Lord Justin, who was in the lead, had a dark and tense expression, but he still meticulously carried out his duty to protect the safety of this special guest. After all, this was the Archduchess' order. For the sake of safety, I sincerely suggest that you postpone leaving the palace for a few days, at least until the Archduchess' State Affairs hearing is over. Wyatt seemed to be unable to stand the second prince's leisurely pace. By then the White Blade Guards. The Archduchess guards will have enough manpower to protect you when you go out, instead of focusing most of their energy on the Hall of Heroes like now. Waya's attendant glanced at the Northland soldiers around him. There were at least half of the number of people the prince usually had when he went out. Many of Dragoncloud City's vassals visited before and after the state affairs hearing. Most of the Archduchess guards in Dragoncloud City, whether it was the remaining former White Blade guards or the elite soldiers newly trained by the Star Killer over the past few years, had been transferred to the Archduchess side. Thales pulled out the brown-covered book from under his armpit and flicked the words "The Light of Mankind," the beginning and end of the Temple of Knights on the cover. Nonchalantly, he whistled the tune Ralph had taught him. Waya Casso had only returned to the kingdom twice in the 6 years he served the prince in Extet. Each time he returned, he appeared to have matured a lot. However, he was as serious and overworked as ever. He had never relaxed his tense body. This won't do. Especially when facing an opponent like that. Thales maintained his smile and said silently in his heart. The prince said in a relaxed manner, "Safety issues such as assassins are not a problem. Northlanders are not idiots. Even children who have been burned before are afraid of fire, much less a country where a king has died." Lord Justin, who was a former White Blade guard and was walking by the side, snorted loudly without bothering to hide it. He mumbled something under his breath, and to Thales, who had good hearing, it seemed to be, "How dare a constellatiate say that?" Thales pretended not to hear her and shrugged. Besides, being placed under house arrest in an enemy country city is already very tragic. Don't deprive me of what little fun I have left. Tragic? I can see that you're enjoying your current prison life. Waya rolled his eyes. Since he was familiar with the prince, it was rare for him to retort sarcastically. Besides, there's never been a prisoner who has such a good relationship with the warden that she can promise you the freedom to choose your relief time every month, right? Don't make it sound so simple. Going out of the palace to play chess. Thales laughed. He waved at Waya without turning his head. That is a pitiful right I fought for from the master of Dragoncloud City and Count Leespan after enduring humiliation. Endure humiliation and suffering hardships? Waya's face immediately turned as dark as Lord Justin's. Are you referring to the countless times you dragged the Archduchess to skip classes and caused a ruckus in Heroic Spirit Palace? Do you really have to do it today? Waya's innate personality made him resist the urge to continue mocking him. The attendant said with a straight face, "If it really doesn't work, then stay in the palace to play chess. You're playing against yourself anyway." Under the watchful eyes and ears of King Chapman, in the treacherous atmosphere in Dragoncloud City, and in front of the prince's identity, which Extet noble would dare to sit across from the sole heir of Constellation and play chess, unless they were deliberately looking for trouble or had ulterior motives? The point is not to play chess, but to relieve, Waya. Thales did not stop walking. The book in his hand slowly tapped against his left palm. I don't expect people like you, who can freely enter and leave Dragoncloud City, to understand the feelings of a prisoner. Waya shook his head in resignation and was about to speak again. All right, Waya, be a good person and say less. Thales waved his index finger behind him and casually ended the conversation. Learn from Madeira next to you. He never talks too much. Waya frowned. His suspicious gaze moved back and forth between Madeira Ralph, the phantom wind follower. Sure enough, the mute Ralph did not say a word. He expressionlessly gave Waya the middle finger in a provocative manner. I can't deny this. Waya sighed in pain. He lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. He really doesn't talk much. Thales whistled. At this moment, a young and exaggerated female voice rose above their heads. Oh! Young Thales, are you going out of the palace again? A few of the Archduchess guards who had just arrived raised their crossbows nervously, but the others were calm and unruffled, as if they were used to it. Waya and Ralph rolled their eyes almost at the same time. With a thud, a short figure wrapped tightly in a cloak jumped down from a tree on the side. With one hand on her waist, she caught up with Thales and gave him a thumbs up with the other. Don't worry. With me around, his safety will not be a problem. Why do you always like to lie on the branches, Lady Ida? Waya questioned the cloaked lady, who was supposed to be the prince's first protector. The sun is so bright. Of course, I have to find shade. Waya raised his head suspiciously. He could not figure out what shade and branches had in common. I'm sorry, Ida. I'm just going to Spear District to play chess. Thales sighed and replied impatiently, I'm not going to the suburbs to hunt for rabbit meat. Ha! Ida rested her head on her hands and walked backward in front of him. The cloak that covered half of her face could not hide the disappointment in her voice. Can't you just take 2 more steps? 2 more steps from Spear District to the suburbs. Are you talking about the Great Dragon's 2 steps? Ida said pitifully, the food in Heroic Spirit Palace is always cold when it's served. Don't you think? Boy, think about it. It's hot rabbit meat. The cold food in Heroic Spirit Palace is for the sake of your safety. Check the food. Speaking of safety. Ida clenched her fist and sighed bitterly. As your personal protector, I fought bloody battles all those years ago. I was covered in cuts and bruises all over my body before I rescued all of you from the hands of the enemy. In the end, I saved all of Dragon Cloud City. Now, I just want to eat some hot meat, but you can't even make such a small request. Are you talking about a certain young lady who rushed to Heroic Spirit Palace with a greasy mouth 6 years ago, only to find that everything was over? So, she happily asked me for money to pay up so that she could prove that she was not a chicken thief? The prince replied indifferently. In the next second, Thales turned and skillfully tilted his head to the side. He dodged the angry elf lady just in time, and also dodged the poking finger that came from her tiptoes. Hey, you actually dodged it again. The 3rd time. The cloaked lady stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She raised her right index finger and said with a trembling voice, "Why are you so familiar with this?" Thales exhaled, shook his head, and continued to walk forward, leaving behind the sad and helpless Ida. Where did the adorable little Thales who could never avoid my finger of death go? And the countless soldiers and guards who ignored her and continued to walk forward. Over the past 6 years, everyone had long since gotten used to this protector's peculiarity. Over the past 6 years, everyone had long since gotten used to the protector's peculiarity. Waya responded with a sympathetic look, and Ralph simply whistled a low, trembling whistle to set off her mood at that moment. Thales felt the unique fluctuation that gathered at the bottom of his feet and the side of his neck slowly disappear. He frowned as he sensed the faint fatigue in his tendons. Just now, it was this familiar fluctuation that helped him avoid Aida's finger. With a solemn expression, Thales recalled the words of the man with the black long sword on a certain bloody night a long time ago. This is a cursed power. You can only increase it through special methods. As expected, it's been 6 years. The effect and price of this thing. Thales clenched his fists and felt the soreness and numbness in his legs and neck. There's no progress at all. Thales walked into the stable at the side of Heroic Spirit Palace and kicked his boots on a stool to hide his intention of relaxing his tendons. The prince came to the familiar stable surrounded by 2 people. A strong black horse poked its head out of the fence and affectionately stuck its nose out at him. Did you treat her well? Thales smiled and scratched the black horse's chin. He looked at her teeth and said to the coachman beside him, "You know, Jenny likes cleanliness." The full-time coachman of Heroic Spirit Palace patted his chest proudly and promised the prince that his steed had never been so healthy before. The black horse was Prince Jenny's exclusive steed. She was brought to Dragon Cloud City by Constellation's diplomat group 3 years ago. She was a good girl who was carefully selected from thousands of steeds. As a mixed blood of a Northland warhorse and a Plains horse, she inherited her mother's violent temper and her father's strong legs. She was ruthless towards many riders who tried to subdue her. Surprisingly, Thales, who had never been talented in riding, got along well with Jenny. Even Viscount Kenny, who led the diplomat group at that time, clicked his tongue in amazement. Thales chuckled and stuffed the book in his hand into the saddlebag. He untied Jenny's reins. At the same time, Waya and the other soldiers began to look for their own steeds. At this moment, "Good day, respected Prince Thales." A melancholic and calm female voice came from outside the stable. As a 56-year-old elder, I have to remind you to pay attention to your safety during this trip. The soldiers and guards made way for the newcomer and bowed to the newcomer. The Constellations, on the other hand, frowned. Thales closed his mouth, which was left open because of his smile. He turned his back to the new lady and sighed. "Good day, Madam Gings." He did not even turn his head. Still, he prepared to depart. "I thought you should be by the Archduchess' side right now, helping her to show her grace to the vassals and nobles in a proper and elegant manner." Gings was one of the Archduchess' personal female officials. She was a noblewoman in her 50s but looked like she was in her 30s. Her clothes were simple, her hair accessories were simple, and her manners were well-mannered. She always had a stern face that was even more serious than Waya's, but her language and etiquette were impeccable. Rumor had it that she was the widow of a powerful vassal under the late King Nuvan. 6 years ago, she was invited by Regent Liespan to Heroic Spirit Palace to take care of the Archduchess' daily life and teach her the appropriate etiquette. She should have been an excellent and competent female official like Gines Bajkovic in Renaissance Palace, if she had not requested that the Prince of Constellation, who used to read leisurely, also attend Northland etiquette lessons. Incidentally, she was also one of the reasons why Thales skipped class with the Archduchess for the first time. Madame Gings still spoke in a voice that made people unconsciously nervous. Also, I brought a message from a few other lords. I suggest that you listen carefully, even if you are from the south. Hearing this, Thales helplessly stopped what he was doing. He turned around and bowed to her. Madame Gings nodded in satisfaction. She raised her neck, which was at an angle comparable to a swan's neck, and cleared her throat. The Archduchess of Dragoncloud City asked me to remind you that during the time she is in charge of politics, the lady said arrogantly, the new books that arrived in the palace. All right, Madame Gings. Thales scratched his ear, feeling a headache coming on. Please tell the Archduchess that I will wait until she returns before opening the gifts. Madame Gings narrowed her eyes. Although her expression did not change, Thales knew that she was displeased with the prince's interruption. But a few minutes later, the lady spoke again. Count Liespan also asked me to remind you that when he accompanies the Archduchess in charge of the regent, for your safety and Dragoncloud City's reputation, please obey the king's edict. The female official lowered her posture a little this time, but she still looked straight into Thales' eyes. All right, Madame Gings. Thales stroked Jenny's horse's head to soothe her restlessness, which was displeased with her master's delay in releasing her. Please help me thank Count Liespan, who is busy with the regent, but still finds time to care about me. Tell him that I will not run out of Axe District and Spear District. Gings frowned slightly. Lastly, Captain Sorry Nicholas asked me to remind you that because the day of the state affairs hearing is especially special, you must cooperate with Lord Justin and his personal guards when you go out. The lady's voice softened, but it still made people nervous. Also because of your bad record of only returning after 8 o'clock 2 months ago. This time, once you return after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he is prepared to recall all his personal guards and lock the gatehouse. At the same time, he suggests that you settle your own food and lodging. Thales frowned, took a deep breath, and exhaled long and loud. In his mind, he automatically filtered out Madame Ging's embellishment and reconstructed the Star Killer's original words as he crossed his arms in annoyance and said with a pale, dead face, "Tell him not to come back after 5 o'clock. He might as well just die outside." The prince pushed the fence open, stepped onto the stool, and mounted the horse. All right, Madame Gings. The prince faced the stern female official and muttered to himself for a few seconds. Once again, I have to trouble you to tell that dead. Tell Lord Nicholas. Gings, the female official, raised her eyebrows. 5 o'clock? Thales sighed and said seriously and sternly, why doesn't he just die? The next moment, Thales flung the reins without hesitation. Jenny neighed loudly and spurred the horse forward. The prince rushed past the stunned female official without turning his head. The attendants and soldiers beside him followed one after another, including the helpless Waya, the calm Ralph, and the sulking Ida. He flung the reins in his hand and spurred the horse out of the square in front of Heroic Spirit Palace, heading towards the first gatehouse. The journey from Heroic Spirit Palace to Spear District did not take much time, especially with the cooperation of the Archduchess guards and the patrols. The streets and roads could be said to be unobstructed. When he teased Waya just now, there was one thing he did not lie about. This was a hard-earned opportunity for Thales to play chess in Spear District, which was not far from Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales controlled the rise and fall of his body as he jolted on the horse. He watched Jenny's ears and her cheerful steps from behind and curled up the corners of his lips. In the past 6 years, at least his horsemanship had improved by leaps and bounds. Eksted's culture might be slightly inferior to Constellation's, which had a unique heritage, but when it came to military skills, even the crudest and lowest Northland nobles were far ahead of their counterparts in Constellation. Thales still remembered that during his outdoor lesson with the Archduchess, this was a polite name, when Nicholas, who was in charge of the lesson, discovered that Thales, who was allergic to horses, was not good at horsemanship, and the Archduchess refused to get on a horse because of her fear. The expressionless Star Killer asked for thick ropes and tied them firmly onto the horses. Then he lit the horses' tails. Once a day, for 2 hours. The effect was immediate. 10 days later, both he and the girl became experts in horsemanship amidst vomiting and dizziness. At least they were experts. Once this was done, Nicholas untied the ropes and began to leisurely correct their riding postures and techniques, introducing them to the horses' harnesses. Then they would pick up weapons, and then they would hunt on horseback. Later, a former White Blade guard told Thales in private, multiply the duration and frequency by 2, then turn the torches used to light the horses' tails into beehives. This is the standard horsemanship training for the White Blade guards. When the prince thought of this, he could not help but sigh. In the next second, Thales tugged the reins in his hands. He exerted a little force, and at the same time, he sat back deeply. He gently slid his legs back into a relaxed position. The intelligent Jenny immediately began to slow down. Thales, who had confirmed this, let go of the reins at the right time to encourage her. He comforted the beautiful girl who was extremely excited, unable to suppress her passion, and longed for an outlet. She let out a dissatisfied snort. Jenny's hooves stomped heavily on the ground. A few seconds later, she stopped in front of their destination. Waya and Lord Justin's mount stopped as well. Thales caressed and praised the smug Jenny. She had recently developed a bad habit of attracting her master's attention by acting coquettishly in a dissatisfied manner. At the same time, he lamented that horses were no less difficult to handle than humans. He thought of the hundreds of cavaliers in Black Sand region. God knew how much time and energy it took to train a cavalier who was skilled in galloping. Thales stepped down from the stirrup and passed the reins to Jennyd behind him. He raised his head and looked at his destination. It was a chess room in Spear District. It was said that this place was originally a well-decorated hotel for nobles, until the owner, who ran it on his own, was killed by bandits during the catastrophe that engulfed Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago. One of his fellow countrymen from Camus Union invested in this place, and converted it into an entertainment room for nobles according to its original decoration. It was said that business was quite good. Of course, the term, pretty good business was no longer relevant to this place today. Since 3 years ago, when the Prince of Constellation chose this place as his destination for his monthly excursions, this chess room had no choice but to clear the place once a month to await the prince's fate. However, this was obviously not a bad thing, because after that, its business did not decline. Instead, it increased. Everyone fought to see the place where the mysterious prince, who had lived in the palace for a long time, fought. Thales stepped into the chess room amid the owner's flattering voice. Hundreds of the Archduchess guards and patrol teams had already searched the place thoroughly and isolated the neighboring areas. The prince looked at the empty hall and sighed. He slowly walked up the stairs and arrived at the private room on the second floor. The guards, ranging from Justin to Waya and Ralph, followed closely behind him. Under the owner's guidance, Thales stepped through a door with practiced movements and arrived at the largest private room. It was a semi-outdoor private room with a large area. One side of the balcony faced the street of Spear District downstairs. The prince's chess seat was at the edge of the balcony. From there, he could have a panoramic view of the street. Through the balcony, Thales was not surprised to see countless personal guards and patrols guarding the streets and the key points of the nearby buildings. There were at least 200 of them. Their bows were loaded and they patrolled at regular intervals to guard against possible uninvited guests. Almost everyone had their eyes fixed on Thales, who was on the balcony. With this kind of formation and atmosphere, coupled with martial law, even if the number of people was reduced by half, the tragedy from 6 years ago would not happen again. Once bitten by a snake. The prince shrugged, sat down on his seat, and put down his book. He shifted his gaze to the chessboard and chess pieces in front of him. Starting from the Alumbia Kingdom, the rise and fall of the empire, which had been popular in the Western continent for almost 100 years but was still as popular as ever, the seat opposite him was empty. All right. Thales looked at the Red King standing up on the chessboard. He looked at the black and red chess pieces in the chess box that were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He said to Waya and Justin, who were still tirelessly inspecting the surroundings, "You can go out now. After all, it's not closed, and there's a balcony. It's the same for you to stand guard outside the door or on the street. Just like before, I want to be alone." Behind Waya, Ralph nodded slightly. After he put down a plate of food and water that had been checked, he grabbed the owner, who was about to say a few words of flattery, and went to the first floor. Ida had long disappeared. She was probably on the roof. "Prince Thales," Lord Justin, the former White Blade guard, said cautiously. "As usual, 3 hours. If you need anything, the prince exhaled. I'll let you know as soon as possible. Lord Justin nodded and exchanged glances with Waya. Both of them walked to the door 10 meters behind Thales and guarded the entrance. At the same time, they stared fixedly at the prince, who was reading and playing chess at the same time. It's like this every time. Thales shook his head and chuckled softly. He continued to take out chess pieces from the chess box and began to place them on the chessboard one by one. The private room and the street returned to silence. Only the footsteps of the soldiers could be heard from time to time, and Waya's faint grumbling toward Ralph could be heard from behind him. Guards, catapults, shield warriors, pawns. Just when Thales placed the second last chess piece on the board and was about to take the last chess piece, a voice suddenly rang out. Two slender, fair fingers with beautiful nails suddenly appeared. The fingers descended from the sky and grabbed the Black King. They gently placed it on Thales' chessboard formation, arranged it properly, straightened it, and even aligned it with the chessboard. They turned the front of the chess piece perpendicular to the red square. They were meticulous and meticulous. Thank you. Thales raised his eyebrows. He raised his head and nodded lightly at the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared. Chapter 281. It had been 6 years. He did not know when it started, but the prince did not hate his current life too much. He was far away from disputes and schemes, death and bloodshed. Classes, training, reading, playing chess, being a passerby, being on guard duty. Waya, Ralph, Ida, Leespan, Nicholas, Justin, Gings, and that girl. But Thales knew that there was a small voice in his heart reminding him. After Putre's arrival, this voice became clearer. For him, who was born with many hardships, this would not last long. Fate would not show kindness for no reason. Accidents always came suddenly. For example, the prince sighed and flipped open the light of mankind, the beginning and end of the Temple of Knights he brought. He took out a familiar-looking sky-blue invitation card. Thales looked at the beautiful cursive handwriting on it. There were only 3 words. Are you ready? The prince shook his head and raised his head again to look at Asda, who had suddenly appeared opposite him. Strangely, such an obvious living person appeared in the private room, right in front of the prince. But everyone who could see him, be it Waya, Ralph, Justin, or even the countless soldiers on the streets and on the opposite building, did not seem to see him. Their gazes swept over the mystic's position from time to time, but they did not react. It was as if this person did not exist. This made Thales uneasy. He could only adjust his breathing and control his heartbeat. This is not the first time. Calm down. He comforted himself. Don't worry, they won't be able to hear my voice, and they won't be able to see my existence. Air is a very interesting thing. With a little adjustment, miracles will happen. The air mystic did not even raise his head as he stroked the chess piece in his hand. After all, there is only one black sword in the world. Asda was still as handsome as ever. His dark brown curly hair was still pleasing to the eye, and his robe was as clean as new. It was as if he had suddenly traveled from 6 years ago to 6 years later, ignoring the passage of time in between. Yes. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. Deep impression. You've grown up. Asda raised his eyes and said calmly. There was a faint blue light behind his eyes. You seem to be very relaxed. You don't have any self-awareness of being a hostage of a country. Thales did not look at the man's expression. He grabbed a pawn and moved it forward. Am I supposed to cry every day and hope that a calamity who can overturn the world will come and save me? Asda did not mind his sarcasm. He only focused his gaze on Asda. However, on the mystic's chessboard, a pawn moved forward by 1 square. I hope that you still remember your identity, and I mean your true identity, the air mystic said softly. Don't get too involved, and don't be too high profile, lest you find it hard to extricate yourself. Thales whistled and shook his head. You were the one who almost destroyed Dragon Cloud City in order to take me away, right? Thales took another step forward. Asda did not speak, and his expression did not change. Thales took a deep breath and asked tentatively, as a person who disappeared for 6 years and did not bring anything with him except for the invitation from 5 years ago, I don't seem to have the right to say that, do I? Really? I almost thought that he had been sealed. Until the invitation 5 years ago, there was only 1 sentence on it. Prepare the classroom, wait patiently. Until... Thales looked at the blue invitation card that had suddenly appeared the day before yesterday and sighed again. There is a reason for my disappearance. Asda's gaze returned to the chessboard. The second pawn moved forward in a strange manner. Giza's appearance is not a small matter. It's not just the Queen of the Sky. In the past 6 years, many existences have visited Dragon Cloud City, both openly and secretly. Among them are enemies that you and I should be wary of. I am not confident that I will not be discovered. Enemies? Thales seized the word. So I need to keep a low profile and wait until the most dangerous time is over. The mystic glanced around. And during the days I was away, you did a good job and found a good place. Thales exhaled and moved the pawn to take one of Asda's chess pieces, turning the pawn into a swordsman. For this occasion, an excuse that will not arouse suspicion, I schemed and prepared for a full 3 years. Yes. Over the past 5 years, Thales had tried countless ways to have a safe private conversation with Asda. He could talk to himself in heroic spirit palace, read in a quiet place, or hide in the library. But no matter what he did, it was too dangerous or inconvenient, whether it was because he would attract unnecessary attention or because there were guards everywhere in heroic spirit palace. He needed a special occasion, a place where he could stay away from the crowd without arousing suspicion. For example, right now. Who would have thought that the Prince of Constellation, who was playing chess with himself, was actually talking to a calamity under the watchful eyes of the public? This is the sorrow of worldly restraints. Asda moved the third pawn again, as if he did not care about Thales' swordsman at all. I will still say the same thing. Think about it. Come with me. Then you won't have to worry so much about preparing the classroom. Asda raised his head and looked at Thales with a profound gaze. The prince rubbed his fingers, grabbed a shield warrior, and moved diagonally to the side in an attempt to block the opponent's 3 pawns. I thought we made it clear enough, Thales said with a sigh. What you need is a king to do something you could not do in the past. But you are in a difficult situation. Asda moved the knight from behind the 3 pawns without hesitation. At the same time, he held back the charging swordsman and the shield warrior who was ready to intercept him. To be honest, even if your performance is amazing, I am still not optimistic about your success in being crowned. If this is all you are going to say, then we can end this early. Thales sped up his tone, slightly displeased. He grabbed a catapult, jumped over 2 chess pieces, and placed it in a position to threaten the opponent's knight. Asda flashed a chilling smile that Thales had seen before. What about the weapon? The one that sealed Giza 6 years ago, the mystic said softly. I thought that when you came to see me, you would at least bring it with you. On the chessboard, one of Asda's pawns suddenly took a step forward and became a swordsman. For your safety, he said softly. That weapon. In the past, Thales' heart would have probably skipped a beat at this moment. But Thales knew very well what kind of existence he was facing. Asda could detect the air pressure in the target's body from a great distance. It is where it should be, Thales said flatly. The sin of hell's river in his body flowed through his lungs and blood vessels like warm water, maintaining the original rhythm of breathing and expansion. The prince moved the shield warrior into the attacking range of the opponent's knight. This time, Asda stared at him for a full 10 seconds. After a while, the mystic put away his emotionless smile and turned his gaze to the chessboard. The shield warrior's position was just within the protection range of the opponent's catapult. Very good. Very good what? Thales stared at him quietly, but he still did not say this out loud. Fortunately, I've controlled my body's reaction. Use the sin of hell's river, the mystic suddenly said softly. Are you ready? Thales, who was deep in thought, could not react. He moved slightly and raised his head. Ready for what? In the next second, Asda suddenly sat up straight and no longer cared about the chessboard in front of him. It was as if he was about to face the most serious situation. Before we begin, we must first clarify some rules, Asda said flatly. Thales was a little stunned. Rules? Thales did not know how he read the mystic's expression, which was almost unchanged, but he subconsciously felt that Asda's expression was extremely serious at that moment. During the journey, you should have taken notes, but due to the current situation. So, first you have to seriously think about every word I say. This is a form of respect for me and yourself. Correspondingly, I will also treat your words seriously. Asda nodded slowly. Thales did not know how he read the mystic's expression. Thales was affected by his attitude and could not help but nod in response. Second, you can ask questions at any time on the way, and you can even raise counter-questions. I may refuse to answer some of them, but this is not a reason for you to respond with silence. This is the worst kind of student. The air mystic spoke at a steady and even pace, which was rarely seen on him. It was contrary to his usual strange rhythm and habits. Thales subconsciously straightened his back and nodded seriously, just like the most devoted student. Third, before you speak, you must think clearly about how I will answer from my point of view. Speak less meaningless words, get straight to the point, and save time. Fourth, in my class, you are not allowed to use metaphors and analogies to illustrate your point of view. That is the easiest way to use tricks. Thales could only keep a straight face and nod continuously, focusing his gaze on the other party's equally serious eyes. The most important thing is to be humble, Asda said softly. This time, there seemed to be a hint of something else in his calm words. Not to me, but to the knowledge you are about to obtain. Respect what you do not agree with first, then give it some thought, find differences, and finally, question it. You can not only question the other party, but also yourself, such as your presuppositions. Use fewer absolute and affirmative words, and encourage the use of hypotheses and conditional statements. Thales moved at first, then immediately pressed down on his right hand. He was afraid that he could not help but raise his hand or subconsciously look for a pen. Asda noticed his reaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he snorted softly. The prince could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Of course, when you speak, you must also be prepared to be questioned, the air mystic continued speaking subconsciously. If a peer here raises a question, Thales' expression changed. He felt that it was a little strange. Peer? Asda immediately sensed that something was wrong. His words came to an abrupt halt, and he unnaturally stopped speaking. It was as if he had suddenly been cut off. The atmosphere returned to silence. The soldiers and guards around the room still looked as usual, as if they had not noticed anything. However, in the small space on both sides of the chessboard, Thales instantly saw the mystic's face tremble slightly, and his left hand clenched slightly. Thales opened his mouth in surprise. This was the first time Asda had reacted like this since he knew him. Asda did not speak. He only stared quietly at his chessboard, expressionless and motionless. It was as if he was looking into the distance. Thales suddenly had the misconception that the unreasonable Asda before him actually had such a humane side to him. That word. Peer. 3 seconds later. Asda closed his eyes and opened them again, as if he had adjusted himself. He raised his gaze again, and it was sparkling. That's all. Thales inhaled softly and put away the doubts in his heart. The prince focused all his attention. Filled with irrepressible anticipation and nervousness, he nodded slowly. It's here. Then let's begin. Asda did not waste any time. He blinked his clear eyes and went straight to the point with his cold words. Today, as your first lesson on the path of becoming a mystic, I want to say 3 things. First, pay attention to what a mystic is, not what mystic energy is. Second, the position and stance of us mystics in the world. Third, our enemies and companions. Under the sky of Dragon Cloud City, the air mystic's words only rang softly in the ears of the Prince of Constellation. Chapter 282. To Asda's surprise, before their lesson even started, Thales raised his right index finger, indicating that he wanted to ask a question. The mystic raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded at him. 6 years ago, I asked you the same question. What is a mystic? Thales' Adam's apple bobbed as he carefully observed the mystic's expression, even though he knew that Asda's expression rarely changed during a conversation. But at that time, you said that you couldn't tell me the answer to the question. Asda narrowed his eyes. Continue. You also said that you couldn't tell me what you understood as a mystic, Thales said doubtfully. But now you... The prince looked at the mystic suspiciously. Asda stared at him for a long time. Just as Thales felt his scalp tingle, he finally nodded. You have a good memory. Thales raised his eyebrows and lowered his head subconsciously. Yes. 6 years ago, on that soul-stirring day, everything was still vivid in his mind. I can't forget it even if I wanted to. But Thales, who was holding his breath and waiting for an answer, received an unexpected one. So. Almost in the blink of an eye, Asda crossed his hands, his 10 slender fingers perfectly overlapped each other.
His expression was indifferent and his voice was cold, as if he had returned to the rational and ruthless air mystic.
Today, you have to tell me what a mystic is. Thale's eyes widened slightly. He was a little surprised. Me? Yes. Asda nodded. As usual, he made people feel uneasy. This is especially important. What do you think a mystic is?
Especially important? Sensing the strangeness in Asda's words, Thale subconsciously asked, why is it especially important?
Asda's eyes flickered slightly. It's still a little early to talk about this.
He swept his calm gaze over Thale's. There was a vague sense of scrutiny and warning in his gaze.
But I need you to answer my question first. The prince looked at the air mystic doubtfully.
But the mystic continued to stare at him seriously and calmly. 3 seconds later, Thales finally suppressed the doubts in his heart and took a deep breath.
I have some thoughts and deductions. I have also done some investigations.
He recalled the 6 years of searching and searching in the library, even though there were many books he had yet to have a chance to read seriously.
What is a mystic? I've only met 2 mystics. Thales lowered his gaze and stared at the unmoving chessboard. While recalling, he organized his words and said tentatively,
You and Giza. You can control the air at will, and Giza can control flesh and even plants in an unimaginable way.
Thales lowered his eyes and stared at the motionless chessboard. Asda did not comment. So, I have a conjecture. Your so-called names of origin explain the nature of your power, right?
Thales' expression became more and more serious.
Aura and blood? Asda still did not respond.
He continued to hold his hands together, which reminded the prince of the bald Grand Duke Lecco in Defense City.
He also liked to put his arms on the table and hold his hands together. Mystics can fundamentally control things within a certain category, such as air, blood, and so on. As long as it is an objective existence within this category, Thales continued cautiously. For example, the blood mystic can control tree roots and flesh. Perhaps it's because the category of blood includes. But Thales' voice slowly became softer. At the same time, there was a lot of doubt in his voice.
He suddenly remembered the Battle of Eradication Chronicles, Heaven's Fall and Earth Rend that he read in Mindy's Hall a long time ago, as well as a certain page in it. The most famous record stated that after the appearance of the power mystic, it was destroyed overnight.
But the power mystic? Just as he was puzzled by his own words, Asda spoke softly. The ultimate form of objective existence.
The handsome man in the blue robe spoke in a gentle and pleasant voice.
A long time ago, when the first batch of mystics was born, many wizards also thought so. Among them, the most famous was none other than the Alchemy Tower's Matter School. Thales frowned slightly. The first batch of mystics? He had even forgotten to ask what the Matter School was. Yes, electricity, water, blood, and many other examples. The names of origin of this batch of mystics are very convincing. A faint blue light appeared in Asda's eyes.
There were even wizards who came to the conclusion that mystic energy is the final result of us seeing through the objective truth and the laws of all things. It is the highest form of our control over external objects, and the names of origin represent it.
At one time, we thought that this was the truth about mystics. Thales nodded and pursed his lips. But in the next second, the light in Asda's eyes disappeared. His voice became cold again.
Until the appearance of those 2 people. He broke our initial and also the most superficial understanding of mystics.
2 people.
Thales was shocked.
Who? Asda turned towards the street outside the balcony. His expression was solemn. 2 wizard apprentices from the Ascetic Tower.
The Ascetic Tower?
Thales' heart skipped a beat. On the way north from Black Sand region to Dragoncloud City, he had heard Ramon introduce it in the camp.
Yes.
The head of the 3 towers, the magic tower with the longest history, the most mysterious appearance, and the most transcendent status. The mystic's gaze seemed to drift into the distance again. It is also known as the obelisk. Thales was about to ask about the ascetic tower, but Asda seemed to know what he wanted to say.
The mystic raised a hand and gestured for him to be quiet, suppressing his curiosity.
Those 2 wizard apprentices were orphans adopted by the ascetic tower since they were young. Under the hands of those careless old wizards, they did not even have normal names. Each of them only had a letter as a form of address. For example, one of them had the code name L. They even mocked themselves because of this. Names are like truths. There is no need for unnecessary words.
Thales furrowed his brows heavily. The mystic slowly turned his head around and looked straight into Thales' eyes. His words slowly became solemn.
So, when these two apprentices who were on good terms with each other found their names of origin and became mystics, their peers gave them an interesting nickname.
The Truth Brothers.
The Truth Brothers? Thales was puzzled when he heard this. Why did you say that they broke your understanding of mystics?
Because one of the Truth Brothers. Asda looked at him quietly and uttered a strange word. His name of origin is Idea.
Idea mystic L. In that second, Thales was completely stunned. Reason in the chess room, Waya behind them was complaining to Ralph in a low voice, but Thales had no time to pay attention to it.
Idea?
He subconsciously repeated Asda's words in a low voice. It's not an easily understood existence like chi, nor a term with profound meaning like blood. It's idea. What the hell is this? Thales widened his eyes. Puzzled, he immediately raised his right index finger and tried to interrupt Asda. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Asda seemed to have expected his reaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, indicating that he could ask questions. What kind of mystic is he? What can he do? The prince asked anxiously. You can freely imagine the idea mystic's appearance and abilities. Asda shook his head. But even I, and even my colleagues who have seen Elle in person countless times, can tell you in the most absolute and certain tone that even if you exhaust your brain, you will not be able to imagine it. Asda said meaningfully, because we are not Elle and you are not Elle. Thales froze for a moment. So this means that we don't know either? The air mystic said faintly, if mystics are the ultimate form of an objective existence, then how do you explain Elle's appearance and the idea mystic's appearance? Now, try to rethink my question. What is a mystic? Thales exhaled. His mind, which had just started to have some ideas about mystics, became a mess again. If mystics are not limited to things that exist objectively, then they are a collection of related concepts. The worried Thales furrowed his brows. Existence, chi, and blood can be said to be a concept, but, Asda snorted softly again. The prince's thoughts were interrupted by this soft snort. He could not help but raise his head. So what is a mystic? Thales, who did not want to guess anymore, asked a little anxiously. Chi, blood, and idea? That's way too far off. Asda quietly met the prince's gaze. 3 seconds later under Thales' gaze, he still opened his mouth. The appearance of Elle shows that our understanding and imagination of mystics are still extremely shallow. The explanation of the matter school has been completely destroyed. But he is not the only one. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of every new mystic has more or less advanced our understanding of ourselves. At this moment, Asda was like an accountant who was carefully calculating numbers. He was patient and serious. Elle is not the most shocking mystic. When you know about B, Kyrie Solovsky, and even the twins of fate, you will be even more astonished. The world of mystics is actually so interesting. Every mystic is different. Even the world in the eyes of every mystic is different. The next moment, Asda returned to his rational and indifferent expression. There are pitifully few commonalities among mystics. Merely categorizing us as the same type of human, life, or even existence, understanding us within this category, and trying to conclude what mystics are, is undoubtedly far from enough. And reality has overturned the models and theories we built to explain mystic energy, and understand mystics time and time again. He seemed to be a little sentimental. Throughout history, anyone who thought they had grasped or understood the whole picture and truth of mystics, and anyone who thought they could explain what a mystic is, whether it was the wizards or ourselves, was proven to be naive and laughable. If you have the idea of asking clearly what mystics are, you will be disappointed. Elle is an example. The mystic looked at Thales again. Do you understand? The prince looked at Asda and could not help but lightly clench his teeth. The doubts in his heart only grew stronger. I don't understand. Thales enunciated each word with deep doubt. You did not answer my question. Asda shook his head. On the contrary, this is what I intend to tell you. Thales could only respond with doubts. First of all, I am not here to answer your question. I am here to help you answer it. Secondly, you still did not seriously think about every word I said. Asda's gaze was slightly slanted.
I have already shown you to the greatest extent what a mystic is. The prince opened his mouth to speak, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not find the words. Seriously think about every word I said? What does he mean? In the end, the prince stared at Asda for a full 10 seconds and gave up on the idea of asking for a clear answer. Just like 6 years ago, you do not intend to tell me what a mystic is, do you? Thales covered his forehead weakly and said a little dejectedly, You wanted me to tell you my opinion, and I did, but you said that it was wrong, and told me that there was no correct answer. Thales suddenly stopped talking. Wait. Seriously think about every word I said. The prince's pupils began to contract slightly. A thought rose in his mind. I seem to understand a little. Thales put down his hand from his forehead and stared at Asda in a daze. He subconsciously said, You did not tell me what a mystic is, but you told me what a mystic is not. The air mystic's eyes brightened. Your progress is much faster than I thought. Asda nodded in satisfaction. Your comprehension is also not bad. Thales, who was encouraged, began to think again. You said that my opinion is very important. You also said that, using L as an example, every mystic is different. Even the world in the eyes of every mystic is different, he muttered and repeated Asda's words. So, Asda, what is the world in your eyes? The prince raised his head and looked at Asda solemnly. What is the difference between it and the world in my eyes? At that moment, Asda raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he could not hide his surprise. Oh, it seems that you are progressing a little too fast. Thales stared at him eagerly. At that moment, Thales thought of nothing else but the last moment he faced Giza and the blood mystic 6 years ago. It was his experience of knocking on the door. That feeling. That wonderful feeling. That feeling that he was the whole world. Asda's tone suddenly became mysterious. I can't tell you, but this time, it's because of the first mystic covenant. At that moment, Thales' originally agitated heart seemed to have instantly calmed down. Thales narrowed his eyes. He felt as if he had heard these words somewhere before. Wait. Thales stared at Asda, who was expressionless but gave off a solemn feeling. He began to recall what happened 6 years ago. It was that night, after the thrilling duel in Heroic Spirit Palace, when Asda suddenly visited him. That night, he also learned of the existence of the first mystic covenant for the first time. There were 3 rules that mystics must abide by. They were known as the 3 Great Covenants. Never, ever, ever ask another mystic's understanding of mystic energy. This was not to investigate each other. So, Asda could not tell me what the world in his eyes was like. Was it because of the prohibition of the first mystic covenant? Was it because of... Asda, you are the air mystic. Thales was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He stared at Asda solemnly. I remember that 6 years ago, when we first met in Red Street Market, you said that you could sense all the air in the entire street, such as the breathing of every single person in the area. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, you could even track our breathing across an entire city. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Those people, their breathing, those air currents. If you could clearly sense every single one of them. At that moment, Thales was a little incoherent. Is that the world in your eyes? He anxiously searched for the right words. Just like everyone else is breathing air in your body? Asda's expression changed. I told you before, I don't welcome metaphors and analogies, the air mystic said coldly. Ah! This child exceeded some expectations. Thales stared at Asda in a daze. Asda's reaction had already given him some hints. In other words, those who breathe. Those people? Giza Streelman, the blood mystic, Thales continued to speak in a daze. What does the world in her eyes look like? Asda furrowed his brows. To him, this was a huge change in his expression. And during the time he knocked on the door, the world in his own eyes. In that second, Thales suddenly remembered what Giza said before she was sealed. He asked softly, She told me that becoming a mystic is not a blessing, but a curse. Why? This time, the mystic was silent for a long time. Asda. The prince raised his head and stared at Asda, who had a strange expression on his face, in puzzlement. Power always comes with a corresponding price. The problem is how you view this price, the blue-robed man said quietly. A person wielding a sword, a person wielding a spear, and a person swinging a chain hammer.
The weight they have to bear is different. The range of reach of the sword, spear and chain hammer, and the enemies they face are also different. As for a person wearing a crown and holding a scepter, they have to bear another kind of weight, and they are in a different environment. Asda's gaze was a little gloomy. The blue light in the depths of his eyes surged slightly. As for what kind of weight a mystic has to bear, you can imagine it yourself. What a mystic has to bear? The prince was stunned. Thales took a deep breath. You just said that you don't welcome using metaphors and analogies to explain things. Oh, that rule! Asda raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted coldly without showing the slightest bit of emotion. It only applies to you. Thales was stunned. Now, Thales, you should have some idea, right? Asda's gaze began to become oppressive. Mystics are not things that you can refer to as precedents. As long as you clearly ask what is a mystic, you can learn or teach knowledge and power. What is a mystic? His tone was very soft, but there was an inexplicable sense of heaviness in his words. This question can only be sought out by every mystic, answered by themselves, and finally confirmed by themselves. What is the name of origin that uniquely belongs to you? I can only carefully guide you from the side. Because when you truly understand what a mystic is. Asda paused for a long time, but in the end, he still opened his mouth. You will already be a mystic. Or almost a mystic. The mystic looked at the teenager in front of him and said silently in his heart. Both sides of the chessboard fell silent again. Thales lowered his head and began to ponder on this sentence. During this process, don't let what you already know, such as Giza and I, or even El's example, bind your thoughts, Thales, Asda said flatly. You must also remain humble. Don't be like the wizards of the material faction, who let arrogance and self-righteousness drag you down. At this moment, Thales inhaled softly and asked in a puzzled and solemn tone. Asda, how did you become a mystic? How did you find your name of origin? Have you lost control before? The air seemed to freeze in an instant. This question has exceeded the scope of our discussion today. The air mystic was expressionless. It's time to change to the next topic. The position and standpoint of a mystic. Thales raised his head in astonishment and spread his hands to express his puzzlement. But this topic is not over yet, right? We don't even know what we are, and we already have to start looking for a position and standpoint? Asda snorted coldly. This is how the world is, isn't it? The mystic said coldly. People often act presumptuously before they recognize their own position. Whether it's humans or other races, we can't even recognize ourselves very well, but we can distinguish between friend and foe without hesitation, fight and kill each other. It's ironic and interesting. Thales frowned. What you say is always so boring. Asda ignored his words. The blue-robed man put down his crossed hands and leaned back in his seat. Why do you think we are called calamities? Why are we hated by the whole world? Thales looked at Asda and could not help but recall the first time he met him. Because you almost destroyed the world 600 or 700 years ago. The prince remembered what Gilbert told him and said softly. Sounded the death knell for the final empire. Asda was silent for a while. Ah, the battle of eradication, a topic that cannot be avoided, he said quietly. Speaking of this, I have to mention another person among the Truth Brothers. The Truth Brothers again? Thales asked curiously. The other person besides El? Asda nodded and began to speak faster. If El broke our understanding of mystics, then his brother completely changed the status of mystics. Nearly 700 years ago, he was the one who led the other 5 mystics and started the battle of eradication. At that moment, Thales held his breath. This was the first time he heard about the battle of eradication from other than books and legends. Also, there were only 6 mystics on that side in the battle of eradication? Who? Thales asked in shock as he watched Asda nod slowly. Who is El's brother? Asda's usually indifferent expression became serious for the 3rd time today. His back left the seat. His hands were clasped together again. His chin was slightly lowered, and his gaze was as sharp as if he was facing the most terrifying enemy. After Taurus, he was the most powerful mystic in history. He was also the first mystic to be called a calamity. The destroyer of the 3 great magic towers. The mourner of the final empire. The culprit of the great crack and sink. The enemy of the holy sun, the nemesis of the gods. Hearing the above titles, Thales
Thales could not help but widen his eyes and open his mouth. Asda said in an extremely solemn tone. Existence Mystic B. As the plot was written, the urge to step on the accelerator, to increase the gear, to pull the handbrake, to drift through the corners, and to throw everyone out of the way became uncontrollable. What should I do? No, I have to control myself. Amit Ba, control the rhythm. Immeasurable God, control the rhythm.
Chapter 283. Existence. Existence Mystic. If you take it literally. When he heard the name, Thales' heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable chill spread down his spine. Existence. He gently picked up a chess piece and took it away from the chessboard. A swordsman was suddenly missing from the chessboard. Thales clenched his right hand and covered the swordsman with his fingers. The swordsman disappeared before his eyes. He gently opened and closed his palms, doing this a few times. The swordsman appeared and disappeared in his field of vision. The prince raised his head and looked back at Asda, who was watching him play with the chess piece with interest. So, I guess like L, you don't know what that B is either? This time, Thales was not as surprised as before. He asked skeptically, including this strange name of origin? Existence Mystic? Asda just leaned back in his chair and looked at him wordlessly, as if he had no interest in answering. All right. Thales put down the chess piece and subconsciously moved it to the next square.
According to what you said, that bee started a war, became the enemy of the world, destroyed the magic tower in the final empire, and split the known continent in half?
Why? The prince picked up his glass of water and said cautiously, why did he do that? Why did the mystics declare war? How did the war happen?
Asda gently rubbed his fingers, and a guard began to move on his chessboard.
I thought that your 6 years of special political career should have given you some inspiration, the mystic said faintly. The cause of the war is very complicated. Until today, no one can understand it.
In fact, there is no need to understand it because by the time we realized it, the reality was already like this.
Thales took a sip of water and frowned. It's this inexplicable way of speaking again. Compared to the appearance of how the war happened, perhaps we should discuss why the war happened, Asda said flatly. Thales pursed his lips, whistled silently, and plucked one of his opponent's chess pieces. All right, why did the war happen? The prince raised his hand. He understood what the mystic meant. Why did the mystics break with the world? Asda did not answer immediately. The air mystic gently stretched out his fingers. It was rare for him to personally pick up a chess piece and take the next step. I am sitting here now, moving the chess pieces leisurely, watching the sun rise and set, listening to the breathing and conversations of countless Northlanders. His tone was very calm, and his fingers were very gentle. Under the afternoon sun, it actually gave people a sense of laziness. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a sudden, crisp sound rang. Asda pushed a chess piece onto the chessboard, startled Thales. At the same time, a blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. His aura changed and became fierce. He said through gritted teeth, but in the next moment, I can suck out all the air in the world. Or dilate all the air in the world. Thales, mystic comma. Asda ignored him, but the color in his eyes reminded Thales of another mystic.
Imagine in the next second, from here to Dragoncloud City, to Extet, the Western Peninsula, and even the entire world. All life on land will no longer be able to breathe, and will welcome the end of the world in the blink of an eye.
As long as I move my fingers, Asda stared at him and said in an unnatural fanatical tone, no one will live and nothing will survive. How does it feel? Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at his teacher, who was not acting normally at the moment. He remembered Dragoncloud City and Shield District that night. He remembered the pain and despair of countless citizens who clutched their throats in the air, trying to inhale a mouthful of air in a silent hell. A few seconds later. The entire world? The prince's voice was a little hoarse. Can you do it?
Asda still stared at him, but the frightening look in his eyes slowly disappeared.
It's not just me. The mystic leaned against the back of his chair again and said faintly, every mystic in the world can use their own methods to easily, in an instant, with the flip of their palms, destroy the world. Thales' pupils trembled slightly. What? He cried out involuntarily. Then why hasn't the world been destroyed?
Thales gaped for a few seconds before he reacted.
Then why did the battle of eradication? Asda knocked on the chessboard and interrupted him. Because not every mystic is willing to pay such a price. Thales was stunned. What price? At that moment, the chess piece in the mystic's hand paused slightly. You will know. Asda shook his head and took another step on the chessboard. When you become a mystic. Thales sighed and suppressed the irritation in his heart. Really? This again? The prince asked in dissatisfaction. I'm starting to wonder if you really want me to become a mystic. Of course. Asda returned his gaze to the chessboard. He was still calm, as if he had not said anything just now. If you come with me now, you will know more. I swear I will tell you all my secrets without reservation. Forget it. Thales sighed and wisely brought the topic back. So, every one of you has the ability to destroy the world in an instant. He leaned back in his chair and massaged his sore neck from leaning forward for a long time. He said with certainty, But you won't do that, right? Asda shook his head. But the world won't think so. Thales, in this world, they don't hate us, the air mystic said slowly. They are afraid of us. They are so afraid that they can't wait to forget us completely. They can't wait for us to disappear from history. What they are unwilling to forgive and find difficult to accept is not our actions. Thales could faintly feel that under Asda's calm face, there was a hint of disdain hidden in his words. It's our existence. It's the possibility that we can destroy everything in an instant. It's the calamities. The prince lowered his head. His expression became solemn. I see. No matter which mystic it is, they all have that kind of power. They are all existences that can overturn the chessboard in an instant. I think their worries are not unreasonable. Thales sighed softly and glanced at Lord Justin Wya, and the countless soldiers and guards outside the balcony. This is our position and position. Asda followed Thales' line of sight and shifted his gaze outside. Be careful, Thales. Your two identities do not represent a small matter. It is the 1,000-year conflict between the world and the mystics that cannot be resolved. Once they discover you, the mystic shrugged, which was rare. A breeze blew across the balcony and lifted some of Thales' hair. Do you still have that kind of confidence? Asda seemed to have regained his leisurely mood. He said in a relaxed manner, As a king, find a way out for the mystics so that we can safely establish ourselves in the world? Thales gritted his teeth. He felt a little troubled. Of course, he braced himself and said. It's precisely because it's difficult that it's worth doing it, isn't it? What else could he have said? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was young, frivolous, and overestimated myself. Now I give up. Is that it? Thales shrugged in his heart. Asda froze on the spot. His gaze lingered on him for almost 10 seconds. I really look forward to that day, he said softly. Ha! Thales felt a little uncomfortable under the strange gaze of the mystic. He had to shift his attention back to the chess game. Just you wait, I will succeed. But Asda cut him off. No. He wagged his finger and continued to stare at the prince strangely. What I look forward to, Thales, is not your ultimate success. The mystic's tone changed. It was strange and gloomy. But you are caught between the mystics and humans, between the calamities and the world. Caught between your own nature and the gazes of others, between the inescapable future and the unforgettable past. In the end, you will be torn apart by conflict, destroyed by conflict, and devoured by regret. In the end, you will compromise with us in the future. The two sections of the chessboard fell silent again. Only the two of them were left staring at each other. Thales resisted the twitching of his face and stared at Asda for a full 3 seconds before he awkwardly spat out 2 words. Thank you. That's really comforting. If on that day, you see a new way out in a brand new field of vision, a direction that only you can grasp, Asda did not finish his words. He said softly, don't hesitate anymore, accept yourself, and grasp the rudder that will change your fate. The mystic's gaze was like 2 sharp swords that pierced Thales' pupils. Remember my words. One word at a time. Engrave them in the bottom of your heart. Thales' Jade Star. The prince heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt extremely awkward and did not know how to react. Engrave them in the bottom of my heart? There's another question. Thales laughed dryly and raised his finger unnaturally. How were B and his 5 companions defeated? Where are they now? One of them has already been sealed by you. Asda was very straightforward about this question. The others probably met a similar fate 600 years ago. Sealed. Thales clenched his fists and thought of that lovely yet terrifying girl, as well as the scene where she eventually turned into ashes. At that moment, the mystic lowered his voice and appeared a little desolate. Otherwise, this world would probably not be what it is today. Asda shook his head.
During the days of the Battle of Eradication, I sensed that the number of people knocking on the door was almost as many as breathing.
You make it sound like you need to breathe. Thales secretly criticized.
Asda raised his head and nodded at him.
If B's people come looking for you one day, remember this. Almost all of them are lunatics. They might not necessarily be your enemies, but they definitely won't be your friends. Think about Giza.
Thales lowered his head and pondered.
So, you're not one of them?
No, I'm not.
A few of us, including myself, think that B's response is too extreme. We call them extremists. Asda snorted softly. Correspondingly, they call us moderates, or even worse names. Extremists. Moderates. Thales recalled the confrontation and argument between Asda and Giza in Shield District. He came to a sudden realization. Extremists and moderates. The mystics are divided into two factions, opposing each other?
If only it were that simple. Asda shook his head again.
The moderates are not like the extremists, who are united and orderly, who advance and retreat together. We are just a group of scattered mystics who refuse to choose war. Even after the war, we are scattered all over the place, fighting on our own. Asda held the chess piece in his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. And the real opponents of the extremists? In the Battle of Eradication, there were two other mystics, the mystic said calmly. They chose to stand on the other side of the battlefield, facing B and his followers, regardless of whether they were mystics or normal people. 6 against 2. This was the situation at one point in the war. Thales took a deep breath. Realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Two mystics who stood up for the world. Facing the extremists.
The books in Raikaru's library, the calamities that the little girl said stood on our side. So it's Empress.
Thales uttered a strange word. This time, it was Asda's turn to raise his eyebrows. His expression changed slightly.
You know them?
Thales raised his head and stared at Asda with a certain gaze. It's the two empresses, isn't it? In the history of the ancient empire and the final empire, there has never been a so-called empress, but I always hear this word on various occasions. It has also been mentioned once or twice in books.
Thales recalled the few occasions where he heard this word.
Even some of the great nobles in the two countries know of their existence. It sounds high and mighty. So the so-called empresses are actually mystics, Thales said tentatively. They are mystics who stood on the side of the world in the Battle of Eradication. They helped us, they stood on the side of the world and defeated the extremists led by B, so they enjoyed a transcendent status and were even called empresses.
Thales exhaled.
So, there are actually mystics who can coexist peacefully with the world, right? However, the moment he finished speaking, he noticed that Asda was looking at him with a thought-provoking look. Thales widened his eyes. What? Then, Asda shook his head again.
No.
He coldly denied Thales' words. This startled the prince. No. But the empresses, the two mystics who stood on the other side of the battlefield, they still think that they are a part of the human race. So, from the beginning to the end, they have been opposing the extremists. Asda shook his head and sighed. They are just two pitiful people who confuse the past and the present. We usually call them obscurants. Obscurants. Thales hid this term in his heart. They think they are human mystics? Thales' expression was calm, but a huge question mark was drawn in his heart. But Asda did not stop there, as though the obscurants were just a small interlude. The mystic continued to speak. As for the two empresses you mentioned, at that moment, Asda clenched his fist. Asterisk clack. Asterisk with a crisp sound, a red king jumped abruptly on the chessboard, took 3 steps on the empty path, and knocked a knight off the chessboard. Thales furrowed his brows. They are even worse existences. Asda's words only reached his ears at that moment. The knight rolled off the chessboard and swayed weakly on the table. With a heart full of doubts, the prince raised his head, and his body immediately tensed up. The air mystic's eyes shone with a strange blue light. It covered his original pupils, but it could not hide his murderous intent and chilliness. The so-called two magic empresses, Bloodspike and Helen. They are indeed mystics. They suddenly changed their stance at the end of the war. They betrayed all their peers in one night. They brought about the end of all mystics, Asda hissed the word through gritted teeth. The traitors. Even when he was facing Giza, Asda's words had never been so cold and chilling. Filled with hatred, disgust, wariness, and fear? Thales stared at him blankly for a while before he came back to his senses. The two empresses. How did they betray you? The prince inhaled and adjusted his racing heartbeat because of the mystic's abnormality. They are more terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment? The mystic snorted, and the blue light in his eyes gradually disappeared. They are much more terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment. The anti-mystic equipment is, after all, a non-living thing. And they? Thales narrowed his eyes, feeling a little anxious. More terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment. And they? At this moment, Asda's words paused slightly. He turned his gaze back to Thales. Asda changed the topic. Do you really want to know? Thales widened his eyes, shrugged, and put on an expression that said, yes. Of course. Didn't you say that we need to distinguish between our enemies and comrades? Not just these. Thales propped his chin and frowned as he pondered over the information and intelligence he just received. Previously, you mentioned the extremists, the moderators, the obscurists, the two empresses. Then what do the obscurists think? How many mystics are there left? What are their names, names of origin, and abilities? And Thales scratched his chin and muttered, who is Taurus, the one you kept talking about just now? Asda's lips curled up again, which was rare. It will take a lot of time to tell you all these. The mystic seemed to have returned to the calm and composed man's demeanor, and continued to tempt him. How about it? Do you want to come with me? Accept your nature and wholeheartedly embark on the path of a mystic. Then, you will be able to acquire this knowledge in a more systematic, efficient, comprehensive, and convenient manner. Thales immediately froze. Thales sighed and ignored the mystic's earnest gaze again. Thank you for inviting me again, but I still think that a successor to the kingdom with a delicate identity is more beneficial to our future than a mystic apprentice mystic who hides everywhere and cannot be seen. That's right. So. Thales raised his eyebrows and urged him to continue. The betrayal of the two empresses? Asda revealed a faint smile. All right then. The mystic shook his head slightly, then slowly nodded. Asda sat up straight. His gaze was sharp and his expression was solemn. Since you already know about the existence of the two magic empresses, it's time to tell you the most interesting part of our lesson today. When I was still a wizard apprentice, the part one was most fascinated with. Thales held his breath and waited for the mystic's answer. The two empresses. The magic empress. The existence who betrayed all mystics in the battle of eradication. The person who made Asda so afraid of them. How exactly did they betray us? How terrifying was their power? Class dismissed. Asda said calmly. Ha! Thales did not react for a moment. However, in the next second, the mystic's figure completely disappeared into thin air. Both ends of the chessboard returned to silence once more. Then, the sound of the prince's inhalation was heard slowly. Thales blinked in disbelief and stared at Asda's seat in a daze. Class dismissed? The prince sat in a daze for a minute. However, other than the chess game on the chessboard that had unknowingly ended, Asda did not leave a single trace behind. It was as if he had never been here. Thales stared at the empty seat in astonishment. His mouth fell open in surprise. It was as if he could see the mystic's indifferent and hypocritical smile. He recalled Asda's words from before. The most interesting part of our lesson today. When I was still a wizard apprentice, the part one was most fascinated with. Then, class dismissed. Chapter 284. Filled with anger, Thales rode through the first gatehouse under heavy protection and returned to Heroic Spirit Palace. His mind was shrouded in countless doubts. According to Asda, there were only a few mystics, but they were still divided into many factions. The extremists, led by B, who started the war, were once the most powerful faction, the real calamities, who had committed countless crimes. According to Asda, they were a bunch of complete lunatics who destroyed the world and themselves. But was that really the case? Thales always felt that even the unreasonable Giza did not seem to be such a crazy existence. With Asda as their representative, the moderates who rejected war. Asda described himself as a group of pacifists who stood aloof from worldly affairs, scattered in the world, and disunited. But from Thales' point of view, at the moment, whether it was controlling Constellation's underground world or pursuing Thales, the air mystic was the most proactive mystic who wanted to change the current situation. The two obscurists who believed themselves to be humans and thus fought against the extremists. Asda's attitude towards them was very strange. He neither hated them nor acknowledged them. Instead, his attitude was filled with pity. Where are they now? How are they doing? Thales' heart tightened when he thought of this. Blood, Spike and Helen. The traitors of the mystics, known as the Magic Empresses, were shrouded in the most mystery. Why did they betray? How did they betray? Why does Asda hate them more than the obscurists who stand on the side of the world? How are they now? Thales sighed and dismounted beside Heroic Spirit Palace's stable. He took out the book from the saddle and comforted the reluctant Jenny as he handed the reins to the groom. Having just received his first lesson, the confusion in his heart did not diminish when he faced the world. The more he knew, the more questions he had. While he was deep in thought, Waya, who was behind him, nudged the young prince. His tone was cautious and vigilant. Your Highness. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked up. He saw the person who made Waya and Ralph rather uneasy. It was a pale man. He leaned against the side of the stable with his arms crossed. A black-hilted saber was strapped diagonally on his back. He raised his head towards the prince and his entourage, revealing a sharp and unfriendly gaze. Including Lord Justin, the Grand Duchess guards and the palace guards all nodded at him in greeting. His entire body exuded a dangerous aura. It was just like the first time Thales met him. It's already 6 o'clock, the man said coldly, and I said 5 o'clock. Thales helplessly rolled his eyes at the setting sun. Aren't you supposed to be busy protecting the Archduchess' safety? The prince patted the dust off his body and bade farewell to Jenny. Once again, he watched how this beautiful girl caused a commotion among her peers after she was led into the stable. Why do you have the time to visit a powerless and useless foreign prince at this time? Lord Nicholas? Sorry, Nicholas was the legendary commander of the Archduchess Guards, who had been demoted from the White Blade Guards to the Grand Duchess Guards. He was almost middle-aged. After the drastic change 6 years ago, as the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes increased, the once most trusted personal guard of King Nuvan became more stable and reliable, as well as more cautious. Waya anxiously turned his head to look for Ida. But after a few seconds, he sighed and turned his head back. That shorty has probably left the prince behind and gone to the suburbs to fight on her own. The Star Killer snorted coldly. Others might think that you're inconspicuous, that you usually just read books and play chess. At most, you skip class and play hide and seek. As usual, Nicholas scanned his target with an unpleasant scrutinizing gaze. His tone was unfriendly. But I know. The Star Killer lowered his arms. His gaze was sharp. You're the most troublesome person in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales sighed in resignation. He turned around and walked out of the stable, brushing past Nicholas. Thank you for your compliment. Forgive me for. At this moment, Thales' shoulders suddenly sank. Asterisk slap. Asterisk the prince turned his head and looked at the Star Killer's hand on his shoulder. He frowned slightly. Waya and Ralph reacted quickly and took 2 steps forward. The attendant pressed his hand on his single-edged sword, while the phantom wind follower drew out one of the 2 short swords from his waist. The people around them also reacted quickly. The Constellations consciously formed a semicircle and blocked the Northlanders, who had also become nervous. Let go of the prince. Waya looked at them and warned them with a solemn expression. Relax, relax. Before the situation went out of control, Thales exhaled and waved his hand for his subordinates to retreat. Lord Nicholas always likes to joke with me. The prince stared at the Star Killer, who was still pressing down on his shoulder. He raised his eyebrows. Right. Nicholas stared at him for a whole 5 seconds before he let go of the teenager in front of him. Waya, who had been vigilant by the side, heaved a sigh of relief. The hostile atmosphere around them also eased up. But the moment Thales shrugged, the Star Killer suddenly extended his hand again. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Nicholas' movements were so fast, and the trajectory was so strange that the prince could not react at all.
He could only watch as the Starkiller's hand thrust forward and retracted, forcefully snatching the thick brown-covered book he brought out of the palace from his left hand.
But at that moment, Thale's expression changed drastically, like a lion cub whose fur had stood on end. The sin of Hell's river was like the most loyal companion. It rose from every inch of his body, surged up his left arm, and filled every joint from his shoulder, elbow, and wrist. The moment the book left his hand, Thale's left arm swiftly grabbed it with a backhand movement that was several times more agile than usual. Asterisk thud. Asterisk he grabbed the spine of the book in a death grip. The sin of Hell's river surged again and filled his arm muscles.
It gradually increased the strength in Thale's hand, not letting go even the slightest bit.
The attendants pressed their hands on their weapons again. The tension in the air returned.
"Your Highness," Waya shouted anxiously. "Be careful you. Stay back, Waya."
Thale spoke with a solemn expression, stopping his subordinate from drawing his weapon from his waist. "Lord Nicholas' joke is a little too big, that's all."
"Damn it.
This guy." Thale stared at Nicholas. "He just won't let me go." The brown-covered book stopped in midair. The Prince of Constellation and the Starkiller each grabbed one side of the book, and they were in a stalemate.
"Oh, this is rare."
Nicholas felt the strength in his hand gradually increase, and he could not hide the surprise in his eyes. "If you can perform like this in your daily sword practice, then I'll be head even worse by you," Thales interrupted him coldly, unwilling to let go of the book in his hand. Nicholas curled up the corners of his mouth. "You know, I've always found it strange." There was a strange cold glint in the Starkiller's eyes. "Don't you get tired of playing chess with yourself in an empty room for 3 years? It can't be helped." Thales did not show any weakness. "It's your fault that you don't know how to play chess, and the Archduchess's chess skills are a mess."
"Is that so?"
Nicholas sneered. "There must be people in the Secret Intelligence Department who know how to play chess." Thales gritted his molars. He had a bad feeling about this. "Perhaps you shouldn't be so rude to me." The prince sighed. His arm, which had been trembling during the contest of strength, started to ache. The Archduchess must remember how her grandfather passed away." Nicholas interrupted him faster than he could.
The expression on his face reminded others of a hunter.
"Isn't that so?" Thales was instantly speechless. In the next moment, Nicholas pushed the book in his hand and pulled it back. Thales had no way of grasping his opponent's sudden change in technique and strength. The agility and strength brought about by the sin of Hell's river were of no use at all. He could only stare at Nicholas as he snatched the book away. "I didn't know that you were still interested in the Temple of Knights." Nicholas looked at the title of the book on the cover, then glanced at the Prince of Constellation, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. "But..." The Starkiller patted the spine of the book with one hand. The book automatically opened to the page that the user most often opened. It lay flat on Nicholas' wide, calloused palm. In the middle of the page, there was a thin piece of sky-blue paper. Thales clenched his fists. His breathing quickened.
Oh, that explains it."
Nicholas narrowed his eyes and curled up the corners of his lips. He gently picked up the thin blue paper and looked at Thales' livid face with interest. "A message? Is this why you want to play chess?" "That's an invitation," Thales said quietly. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and stretched out his hand to stop his subordinate from moving. "It's just a meaningless sentence on it," the prince said calmly.
"You know,"
Nicholas interrupted him with a chuckle. "Then let us take a look." In front of the prince, Nicholas flung the thin piece of paper aside with a victorious smile and read the words written on it. "Fall." But when Nicholas uttered the first syllable, his pale face changed slightly. He raised his head abruptly and shifted his gaze from the thin paper to Thales. Thales blinked. "Is this some kind of joke?" The Starkiller said coldly. "Young prince." He turned the hard paper in his hand to the other side. The thin, sky-blue paper was spread out in front of Thales. Waya and Ralph moved their heads forward. There was only one line of neatly written words in the lingua franca on the thin paper in Nicholas' hand. It was written in standard patterns. Ralph whistled and retracted his head. Waya mumbled something and held back his laughter. He did not look at Nicholas' expression. "Look, I said a meaningless sentence." Thales scratched his head awkwardly, using this action to relieve the soreness brought by the sin of Hell's river. You were the one who insisted on reading it. Nicholas stared into the prince's eyes. His eyes were burning.
His assistant, Lord Justin, frowned slightly and went forward to remind him, "Leader, it's getting late."
Only then did the Star Killer close his mouth in dissatisfaction and snort through his nose.
With an unpleasant expression, Nicholas crumpled the thin paper in his hand into a ball and threw the book back to Thales.
Young prince, you'd better be careful. Use a new phrase next time. Thales caught the book and pretended to blow the dust off it. I'm used to it.
No. Nicholas' gaze turned cold, and his words were profound.
What I mean is, be careful. At that moment, Thales' pupils shrank. What do you mean? The prince asked faintly.
Thales sensed something unusual in Nicholas' words.
I mean it literally.
Nicholas tore the thin paper in his hand callously.
Dragon Cloud City hasn't been peaceful lately. And you're the most interesting bargaining chip in Dragon Cloud City.
The Star Killer tore the thin paper in his hand and walked forward slowly. He approached Thales' face with an oppressive force, and his tone became more and more frightening. Of course, if you and the hand behind you want to do something. Thales furrowed his brows tightly.
At that moment,
enough!
It was a clear and loud female voice.
It sounded rather young, and it rose out of nowhere in the empty space outside the stable.
Thales exhaled. In response, Nicholas snorted coldly in displeasure. Waya's expression relaxed.
He turned around and mouthed to Ralph, "I'm saved."
Footsteps could be heard outside the stable.
A blonde girl in a dark brown one-piece formal dress walked to the front of the stable under the protection of the Archduchess guards on both sides.
An old but rather dignified nobleman accompanied her with powerful steps. The old-fashioned Madame Gings and two maids followed behind them.
Beside the stable, both the Archduchess guards and the palace guards retreated in unison and bowed respectfully.
Lord Nicholas. The young girl who suddenly appeared continued to speak with her bright voice. Her voice was like the soft cry of a skylark, and it made people feel as if the setting sun was rising again. Prince Thales is our honored guest, and also Dragon Cloud City's ally. He represents the friendship between the Jade Star family and Constellation. And you should display the bearing and actions that befit the honor of a Northlander, my personal guard captain. The girl stared straight at Nicholas, who was confronting Thales. Her expression was calm, but there was an inexplicable sense of indifference. After all, we fought alongside him. The Star Killer inhaled softly and glanced at the prince. Then, he took a step back and bowed slightly to the girl. Of course, Nicholas said coldly. As you wish. Your Grace. Thales shrugged. He turned around and flashed a friendly smile at the girl who helped him out of his predicament. He did not know when it started, but the sloppy little rascal he knew 6 years ago had turned into a beautiful 15-year-old girl. She was the current Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma Walton, who amazed Thales, even though he saw her every day. The girl blinked her green eyes, which were even more spirited than before. Her nose was curled up into an adorable arc, which made people want to reach out and pinch it. Her lips were slightly thick, but they had a unique texture. Her bright cheeks were flushed with a healthy red, which made the 2 strands of platinum hair that fell from her chest look even brighter. The only thing on her body that ruined the brightness was probably the big, thick, black-rimmed glasses on her face. Good night, my respected and noble Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, the beautiful and elegant Lady Saroma. Thales smiled in a relaxed manner. He raised his right hand at Saroma, pressed it lightly against his left chest, and performed an elegant, proper and unmistakable bow. Lord Nicholas was only joking with me. Please do not be too harsh on him.
The young Saroma stared at him quietly.
No emotion could be seen in her eyes. But I still thank you for your concern, and I will keep this gratitude in my heart. The prince curled his lips into what Gings, the female officer, said was the best angle, and nodded slightly. I hope you have a pleasant day today, my lady. And the two of you, Count Liespan and Lady Gings. Thales raised his eyebrows. He watched as Liespan, who looked stern, and Gings, who looked calm, returned his bow. Finally, Saroma furrowed her brows slightly and pursed her lips, which made her look even cuter. She walked forward slowly and looked at Thales at the same level. The young girl walked in front of Thales. She pouted, extended her hands, and elegantly lifted the hem of her dress, revealing a pair of small deerskin boots and a pair of beautifully curved calves. Thales straightened his back. He could not help but notice that the girl's once dirty hands had become white and smooth. They were lightly wrapped around her waist. Under the well-tailored formal dress, her neck looked slender, her waist was straight, and her slightly large breasts were tightly bound in her tight shirt. Her entire body exuded a youthful vigor. However, just when Thales thought that the Archduchess was going to lift her skirt and bow back to him, thud. Thales cried out in pain. He took 2 steps back and crashed into the stable behind him. He bent down in pain and rubbed the bone of his leg that was kicked. Behind the young girl, Count Liespan and Lady Gings both frowned. A pair of maidservants covered their mouths and cried out in surprise at the same time. Nicholas scratched his neck and shook his head gently. Saroma snorted coldly and retracted her boots. Her hands trembled, and she angrily flung her skirt down. As the Archduchess moved playfully, the jeweled headdress on her full forehead shone brightly under the setting sun. Even the cloud dragon spear emblem on her sleeve seemed to have gained a hint of color out of nowhere. The Prince of Constellation, who had been kicked for no reason, raised his head with an incredulous expression. "Hey!" Feeling the pain in his leg, Thales protested in dissatisfaction. "Why?" Saroma walked up to Thales. She was slightly taller than Thales, and she curled her lips as she stared at the guests of Constellation with a displeased expression. Waya and Ralph looked at each other and wisely took a step back. They chose to abandon their duty and abandon their prince. From Constellation, respected, noble, handsome. The girl's expression was ice-cold, and she emphasized the last 2 words. "Prince Thales. Highness Thales." Thales sighed. The Archduchess unhappily glanced at the big black horse behind him, who was chewing on fodder and watching the show leisurely. She threatened him with her clear and bright voice. "If you speak to me in this tone again, I will." She was very unhappy and glanced at the big black horse, who was chewing on fodder and watching the show. "Then don't live in the courtyard anymore. Come to the stable and sleep with your favorite Jenny." Saroma snorted softly. She turned around abruptly and stomped her deerskin boots on the ground. Her footsteps could be heard from 20 meters away, and she left angrily. The young girl's long hair brushed past Thales' cheeks, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his nose. But the unfortunate prince did not have the energy to care about these little charms. With a wronged expression, he raised his head and looked at the indifferent Count Liespan. Madame Gings and the 2 maidservants hurriedly followed the Archduchess. The former even glared at Thales with a frown, as if it was his fault. "Seal, I'm already very tired today." The Archduchess' clear voice rang. She was respectful and polite, forming a stark contrast with her behavior just now. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll leave the rest to you." The regent of Dragoncloud City, Count Liespan, who was also dressed in formal attire, sighed and nodded gently at the young girl's back. "Of course, my lady." The Star Killer shook his head in disdain and followed the Archduchess. Saroma's footsteps faded into the distance. Thales straightened his back and exhaled in dissatisfaction. He said to Liespan, "During today's State Affairs hearing, who provoked her again?" "No one." The regent shook his head without changing his expression. But then, he nodded with a conflicted expression. His expression darkened. "Everyone." Thales revealed a puzzled expression and said in dissatisfaction, "Then do I deserve to be that unlucky target?" Count Seal Liespan, the regent of Dragoncloud City who was over 60 years old, probably did not like Thales very much from the first time he saw him. But this time, the Count shook his head and apologized to him. "On behalf of the lady herself, I apologize for her behavior." "Her behavior just now was indeed inappropriate, Prince Thales," Regent Liespan said solemnly. "When the time is right, I will advise her. Believe me, this is not her usual behavior." Thales, who had suffered for no reason, rolled his eyes. "Then I'll take my leave first, Prince Thales." Regent Liespan stared at the Archduchess back and said slowly, "Please convey my gratitude to Lord Putre." Thales nodded in resignation. Accompanied by his attendants, the regent turned and left. Thales watched Liespan's retreating back and his heart sank a little. "No one? Everyone?" What Liespan said. What exactly happened during the State Affairs hearing? In addition to Nicholas's warning that Dragoncloud City will not be peaceful, and his inexplicable search. Also, Putre also rushed to Dragoncloud City at this time. Thales, who was deep in thought, raised his head. He felt a little uneasy. He needed to find Put-Ray as soon as possible and listen to the Lord's report. The big black horse stuck its head out of the fence and playfully touched the prince's cheek. As expected, Thales put aside the complicated thoughts in his heart. He hugged Jenny's head and let out a long sigh. "You're still better, Jenny." At this moment, Ida, who had disappeared for a long time, popped out of nowhere. She held 2 dead rabbits in each hand and said cheerfully in front of the dumbfounded Waya and Ralph, "Hey, little Thales, it's okay. We don't want to eat that brat's dinner. We can start a fire ourselves." The prince turned to her sternly. "Ida." Thales' expression changed. He put on a fierce expression and snorted coldly at the elf. "If you leave the group and run off to fight in the future, don't stay in the courtyard. Move in here and sleep with Jenny." Ida froze on the spot. At this moment, the Archduchess' dissatisfied and angry shout came from afar again. "Thales! What are you still dawdling about for? Do you want to eat dinner or not?" Thales took a deep breath and tugged at his face, turning it from an aggrieved prince to a happy teenager. "Dinner? Of course I do. But I don't want to eat with a certain irritated lioness cub." The teenage prince could only look up at the sky and sigh. He muttered to himself, "She was so cute when she was young," and shouted, "I'm coming, I'm coming." Thales turned around without hesitation and strode in Saroma's direction. Leaving the confused Ida behind, he looked at Waya and Ralph in dismay. In the stable, Jenny snorted and lowered her head to continue enjoying her feast. "What's wrong with the 2 brats?" Ida looked at Jenny under the cloak and shook the rabbit in her hand. "You know." Waya sighed and rubbed his nose. "It's good to be young." In the distance, Count Liesband stopped. He slowly turned around and glanced in the direction of the stable. "Yes, you're being used by the Archduchess as a target to vent her anger, Prince Thales. However, she'll only use you as a target. That's the problem." With a profound gaze, Regent Liesband turned around and left. Chapter 285. Thales stared solemnly at the sausage on his plate. He held his breath and slowly raised his knife according to Professor Gine's posture in his memory. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Finally, the prince heaved a deep sigh. He loosened his grip and put the knife and fork back on the sides of the plate, giving up on eating. Thales raised his head with a headache and looked at the other side of the dining table. The blonde girl glared at him with her green eyes, pouted, and stared at him in dissatisfaction. She did not even move the food in front of her. From the moment they entered the Archduchess' dining room, Saroma chased Gings and the 2 maids out with a cold expression, despite the unified objections of Gings and the 2 maids. Surprisingly, Gings only expressed her objections symbolically and then complied with the Archduchess' wishes, which was very rare in the past. "All right." Thales could only brace himself and said, "Our esteemed Archduchess, do you have any opinions about my dining posture?" Saroma snorted softly and stared at him for a full 3 seconds before she pouted and said, "Again." Thales was stunned. Thales was stunned. "What? You're talking to me like this again?" the girl said in displeasure with a sullen expression. "Our esteemed Archduchess is a tone that makes people want to beat you up." Thales widened his eyes and looked at her helplessly. He smiled and said, "But this is the proper way to address the Archduchess, especially when it's our cute and charming." The sound of metal clashing against metal suddenly rose. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales stared at Saroma in a daze. The sullen girl had just stabbed the plate of beef in front of her into 2. The cut was smooth. Saroma was still staring at him with a frown. Her eyes were filled with unhappiness. The teenage prince's Adam's apple bobbed a little. He took a deep breath and stopped smiling. He suppressed the urge to tease the girl with a playful tone to the deepest part of his stomach. "Looks like she's in a really bad mood." Then, asterisk thud. Asterisk another crisp sound of metal clashing against the plate was heard. The beef on Saroma's plate was cut into 3 pieces. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Alarm. Alarm. It was even scarier than when she did that 2 years ago. Thales immediately put away the expression on his face and calmly stared at Saroma, who pouted. "I'm sorry." The prince looked into Saroma's eyes with sincerity. "It's my fault. From just now until now, I've neglected your feelings." Saroma's eyes moved, and her stern face relaxed a little. When Thales saw her dejected look, he could not help but lower his head and sigh. In the next second, the prince decisively left his seat and walked towards the girl. Saroma was slightly shocked. As she watched Thales get closer and closer, she seemed a little uncomfortable. Her whole body shrank slightly like a hedgehog. The girl pursed her lips and snorted in a low voice. "What are you doing?" Thales did not answer her. The prince walked straight to the side of Saroma, whose eyes were filled with suspicion. He pulled out a chair by the side of the dining table and sat down quietly. "Hey, remember, I'm your friend." The prince leaned forward and rested his arm on the dining table. He stared at Saroma seriously and flashed a gentle smile. "You know you can trust me. You can tell me anything." Saroma's breathing became slightly erratic, but she still tried her best to maintain that dissatisfied expression and snorted through her nose. But Thales was still very patient. He looked at her gently and did not shift his gaze. 1 second. 2 seconds. This time, Saroma, who had been keeping a straight face, felt a little embarrassed under his stare. The girl cleared her throat unnaturally and turned her head away. But Thales still stared at her with a burning gaze. Finally, Saroma could not stand his stare anymore. She took a deep breath in resignation and blew it upwards forcefully. She looked up and saw the hair on her forehead being blown up by the wind. "Forget it. It's nothing." Saroma pouted and glanced at Thales. She lowered her head with a gloomy expression. "It's just my own bad temper." "No." Thales shook his head. "Saroma." The prince exhaled and tried his best to speak slowly. "Good girl. I know that today must be very difficult for you. On the day of the state affairs hearing, those disobedient vassals." Saroma turned her head around abruptly. Her breathing quickened. "Humph." She stared at Thales angrily and asked sarcastically, "Difficult? Difficult? How can that be? I am the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, the only one in the past 700 years, the only one. I control the most powerful territory in Extet. How can it be difficult?" Saroma's breathing became heavier. The girl crossed her arms and said with an unpleasant expression. Thales stared at her quietly. "My vassals are among the most loyal." Saroma snorted angrily. "They are powerful and wise. With them around, Dragoncloud City is as stable as the Sighing Mountains. I don't have to worry about anything, including my own. Everything in Dragoncloud City is running in an orderly manner. The Walton family is as prosperous as ever." Saroma seemed to have turned on a chatterbox. She opened and closed her mouth wider and wider. The girl's expression also became angrier. "So how can it be difficult for me? Compared to a certain hostage prince who trembles in fear and is afraid that I will eat him whole one day, I am simply the luckiest girl in the world." The girl was stunned. Her mouth was gagged. Saroma watched Thales' actions in astonishment and felt the thing in her mouth. At some point in time, the prince had already sat beside Saroma. Thales stared straight into Saroma's clear eyes. The girl was a little at a loss. Her face was slightly red. Then, the second prince exhaled and calmly pulled out the spoon in his hand from the dumbfounded Saroma's mouth. "If this spoon of beans can't appease your anger," Thales said with a smile. He turned around and scooped another spoonful of beans from his plate and shook it in front of Saroma. "I still have another spoonful." Saroma only reacted then. Her slightly red face showed signs of anger from embarrassment. With her mouth full of beans, she hummed a few times in extreme dissatisfaction. Thales continued smiling with his eyes narrowed. He shook the spoonful of beans in his hand at her. "That's right. Bite them to pieces. That will appease your anger." Saroma pouted her mouth, which was stuffed full of beans, and glared at him in dissatisfaction for a whole 3 seconds. Thales smiled in response. In the end, the girl with a displeased expression let out a heavy humph. She turned her head away and stared at Thales from the corner of her eyes. She chewed the beans in her mouth vigorously as if she was angry. The chewiness made it seem as if she was not chewing beans, but Thales' flesh. The prince winked at her. There was a smile in his eyes. "Seriously, she used to be very nice to me. Where did the pitiful and cute little rascal who likes to hide behind me, speak softly and talk softly to me?" Thales looked at Saroma, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the girl who was glaring at him as if she was demonstrating her power. He looked at her cheeks, which were bulging from the stuffing. As she chewed harder and harder, her cheeks trembled. "I've shrunk. I've said it before." The girl chewed and swallowed the beans in her mouth with great difficulty.
she said angrily to the prince. I'm not unhappy at all.
Thales expressionlessly delivered the second spoonful of beans to Saroma's mouth. The prince held back the laughter in his heart. When he tried to pull the spoon back, he realized that he could not pull it back.
Saroma bit the spoon hard, and her gaze at that moment could already kill.
Here, be good. The most important thing for a person is to be happy.
Thales resisted the twitching of his shoulders and pulled the spoon out of her mouth with great difficulty. He watched as Saroma angrily began to chew harder than the first spoonful. Although the Archduchess' gaze was still terrifying, the prince suddenly felt at that moment that the life before him was not so bad.
Fortunately, she's quite cute like this. Thales gradually became absent-minded. And when did she change from a careful girl to the way she was now?
Probably one day. Was it 2 years ago, when she came looking for me with sleepy eyes, holding a blood-stained bedsheet in a panic and sneakily with red eyes before dawn? And after that day, I was chased from my room on the 6th floor to the blood court by Gings, the female official who heard the commotion.
Or was it a year ago, when she blushed and put on a corset, and I mocked her with my gaze in the library?
It's all thanks to that female official Gings, who tirelessly taught her lady to abide by the precepts of being a noble woman. Or was it the first time she wore a formal dress and combed her hair like a lady's, stood in front of me anxiously and excitedly, only to be angered by the prince who laughed so hard that he turned around and left?
I don't remember. Anyway, it's become like this without me realizing it. The girl who used to be young and timid. She's grown up slowly in the high walls and snow of Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City. She will eventually transform into an existence that they are not familiar with. Archduchess Saroma Walton. But Thales recalled the past when they met, and he could not help but feel sad. Is this really what she wants? Will she really be happy? Become a Walton? Thales, who had a lot on his mind, sighed and ate a mouthful of beans. At this moment, "Hey!" Saroma's anxious voice interrupted him. The girl's voice sounded a little surprised and a little hurried.
Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at Saroma's expression in surprise.
The Archduchess' face was abnormally red.
She was hesitant and nervous as she extended her right hand to him, as if she wanted to remind him of something. The prince finished chewing the beans in his mouth in a few bites and raised his eyebrows in confusion.
What is it? Thales noticed that something was wrong. Saroma's face was completely red, and even the tips of her ears were red. It was especially conspicuous against her blonde hair. Why is she blushing? The last time I saw her like this was when she wore a formal dress for a banquet and came to ask for my opinion. What's going on? That. Saroma stared at him in a daze. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Her red face twitched slightly, as if she was very embarrassed. Her hesitant and timid demeanor reminded Thales of when she was young. Finally, under Thales' puzzled gaze, Saroma lowered her head gently and used her fringe to cover her face. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Nothing." The Archduchess did not speak anymore. She just stared at the table in a daze. Baffled, Thales shrugged. He still did not quite understand why Saroma was blushing. The prince shook his head and sighed at how strange women were. Just as he lowered his head and was about to scoop a spoonful of stew into his mouth, Thales' gaze swept past the spoon in his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the prince's heart trembled violently. The spoon in his hand fell on the dining plate and clanked back and forth. Thales sat where he was in a daze. He looked at the familiar spoon, and then at Saroma, whose face was so red that the tips of her ears could be seen. He felt incredibly awkward. He could not help but smile sheepishly. That. I wanted to remind you just now. Saroma's voice was so sharp and thin that it was almost inaudible. It's just that you were too fast. Thales felt a headache coming on. While he was glad that no one saw this scene, he used his last bit of rationality to swallow back the words, "It's okay, I don't mind," that were on the tip of his tongue. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly became very awkward. However, Saroma, who had just lowered her head, seemed to be dissatisfied when she saw Thales' reaction. She raised her gaze slightly. "Humph, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" The young girl snorted softly.
Ging said, That's right." Thales slapped his head hard and stiffly changed the topic.
"I remember now."
Under the Archduchess' indignant gaze that said, "How dare you?" the second prince took out a small but exquisite rectangular wooden box from his chest pocket. There were simple decorative carvings on it. "Here," Thales said nonchalantly. He only wanted to use this matter to dilute the current awkwardness. Chapter 286. Saroma's eyes widened slightly. She took the exquisite box in surprise. She first looked at the smiling Thales in confusion, then gently opened it. "This is..." Saroma saw what was in the box and raised her head in surprise. "When I wrote a letter to my country last year, I asked Gilbert and the others to get someone to make it. Today, Put-Ray brought it over." Thales blinked proudly and grabbed the item in the box. "You know, the craftsmen in Constellation are of a better standard. I measured the curvature and thickness of the lenses according to their requirements. I hope there won't be any major mistakes, and I even prepared a few spare lenses. If there is a mistake, I'll have to polish the lenses again. Speaking of which, manual polishing is very expensive." Saroma inhaled and looked at the item in Thales' hands, which was obviously the product of meticulous craftsmanship. "Let me introduce the pince-nez." Thales smiled and picked up the new pair of glasses in his hands, which was completely different from the one on the girl's face. This pair of glasses was very strange. It did not have ear frames at all, and only one side of the frame was connected to a chain. The frame was very thin, and the nose cone was also slightly peculiar. Thales skillfully extended his left hand, stroked one side of Saroma's forehead, and removed the large and heavy pair of black-rimmed glasses from her face. It was as if he had practiced this thousands of times. But Saroma only stared at him blankly and let the prince take off her glasses without any resistance. She did not even care that her vision was greatly affected. It was as if she had experienced this thousands of times. Thales excitedly fiddled with the new glasses in his hands. He pressed it on the bridge of the girl's nose and touched the soft skin on her face with his fingers. "Like this, I used a bit of the principle of air pressure to clamp it on my nose, and I can stabilize the glasses. There's no need for ear frames at all. Then put this chain in." Thales grabbed the thin chain at one end of the glasses and lowered his head, trying to find a pocket on Saroma's body to put it in. But he was embarrassed to find that the girl did not have any pockets on her body. The only gap was in front of her chest, which was tightly bound by her coat and corset at the same time. "It's fine if you don't put it in." The second prince awkwardly averted his gaze and stuffed the chain into her hand. It was the first time Saroma wore a pair of glasses without ear frames. She opened her mouth in surprise. She carefully held the delicate new frames, shook her head as if afraid they would fall, and then looked around. Thales observed the Archduchess' new appearance. The almost transparent pince-nez freed Saroma's face from the torture of the black-framed spectacles. At that moment, the young girl blinked with a puzzled gaze. She no longer looked as inflexible and stern as before. She looked rather charming and cute. Thales exhaled in satisfaction. He picked up Saroma's old glasses, which had been worn out a lot, and chuckled. After a few seconds, the girl finally got used to her new glasses. "Thank you." Saroma lowered her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. "You're welcome, I've been wanting to say this for a long time." The prince laughed and said, "As the leader of this land, wearing those black-rimmed glasses doesn't make me look too serious. I look just like a frog, haha." To his surprise, Saroma was very calm. She was not agitated, excited, curious, or puzzled. Instead, "Hey, Thales." The girl propped up her glasses in a daze and stared into the distance. Thales raised his eyebrows. Selma lifted her head gently. Thales noticed that there was some redness around her eyes. "It couldn't be. It's just a gift, and she's so touched?" Thales, who was most afraid of seeing people cry, felt his heart skip a beat. "Thales," Saroma said softly, "do you remember that day 6 years ago?" Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. "The day we first met. That night, that early morning, that morning." Her voice was illusory and indistinct, as if it came from afar. Thales frowned and remembered the past. That night. Neuven, Lampard, the blood-stained crown, the newborn Archduchess. Of course. His tone became unconsciously solemn as he stared at the young girl in front of him. "How could I forget that kind of experience? Because of you, Thales." Saroma looked at him seriously. "I became an Archduchess. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today." Thales was slightly startled. He was about to speak, but Saroma just shook her head. Her red eyes made Thales speechless. He felt a heavy weight on his chest.
But why did you mention this? You said. Saroma sniffled. With a faint nasal voice, she shot a faint, sorrowful gaze at Thales from behind her new glasses.
You said that you would always be by my side, that you would face it with me, that you would... The corners of Thales' lips parted slightly.
Ha! The prince took a deep breath and remembered what he once said. He subconsciously flashed a reassuring smile. I will always protect you. Saroma did not speak. She only stared at the prince quietly.
The surging emotions in her eyes made Thales rather uneasy.
The two of them stared at each other quietly. After a long while, the heavy atmosphere was finally broken by the young girl's laughter.
However, this laughter did not sound very happy to Thales.
Thank you. I'm sorry. There was a faint sense of disappointment in the young girl's voice. It had nothing to do with you. I shouldn't have kicked you today. Ha!
Thales first widened his eyes, then he scratched his head in puzzlement.
Saroma's behavior today was somewhat beyond his expectations. The prince could only smile awkwardly with a puzzled expression. It's okay. Thales sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. After all, we're friends. Just like what you said, we live and die together. When she said this, Saroma trembled slightly.
The Archduchess raised her head abruptly, as if she had made up her mind about something.
Thales.
Saroma exhaled, and her words came to a halt.
Today's State Affairs hearing, that... Thales sensed something. What's wrong? But at this moment, Saroma's eyes, which were staring straight at Thales, suddenly dimmed. It was as if she had let go of something.
Thales stared at her in puzzlement.
What is this? In the next second, Saroma's tone and rhythm returned to normal. The city of faraway prayer sent a messenger crow. She tilted her head and said, seemingly unbothered, Xueqi and his allies, the 3 archdukes in the north, want to invite me and Dragoncloud City to sign a declaration against the king's decree and support their protest. Oh, that's a good thing. Thales, who was filled with questions, recalled the major events in Extet over the past few months. King Chapman's new decree of nobility in Black Sand region was met with almost unanimous opposition and condemnation from the entire country. He was probably in a terrible predicament right now. Teach Lampard a lesson. Yes.
Saroma let out a muffled laugh, but her tone was a little gloomy.
It's a good thing.
Thales frowned as he stared at the sullen girl in front of him.
Speaking of which, do you know that we'll soon have a new teacher? The prince asked tentatively. Putray invited him from Enlenzo dukedom. He said that he's a highly respected, but in the next moment, Saroma stood up abruptly. I'm full. You can continue. The Archduchess regained her tranquil and indifferent expression. Thales was shocked. Ha! But she's just... Tomorrow, the usual time, in the library. Saroma flashed a pale smile. A batch of new books has arrived. Don't forget, we'll read them together. Thales nodded subconsciously. The girl curled up the corners of her lips at him and nodded faintly. She clenched her fists and quickly walked out of the dining room. Thales was left alone, staring at the table full of food in a daze, bewildered. What's wrong? The prince stared blankly at the girl's back as she left.
There seemed to be a faint scent of her body lingering on her seat.
Thales suddenly realized that when Saroma left, she left the black-rimmed glasses on the dining table. She did not take them with her. Blood Court. That night. You really don't know? In the room, Putray crossed his legs on the sofa.
He puffed and puffed his pipe in a relaxed manner as he spoke to Thales, who had a solemn expression on his face.
Of course, the Hall of Heroes on the day of the State Affairs hearing does not allow a foreign prince to sneak into it, Thales said a little anxiously. What happened in Dragoncloud City's State Affairs hearing today? What does it have to do with the Archduchess, who usually doesn't speak? Putray clicked his tongue with a comfortable expression. All right, even though I can't get in, I still have some channels. Putray, if you know anything, tell me quickly. Thales sighed and urged him repeatedly. I'm really anxious. Thales could not help but reach out and gently clench the old glasses in his pocket. His heart felt a little heavy. Putray nodded and let out a soft snort. Listen to me, Your Highness, the former vice diplomat said faintly. Today, halfway through the State Affairs hearing in Dragoncloud City, someone suddenly accused you. Thales raised his eyebrows. Accused who? The prince was a little surprised. He pointed at himself. Me? While observing Thale's reaction, Putray slowly said, "Someone said that the young Prince of Constellation forcibly occupied a civilian shop in Spear District for a game of chess. He did it once a month."
Ha! Thale's mouth formed an O shape in shock.
"But I went to Spear District to play chess, including that chess room." But Putray continued speaking unhurriedly. During this period, the prince also encouraged his lawless subordinates to go to the forest on the outskirts of the city, which only belongs to the suzerain, to hunt wild rabbits.
Thales was bewildered again.
"When the F***ck did I ask my subordinates to hunt wild rabbits?"
"Wait, this."
Thales thought of a certain figure under a cloak. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. His vision darkened, and he almost vomited blood. Anyway, it caused a huge uproar. Putray took a puff of his cigarette and snorted in satisfaction. He then continued, "After the vassals in the state affairs hearing heard about the enemy kingdom's prince's arrogant and despotic behavior in Dragoncloud City, they were filled with righteous indignation and demanded from Regent Liespan. They demanded that you be punished accordingly for your crime, such as a harsher dungeon detention," Putray said with a chuckle. "Or the whipping unique to Northland."
Thales widened his eyes in disbelief.
"Crime, then?" The prince suddenly realized something. He cast a suspicious glance at Putray, who was smoking leisurely. "Wait, your prince is about to be spanked. How can you still be so calm?" Putray chuckled and shook his head in front of the slightly dissatisfied Thales. "Don't be anxious, Your Highness.
Your luck is as good as always."
"Something unexpected happened," Putray said in a nostalgic tone. For the first time in 6 years. The 15-year-old Archduchess Walton, who has always been quiet during the past state affairs hearings. She actually stood up from her seat in agitation.
Thales frowned.
She stood up? The Archduchess of Walton shocked the 4 cities. She shouted, in the face of the vehement denunciations of almost all her vassals, that she would vouch for it on her reputation and authority. Putray said it lightly, but to Thales it was so shocking. "I guarantee that your actions were all approved by her. If you want to pursue responsibility, you should start with her." Thales was stunned. He stared at the empty space in a daze and said subconsciously, "And then?" Putray's expression darkened. He put down his crossed leg and sat up straight.
"And then? There was a blind viscount who publicly accused your lady."
Putray heaved a long sigh. He said that she was so protective of a prince who was a hostage.
"Could there be something between the two of them?" Thales listened to Putray's narration in a daze.
He did not notice the special way his lordship addressed the girl, intentionally or otherwise. Of course, he was beaten black and blue by the angry Northlanders on the spot and chased out of the hall. What happened after that was ugly. I heard that the Archduchess lost her temper and smashed a stone cup. Regent Liespan almost lost control of the situation. For an outsider, I think the vassals of Dragoncloud City probably have a worse impression of their ruler. After Putray said this, he exhaled softly and blew out a ring of smoke. "So?" Thales subconsciously sat on the bed with a stunned expression. He touched his knee and remembered the girl's vicious kick. Today he also remembered her abrupt words at the dining table. Her tearful tone. "Because of me." But because of this, many of the vassals had unpleasant expressions on their faces. They suggested in unison that for the stability of Dragoncloud City's rule, and for the continuation of the Walton family's bloodline, Thales sat in a daze. He did not realize that his breathing had begun to quicken. The Honorable Archduchess should choose a husband among the local vassals this year, get married, and have children. When Putray's words reached Thales' ears, he actually felt a sense of isolation, as if they came from another room. The reason is too legitimate. Even Liespan could not raise any objections. This is what happened at the hearing. I think at least it should be the part you want to know. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Putray looked at the somewhat dispirited Thales thoughtfully and sighed softly. "Your Highness, be prepared. Your friend. That poor little girl." Thinking of the past, the thin man clicked his tongue and shook his head. "She's going to get married." Putray's voice was very low, as if he was afraid of waking up someone who was sleeping. On the other side, Thales, who had been silent for a long time, had even forgotten how to react. Putray quietly blew out a perfect and beautiful ring of smoke and quietly watched it drift away into the air. It was as if it had never existed. Only the person who blew out the smoke ring could remember how perfect it was at that moment. A few seconds later, Prince Thales' Jade Star subconsciously turned his head and looked outside the window. You will always be by my side. You will face it with me.
You will. Little rascal. He called out the name that he had not said for a long time in his heart, but it was as clear as ever.
He stared in the direction of Heroic Spirit Palace in a daze. He felt his hands and feet go cold, and he felt lost. Chapter 287. Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace, Training Ground.
Under the gazes of countless Heroic Spirit Palace guards and attendants, the sweating Thales swung the long sword in his right hand, lifted the shield in his left arm, spread his legs apart, and solemnly adopted the iron body style that he had practiced countless times.
Even though he was preoccupied, the prince still had to carry out the necessary outdoor training every day. I don't know why you're still practicing this sword style.
In front of him, the pale-faced former commander of the White Blade Guards lifted a heavy sword with a disdainful expression.
Even when fighting against the orcs, our army's combat style has been reinvented for hundreds or even thousands of years. And your sword style of holding a sword and shield and waiting foolishly for people to beat you up. Are you going to keep talking nonsense? The prince said impatiently. I remember that this is outdoor training, not satirical poetry writing. Nicholas pursed his lips. His gaze was unhappy.
The Starkiller's attitude towards the second prince, which was neither good nor bad, lasted for a whole 6 years, took a drastic turn for the worse after yesterday's state affairs hearing.
He began to scrutinize Thales with a hostile gaze and was extremely harsh towards the Constellation teenager during outdoor training. Of course, Thales later found out why. Thales shrugged, indicating that he could attack. In the next second, Nicholas widened his footsteps and swung his sword. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales' shield collided with Nicholas' heavy sword. The prince stepped forward and counterattacked with the long sword in his right hand, but Nicholas easily dodged it. If you really want to know, this sword style means a lot to me. Thales turned around and quickly aimed the tip of his sword at the enemy again. A strict teacher once told me that I have to at least practice it to the point where it looks like it. As he said this, the letter brought by Gilbert Toptil suddenly appeared in his mind. Madame Gines emphasized that you have to pay attention to your diet at this age. Don't be picky, especially when it comes to a balanced diet of various foods. Even the bitter vegetables from the western desert are of considerable value. You can try it. Gine's stern and straightforward image appeared in Thales' mind, and a thought flashed in his mind. Practice it to the point where it looks like it? Nicholas snorted coldly. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to do it. The Starkiller dashed forward, held his sword with both hands, and swung it down with the help of gravity. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he almost knocked down Thales, who was struggling to support his shield. The prince gritted his teeth and felt the strength in Nicholas' sword gradually increase. As for those old friends of yours, please forgive me. I must tell you, ashamed and disappointed, that we still did not find them during the 10th search. Regardless of whether it was the female bartender from Sunset Pub or those child beggars, they are no longer in Eternal Star City. Although this is not the right time, I must suggest to you that perhaps your highness should give up on the search for them. First, the result may have already been decided, and second, a search as long as 6 years is really not in your favor. Where's the boldness you had when you snatched the book from me? The Starkiller roared furiously. Take it out. Don't make me feel like I'm sparring with an idiot. Thales lowered his body and twisted his hips with great effort to deflect the opponent's heavy sword. Then, he thrust his sword forward again. Perhaps you should redefine who snatched the book from whom. Hey! However, before the prince's sword could take effect, the Starkiller lowered his body and kicked Thales, who was changing his posture, so hard that he staggered. Outside the training field, Thales' attendant, Xueqi, stood by the side with his hand on his long sword. He sighed and said to the silver-masked Ralph, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. You know, I am not slandering the prince. In fact, he is the earliest child I have ever seen. But you have to admit that aside from being good at analysis and planning, when it comes to intense battles where fists hit flesh and blood are involved, he is really... Xueqi looked at Thales, who was flustered and struggling in the training field, and shook his head. He really lacks talent. Ralph frowned and looked at the chattering Xueqi with a displeased expression. This chatterbox. He has never stopped talking for 6 years. Is he treating me like a trash can? F*** him. Ralph snorted in dissatisfaction. He did not even bother to turn his head as he stuck out his middle finger. But Waya did not care. He knew that Ralph, who could not speak, hated talkative people. However, if he could make the phantom wind follower unhappy and enjoy his irrefutable, angry gaze, why not? Just like how Ralph also liked to gloat when he saw Waya's clumsy appearance when he did not understand the prince's sign language. Waya disliked Ralph's casual and boorish street habits, and was also dissatisfied with the sign language that only he and the prince could understand. The phantom wind follower hated the attendant's confidence and self-awareness as the prince's only spokesperson, which he was. He also looked down on the attendant's almost fastidious attitude towards etiquette and addressing. That was right. Even though they had fought side by side many times, the two attendants of the prince, who were born into worlds apart, had never had a good relationship with each other. Waya continued to frown and said, if he had time and preparation, whether it was chess, negotiation, or even sword practice, the prince would undoubtedly be able to give a beautiful answer. But like this, when faced with a sudden attack, he would easily become flustered, nervous, and lose his composure. To be honest, he is a little like a new recruit, especially those ordinary civilians who are averse to blood and are not used to fighting. This is fatal in a battle. If you make a mistake at a critical moment, you will regret it for the rest of your life. At this moment, you can just say that Thales is not good at fighting. Putray walked to their side and watched the training in the field. Surprisingly, he did not take out his pipe. Your Grace. Waya nodded respectfully, while Ralph only shook his head symbolically. Is there any way to overcome this? Putray's eyes were bright. Is there a problem where Thales becomes flustered at critical moments and his mind goes blank? I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Waya turned his head around and looked at Thales, who was knocked to the ground for the second time. He sighed. Swordsmanship can be practiced, and skills can be improved. But it is not easy to overcome the habits and character that have been around for many years. At this moment, Ralph suddenly raised his palm gently. With a sinister gaze, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Putray noticed Ralph and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Waya looked at Ralph and narrowed his eyes slightly. I think the mute probably means. I've heard in the tower that there's a quick way to develop combat instincts. Throw people into a battlefield where there's a slim chance of survival. Blood and death are the most efficient teachers. Over there, even a harmless sheep can turn into a ferocious dragon. Even the weakest warrior and the most unfamiliar recruit can quickly change their bad habits. Of course, the premise is that they don't die. And even supreme-class elites, whether it's the Star Killer or the Kingdom's Wrath, their extraordinary combat abilities were slowly accumulated through fighting and killing. It's impossible for them to reach supreme class if they train against wooden stakes and targets. Thales' eyes widened. Ralph snorted softly. It was unknown whether he agreed or disdained Putray. Putray furrowed his brows. Thales is not a Northlander. He is a prince of constellation, a Jade Star, and may even become a king in the future. The former vice diplomat shook his head. He only needs to dabble in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Whether it is personally going into battle or fighting on the battlefield, it should not be a necessary skill for him. He also does not need to become supreme class. His duty is to move the chess pieces in his hands under the protection of thousands of soldiers and horses. Ralph mumbled something that no one could understand. Waya exhaled. But you know, during the Bloody Year, even with the protection of heavy guards, the Jade Star royal family. At the mention of this word, Putray suddenly turned his head. The atmosphere seemed to have turned cold in an instant. Be careful with your words. Putray's sharp and rude gaze forced Waya's words back into his mouth. Do not make rash judgments about things that you do not understand, especially during the Bloody Year. And Jade Star. Waya looked at him, a little confused. Ralph snorted coldly, taking pleasure in Putray's misfortune. I'm sorry, I should not have talked about the royal family. Waya, who was brought up in a noble family, apologized with great self-restraint. He sighed and found the next topic. Speaking of which, it seems that you plan to stay for a long time after returning to Dragoncloud City this time, Your Grace? Putray then shifted his attention back to the field. Yes, he said faintly. It may be a little longer than you think. Speaking of which, the prince once mentioned it to me. Waya frowned slightly. 6 years ago, where did you go? Putray paused for a moment. 6 years ago, On the second day after King Chapman's coronation, it was also when Leespan started to clean up the mess in Dragon Cloud City.
Prince Thales was in a bad situation.
Waya's seemingly idle chatter continued. But you left Dragon Cloud City in a hurry without even saying goodbye? Let's forget about that. After all, we've already reunited. Waya retracted his gaze and said a little worriedly, but what I'm more concerned about is, it's been 6 years. Why did you have to come back at this time? Why not earlier, when the prince had yet to gain a firm foothold, or later, when the prince had to face difficult problems such as marriage? Why did it have to be now?
This makes me a little worried.
Ralph also frowned. It was rare that he did not express his opinion on Waya's words. The corner instantly fell silent. Putray lowered his eyelids. Slowly, he reached into his bosom and took out the old tobacco pipe that he had been using since 6 years ago. You know, a long time ago when I was still young, our teacher once said during our graduation. The skinny former deputy diplomat filled his tobacco at a leisurely pace, took out a flint and lit his pipe. Gilbert Casso has a big heart. When he looks at a problem, he is not confused by what is in front of him. He jumps out of the rut and grabs the main point beyond his sight. Perhaps he will be the kind of chess player who has great foresight, is good at long-term strategies and schemes. That's why that naive bastard always thinks too much. When he heard Putray's incoherent reply, Waya raised his eyebrows in surprise. Ha!
Even if you don't admit it, Waya.
Putray inhaled a mouthful of smoke in satisfaction and said with a smile, there are still many things about you that are very similar to your father. For example, thinking too much. Waya seemed to have thought of something.
He shut his mouth and turned around with an unpleasant expression. He did not pursue the matter further.
In the field, Thales took 2 steps back. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Putray and Waya, who had a strange atmosphere between them. While he was puzzled, he could not help but think of another point mentioned in Gilbert's letter. Your Highness, please trust Putray as always, especially during this special moment. For your future, please trust him. Also, please maintain the respect you deserve for that new teacher. Be humble and learn from him. He is probably the person I respect the second most in my life. Gilbert emphasized twice that he trusted Putray. Why? His sword flashed. Nicholas attacked again. This time, Thales, who had been retreating, finally got his chance. When Putray hit his shield for the 3rd time, the prince blocked the attack and performed the breaking edge style that he had prepared for a long time. He went straight for the enemy's weakest left side, which made Nicholas' eyes brighten. Good idea. But immediately after, the Star Killer swung his heavy sword back and faced this sharp counterattack. Following the trajectory of his opponent's heavy sword, Thales struggled to swing the shield in his left hand and used all his strength to push away his opponent's counterattack. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Nicholas' heavy sword slashed across the surface of the shield. The wind brought about by the blade swept past Thales' hair. At that moment, Thales, who felt a chill run down his spine, shuddered. As this sense of imminent danger assaulted him, Thales felt an inexplicable shudder suddenly erupt from his spine and attack his brain. In the next second, that familiar yet unfamiliar fluctuation, the sin of Hell's river, surged out of his body uncontrollably and uncontrollably. It was like a startled beast that had suddenly woken up from hibernation. It was also like a sudden freezing storm that attacked every inch of his body, including his brain. It gave him the desire to risk everything. But the prince did not feel at ease at all. Thales felt the sin of Hell's river go berserk, and he was terrified. No. Chapter 288. Thales gritted his teeth fiercely and controlled his body's movements. Calm down, Thales. This is not a battle to the death. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next second, Nicholas skillfully avoided Thales' shield and struck his weapon with his sword. Thales felt the long sword in his hand tremble violently, and it instantly flew out of his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales' long sword fell to the ground. He sighed and faced Nicholas' heavy sword, which was placed horizontally on his shoulder. He spread his arms to show his surrender. The battle was over. You really like to be absent-minded. The Star Killer withdrew his heavy sword and sneered mockingly. Just like in the past, you enjoy being absent-minded during battles? Thales flashed a resigned smile and did not retort. Only he knew that had come again just now. A year ago, Thales had encountered a similar situation during his training. A Northland warrior who was his sparring partner used a battle axe to split his shield. The fragments hit the prince's chin and neck. At that moment, when the artery on his neck was threatened, the sin of Hell's River surged out like a startled hedgehog. It made Thales, who was originally dizzy, quiver. He instinctively knew how to counterattack. He quickly threw away his long sword, turned around, and moved forward. At the moment the axe blade grazed his cheek, he squeezed to the side of the enemy, and at the risk of being cut by the axe blade, he punched the enemy's throat. At that moment, Thales was like an enraged beast. There was only one thought in his mind: to fight. With the support of the sin of Hell's River, he might have been able to severely injure the opponent's throat cartilage with one punch. Then, the opponent's axe blade would have cut into his ribs. If Thales had not snapped out of his daze halfway through and given up on attacking. In the end, the warrior apologized profusely for not being able to control his strength and cutting the prince's arm. Everyone thought that it was a mistake during training. But at that time, only the frightened Thales knew that it was not a mistake. It was his own, a dangerous counterattack that he did not carry through to the end. At that moment, the frightened Thales deeply understood the nature of the sin of Hell's River for the first time. He had a preliminary understanding of Black Sword's words: do not treat it as a tool, but as a companion you can talk to. From then on, Nicholas decided to personally become Thales' sparring partner. Compared to other people, a supreme-class fighter could control the rhythm and strength of a fight more perfectly, so that no unnecessary injuries would occur. From then on, Thales began to consciously be on guard against similar situations to prevent them from making a huge mistake. Back to the present. Thales touched his heart anxiously. He felt his blood surge, and he could not calm down. Just now, when the wind generated by Nicholas' sword swept past his forehead, the sin of Hell's River was as restless as a wild beast whose territory had been invaded. It filled his leg muscles in a frenzy while it surged to his brain at high speed to numb his fear. It seemed to be urging him to throw away the shield and move his feet. Borrowing the agility released in that instant, he turned around and faced the enemy's blade. Take the risk to counterattack. As long as I counterattack, I can. Thales pressed his forehead and let out a long sigh. But he couldn't do that. The way he thought at that time, the way he fought, it was too exaggerated. It was simply a lose-lose situation. Black Sword didn't seem to have mentioned that the sin of Hell's River had this kind of wildness, when the power of eradication that never improved was activated. Thales shook his head and averted his gaze, trying to get rid of the thoughts in his mind. Hey! The Star Killer's dissatisfied voice traveled into his ears again. You'd better focus, Nicholas scolded coldly. Stop looking at her. The Star Killer's gaze was especially cold. Thales was shocked. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly shifted his gaze to another pair of people who were practicing outdoors. Not far away from them was the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma Walton. She was dressed in a light hunting suit and was learning how to use a dagger to defend herself under Lord Justin's guidance. Her cheeks were sweaty and slightly red because of the exercise. Thales sighed. He knew that Nicholas had misunderstood the reason for his absent-mindedness. But Thales remembered the second-to-last paragraph in Gilbert's letter. Also, although I am very pleased with your political efforts to strengthen the diplomatic relations between the two countries, I would still like to remind you that in your interactions with Madame Walton, please clearly separate politics and personal feelings. If you can deepen your friendship with the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City through this, then no matter how expensive the hand-ground spectacles from Master Punk's workshop are, they will still be worth it. However, if this friendship goes to a higher level, then it will be worth discussing. You must know that friendship is beautiful, but love is terrifying. Damn you, Gilbert. Isn't he far away in Constellation? What kind of ridiculous rumors did he hear? However, Thales remembered what Putray said yesterday and felt a little gloomy. That poor little girl is about to get married. Thales slowly bent down and picked up the sword on the ground. Why? Nicholas narrowed his eyes slightly. What? 6 years ago, when King Nuvan passed away, why were you still willing to be loyal to? Thales swung the sword in his hand and remembered that fateful night. He said solemnly, she was obviously not. You know what I am referring to. Saroma's identity, Saroma's marriage, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, my identity. After thinking about what happened yesterday from start to finish, Thales felt that there was something fishy about it. Nicholas' expression changed. Be careful with your words, young prince. The Starkiller's cold tone began to be laced with faint hostility. Especially in a city that is filled with hostility towards you. Thank you for the reminder.
Thales shrugged nonchalantly and raised his long sword again.
So, King Nuvan can be considered to have succeeded. Now the Walton family still rules Dragoncloud City, and you and Lisban surround the Archduchess. But Saroma is an Archduchess with insufficient prestige. She will even be forced by the local vassals to marry her and give birth to a local Walton heir? The prince gritted his teeth. Is this really what you, Lisban and King Nuvan want? The next moment, Nicholas suddenly struck with his sword. Thales, who was prepared for this, calmly took a step back and prepared to deflect it with his shield. Ha! This time, Nicholas' heavy sword was eerily deflected before it hit the shield.
It was as if he did not use any strength at all.
Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a great force, the back of the sword swept Thales' left knee violently. Thales, who lost his balance, staggered and felt that he was about to fall to the ground. He was instantly shocked. The Sin of Hell's river surged up with a bang. But unexpectedly, long before the Sin of Hell's river took effect, the merciless Nicholas decisively threw away the heavy sword that had lost its momentum and punched him in the ribs. Sharp pain shot through him. It was followed by numbness. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales' shield and long sword both fell to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk his body also fell to the ground with a bang. Waya and the others who were watching the battle cried out in surprise. Thales, who was holding his abdomen, lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His face was contorted and he curled up. Before the Sin of Hell's river could react, he had completely failed. He instantly lost all ability to fight back. At that moment, Thales' hope of getting lucky, along with his pride, vanished. His little self-consolation of, "I only suppressed the Sin of Hell's river," was crushed under Nicholas' merciless attack. "That's all for today." With a terrifying expression, the Starkiller snorted rudely and said, "Your movements are still a mess. There is no student more stupid than you. Also, what happens to the Archduchess has nothing to do with you." Nicholas threw down his last sentence, turned around coldly, and left. Waya and Ralph quickly followed him and helped Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat and whose lips had turned blue. He used his power of eradication in that last attack, right? That guy did it on purpose.
Thales rubbed his ribs, which were aching badly, and said with difficulty, "Is that considered cheating?
Bullying me because I don't have a power of eradication?"
Waya and Ralph looked at each other.
"When I have a power of eradication," Waya sighed softly. "With all due respect, Your Highness, the Northland military sword style is still a little ancient. Under normal circumstances, if you cannot awaken a corresponding power of eradication before the age of 18. Besides, even if you awaken a power of eradication, when you face an existence like the Starkiller, most likely, the unlucky Thales could only sigh." After the outdoor training ended, Thales went to Saroma's side in a few steps. As he stared at the red-faced girl who had just finished training, the prince once again ignored the dissatisfied gazes from Gings the female official and the two maidservants. He moved closer to her ear.
"Saroma, listen," Thales said solemnly and gravely. "We need to talk in the afternoon."
"It's in the library." Saroma, who was tidying up her clothes, frowned. She habitually lowered her head and whispered, "Talk about what?" "It's about our... actually, it's about your marriage. I keep feeling that there's something..." Saroma's expression instantly became unpleasant. The pince-nez on her face trembled slightly. The girl pouted and looked at Thales in dissatisfaction. "What's there to talk about?"
"This has nothing to do with you." At this moment, a low and gentle voice that was filled with charisma came from behind him.
"My lady, Your Grace." Regent Lisbon's tone was so solemn that Thales could sense it even from 10 steps away. "I'm sorry to disturb you." Accompanied by his entourage, Regent Lisban, whose hair was white but his footsteps were still steady, slowly walked over with a solemn expression. The old regent stopped steadily in front of them. The count first swept a scrutinizing gaze over Thales, who was beside the Archduchess. The profound meaning in his gaze made the prince feel a chill run down his spine. Lisban then retracted his gaze and bowed respectfully to Saroma. Then, he nodded gently at Gings the female official. "Please change your clothes immediately. You need formal attire." Saroma frowned slightly. Now. Lisban nodded. We have a very important guest who needs to be received immediately. Thales's heart sank. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Saroma took a deep breath. Following her habit of 6 years, she also respectfully returned the salute. Of course. Thales shut his mouth. He was a little annoyed.
Looks like I can only wait until the afternoon. But his thoughts were interrupted.
Please change your clothes immediately, Prince Thales. Regent Lisbon's gaze fell on him again. Thales' heart almost skipped a beat. What? The prince widened his eyes in surprise. I have to go as well? This time, Regent Lisbon's gaze seemed to have softened a little. It was no longer the polite but indifferent scrutinizing gaze from before. Instead, it was a reminder and warning filled with worry. The guest this time has specifically requested to meet you, Lisban said casually. Who? Thales narrowed his eyes. Lisbon's expression did not change, but he clenched his fists tightly.
I believe that you are no stranger to them.
The Count enunciated each word clearly. The second assistant advisor of the Imperial Conference, King Chapman's goosekeeper, Viscount Lassakent Vida of the city of Holton. The King's personal guard and administrator, the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lady Croche Merk. Both of them have arrived at Dragon Cloud City this morning. At that moment, Saroma and Thales' expressions changed. When they heard the Count's words, Nicholas, who was wiping his hands in the distance, Ralph and Waya, who were leaning against the wall and chatting, were all stunned. They brought King Chapman's greetings and concern, as well as important information. Lisbon's words were filled with coldness and wariness. They want to convey the message to you in person. At that moment, Thales, who could not hide the strange expression on his face, subconsciously turned his head and looked at Putray, who was beside him. He wanted to ask for his opinion.
However, the Thin Lord was still smoking his pipe leisurely.
His expression did not change. He did not seem surprised.